Hey there, you exhausted peeps. I know you guys use these videos for deep sleep, so let's snuggle up. And let me tell you another story here tonight, where you travel to a place where the sky stretches forever and the earth hums with ancient rhythms. We're joining hunters of the southern African savannah in the 1800s, learning how they moved through their world with a knowledge so deep it might as well have been written into their bones. This isn't a story of danger or drama. It's about the quiet competence of people who knew exactly how to be at home in a landscape that would leave most of us completely bewildered. So if you're new here as always, joining the community is super quick and easy. Just tap subscribe and like the video and let me know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, turn on your fan for some noise and let's start. The sun is lowering toward the western horizon and you're standing on a slight rise in the Kalahari, watching the afternoon transform into something entirely different. This moment, what photographers centuries later would call the golden hour, is when experienced hunters would begin reading the landscape with the attention most people reserve for their favourite books. You're travelling with a small hunting party from the San people, often called Bushmen, though that term never quite captures the sophistication of their relationship with this land. These are people whose ancestors have lived here for tens of thousands of years, accumulating knowledge the way a library accumulates books, one generation carefully adding to what came before. The light at this hour doesn't just illuminate the savannah, it reveals it. Shadows grow longer, creating texture and depth that make animal tracks stand out like writing on a page. The hunters you're with have been walking since before dawn, covering perhaps 15 miles, and they're now scanning the environment with eyes that notice everything. They're not looking for big, obvious signs. They're reading subtle changes in how grass bends, noticing where dust has been disturbed, and observing which birds are alarmed and which are settling down for evening. One of the hunters kneels beside what looks to you like unmarked dirt. To him, it's a story written in soil and shadow. An antelope passed here, maybe 2 hours ago, moving at an unhurried pace toward water. The track shows no signs of injury, no irregularity in gait. This animal isn't worth pursuing now. It's healthy, alert, and heading away from where the group needs to camp. Better to note its passage and move on. The temperature is beginning its evening descent, dropping from the mid-80s toward what will be a surprisingly cool night in the 60s. In the Kalahari, the dry season creates these dramatic temperature swings that catch visitors off guard. You've learned to appreciate how the hunters adjust their pace with the changing temperature, moving more slowly as the day's heat releases its grip, conserving energy for the work of making camp. Water defines everything in this landscape. The nearest permanent water source is 2 days' walk from here, but the hunters know about temporary pans, shallow depressions that hold rainwater for weeks after storms. They also know about roots and tubers that store moisture, about the buff root that can be squeezed for liquid, and about dozens of plants that offer hydration to those who know where to look and how to prepare them. The evening air carries scents that create an invisible map of the environment. Somewhere to the northeast, maybe a mile distant, there's a herd of wildebeest. You can catch their musky smell when the breeze shifts. Closer, there's the sharp green scent of crushed leaves where some animal has been browsing. And underneath everything, there's the distinctive smell of the savannah itself. Dust, dried grass, and the faint mineral tang of distant water. Bird calls create a soundscape that the hunters interpret as fluently as you might read traffic patterns in your neighbourhood. A pair of fork-tailed drongos are mobbing something, their aggressive calls suggesting a snake or perhaps a small predator. Go-away birds, named for their distinctive call that sounds exactly like their name, are announcing their displeasure at being disturbed. A nightjar begins its churring song, signalling that twilight has officially begun. The hunters are looking for a campsite now, and their requirements are specific but not difficult to meet. They need a slight elevation, enough to catch breezes but not so exposed that wind becomes a problem. They want to be near enough to water-bearing plants but not so close to game trails that curious animals will wander through camp. They prefer a location with several escape routes, not because they're worried about predators, but because being able to move in multiple directions is simply sensible practice. You notice they're also reading the landscape for signs of previous human presence. Are there old fire rings here? Do certain trees show signs of bark harvesting? Has someone built a small windbreak in the past? The Sand people have been using this landscape for thousands of years, and their camps are spaced across it like invisible settlements that appear and disappear with the seasons. The chosen spot sits beneath a sprawling camel thorn acacia, its canopy providing both shade and a sense of enclosure without being claustrophobic. The tree is old, perhaps a century or more, and its presence indicates subsurface water that its deep roots have tapped. Thorn trees are good neighbours. They shelter smaller plants, their pods feed animals, and their wood burns with excellent coals for cooking. As the sun continues its descent, the colours of the savannah shift through a spectrum that painters spend lifetimes trying to capture. The grass, bleached almost white by months of dry season sun, now glows amber and gold. The red Kalahari sand takes on deeper hues, ranging from rust to burgundy depending on how the light strikes it. The sky begins its evening performance, transitioning from blue to colours that don't quite have names. Something between peach and rose, between lavender and grey. This is when experienced hunters perform their final environmental check. They observe where birds are settling for the night, which reveals safe roosting spots away from predators. They note which way smoke from a small test fire drifts, showing wind direction for the night ahead. They look at clouds gathering on the horizon, reading them for signs of distant rain that might arrive in days or weeks. The pace of everything begins to slow as daylight fades. Animals that have been active during the afternoon start seeking shelter. Diurnal creatures give way to nocturnal ones in a changing of the guard that happens twice daily, every day, in an endless rhythm that predates human presence on this continent. You're watching a transition that has occurred here for millions of years, and being part of it, even as an observer, feels oddly grounding. Understanding how sand hunters navigated and inhabited the Kalahari requires appreciating just how different this environment is from the landscapes most of us consider normal. The Kalahari isn't quite desert, and isn't quite savanna, it's something in between, a semi-arid landscape where life has adapted to scarcity and developed remarkable strategies for survival. Picture an area roughly the size of France, covered primarily in sand that ranges from deep red to pale yellow, depending on iron content and exposure. This sand creates a surface that's soft enough to preserve tracks beautifully, but firm enough to walk on without difficulty. After generations of walking this terrain, sand hunters developed a gait that barely disturbs the sand, leaving tracks so light that rain can erase them in minutes. The vegetation consists primarily of grasses, low shrubs, and scattered trees that have learned to thrive on minimal rainfall. Most years, the Kalahari receives between 6 and 10 inches of rain, and sometimes much less. Everything that grows here has evolved strategies for the dry season. Deep roots, small leaves that conserve water, and dormancy periods that can last months. But calling the Kalahari barren would be like calling a library empty because it doesn't have furniture. The landscape holds incredible biodiversity for those who know how to see it. There are dozens of edible plants, numerous medicinal herbs, fibres for crafting, and wood that serves everything from toolmaking to fuel. The trick is knowing where to look and when to harvest. The terrain rolls gently, with fossil dune systems creating long parallel ridges that run roughly north-south. These ridges, created by ancient wind patterns during wetter periods thousands of years ago, influence everything from where water collects to which plants grow where. Walking perpendicular to these ridges means constantly ascending and descending gentle slopes. Walking parallel to them provides easier travel, but sometimes means going out of your way. Pans, those seasonal water sources that fill during rains, dot the landscape like irregular pearls on a vast necklace. Some are tiny, holding water for only days after a storm. Others are substantial, becoming temporary lakes that attract game from miles around and hold water for months. Knowing which pans fill first, which hold water longest, and which provide the cleanest drinking water represents knowledge that takes decades to accumulate. The temperature extremes shape everything about how people live here. Summer days can exceed 110 degrees Fahrenheit, while winter nights can drop below freezing. Even during the moderate seasons, daily temperature swings of 40 degrees are common. This means that clothing, shelter, and daily routines must account for these dramatic changes, and the hunters you're with have developed strategies that work without any of the technology we take for granted. What makes sand hunters so remarkably adapted to this environment is their mental map of resources. They don't think of the Kalahari as empty space between points. They see it as a richly textured landscape, where every feature has significance. That termite mound indicates certain soil conditions and marks a reliable navigation point. That cluster of shepherd's trees signals underground water. That particular type of grass means the soil beneath holds moisture, suggesting certain edible roots might be present. This environmental knowledge extends to understanding seasonal changes with precision that would impress modern ecologists. The hunters know that certain plants flower when the Pleiades constellation reaches a specific position in the sky. They know that particular birds arrive from the north exactly 3 weeks before the first rains. They can predict weather patterns by observing insect behaviour, cloud formations, and wind shifts. The animal life of the Kalahari adds another layer to this landscape. Large herbivores like gemsbok, eland, and springbok have adapted to survive with minimal water, getting moisture from the plants they eat, and cooling themselves through specialised circulatory systems. Predators like lions, leopards, and cheetahs follow these herds, and smaller creatures, from meerkats to ground squirrels to dozens of bird species, create an ecosystem where everything is connected to everything else. Understanding these connections is what made sand hunters successful. They didn't just hunt animals, they understood the animals' relationships with plants, water, weather, and each other. They knew that lions hunt most actively 3 to 4 hours after sunset and just before dawn. They knew that gemsbok can sense water underground and will sometimes dig for it. They knew which vultures find carcasses first, and how to interpret the vulture's behaviour to locate game. As the last direct sunlight fades from the sky, leaving only the diffuse glow of twilight, the hunters begin transforming this spot beneath the camel thorn acacia from raw landscape into temporary home. Watching this process is like seeing a stage set assemble itself, except everything is functional rather than decorative, and every action serves multiple purposes. The first task involves clearing the immediate camping area of anything that might cause discomfort or problems during the night. Small stones get pushed aside with feet, not tossed away, because even stones have their place in this environment, but simply moved to the perimeter. Thorny branches that have fallen from the acacia get collected for a specific purpose we'll return to shortly. The ground gets swept lightly with a branch to disturb scorpions and spiders that might otherwise settle in for the evening near human warmth. Next comes gathering firewood, and this task reveals another layer of environmental knowledge. The hunters don't just grab any fallen wood, they select specific types that burn at different rates and produce different qualities of heat. Camelthorn burns long and hot with excellent coals, perfect for the main fire that will last through the night. Other woods burn quickly and bright, useful for light but not sustained heat. Some woods, when green, produce smoke that helps keep insects at bay without being overwhelming. The wood collection happens efficiently but not frantically. There's no sense of racing against darkness, because the hunters know exactly how much time they have and how much wood they'll need. They gather enough for a fire that will burn all night but not wastefully large, just sufficient to provide warmth, light, and psychological comfort. Each person contributes to the pile, and the wood gets stacked in a specific way that keeps it dry and makes different types easy to identify by touch after dark. Creating the fire itself is less dramatic than movies might suggest. These hunters carry fire-making tools, friction sets made from specific woods that create embers through practiced technique. But more often, they carry coals from the previous night's fire, kept alive in a carrying vessel made from a hollowed root, packed with specific fungi that smoulder without flame. Transferring these coals to a nest of fine, dry grass takes perhaps 30 seconds, and gentle blowing creates flame almost immediately. The fire location has been chosen with care. It sits far enough from the tree that sparks won't threaten the canopy, but close enough that the tree's trunk reflects heat back toward the camping area. The fire is also positioned so that smoke drifts away from where people will sleep, but not so far away that its light and warmth become useless. Around the fire, the hunters create sleeping areas that demonstrate impressive economy of effort. They don't build elaborate structures. Instead, they work with what the environment provides. Grass gets gathered in armfuls and laid out in thick piles that will serve as mattresses, insulating sleepers from the cooling ground. These grass beds are positioned in a semicircle around the fire, close enough for warmth, but far enough that sparks won't be a hazard. The thorny branches collected earlier now serve their purpose. They're arranged in a loose barrier on the side of camp away from the fire. This simple windbreak serves multiple functions. It deflects breezes that might otherwise make the night uncomfortable. It creates a psychological boundary that marks the camp's edge. And it discourages curious animals from wandering through, not by being an impassable barrier, but simply by being mildly annoying to navigate around. Animals, like people, generally take the path of least resistance. Personal items get arranged with the same thoughtful efficiency that characterizes everything these hunters do. Hunting tools, bows, arrows, and digging sticks are placed where they'll be immediately accessible, but won't get accidentally kicked or stepped on during the night. Water containers made from ostrich eggshells, stoppered with grass bungs, are secured in scooped-out sand depressions where they won't roll or tip. Leather bags containing various items get hung from low branches or placed on elevated spots away from ground-dwelling insects. As camp takes shape, what strikes you is how little it looks like what most people consider camping. There are no tents, no chairs, and no designated cooking areas. Everything is minimal, functional, and completely adapted to this specific environment. This isn't primitive, it's sophisticated. These hunters have distilled thousands of years of experience into practices that use minimal materials to maximum effect. The psychological transformation of space is perhaps most interesting. 20 minutes ago, this was just another spot in an endless savanna. Now it's camp, a place that feels qualitatively different from the surrounding landscape. This transformation happens not through barriers or structures, but through human activity, firelight, and the subtle organisation of space. It's the same instinct that made your ancestors gather around fires in caves. The same fundamental human need to create a sense of place and safety. And full darkness has settled over the Kalahari now, and the camp has taken on the quality of a small island of light in an ocean of night. The fire burns steadily, its flames dancing in patterns that humans have been watching since we first learned to control combustion. The wood crackles and pops occasionally, sending brief showers of sparks upward towards stars that are beginning to emerge in truly remarkable numbers. The hunters settle into evening routines that balance work with rest. Someone is preparing food, though preparing might be too elaborate a word for what's actually happening. Dinner tonight consists of items collected during the day's travel, tubers that were dug from the ground, their locations revealed by specific leaf patterns, summer melons that provided both food and water, and nuts from a mongongo tree, already roasted in today's earlier fire. The tubers get buried in the coals at the fire's edge, where they'll roast slowly, their tough skins protecting the starchy flesh inside. This cooking method requires no pots, no utensils, and no complex preparation, just fire, time, and experience knowing when they're done. The mongongo nuts, which are extraordinarily nutritious and taste vaguely like cashews, get passed around for anyone who's hungry now rather than waiting for the tubers to cook. There's meat as well, from a successful hunt 2 days ago. The hunters had pursued an eland, the largest antelope species, and after a chase that combined tracking with endurance, they'd brought it down with poison arrows. The meat was butchered on site, with some eaten immediately and the rest cut into strips and dried. Tonight, some of that dried meat gets briefly warmed over the fire, not enough to cook it, but enough to soften it and bring out the flavours. What's notable about this meal is its absolute lack of ceremony. People eat when they're hungry and take what they need, and there's no formal structure or designated serving time. Food gets shared automatically, without negotiation or accounting. If someone is hungry and you have food, sharing isn't generosity, it's simply what you do, as automatic as breathing. This isn't primitive communism or noble savage idealism, it's practical adaptation to an environment where food availability fluctuates and mutual support increases everyone's survival chances. As people eat, conversation happens in the unhurried way that characterizes most of their interactions. The San languages include click consonants that sound almost like percussion, creating speech patterns that blend beautifully with the nighttime soundscape. Discussions cover practical matters, observations from today's travel, plans for tomorrow's movement, and news about other groups they encountered weeks ago. But there's also storytelling, which serves purposes that go beyond entertainment. Stories encode information about the environment, animal behaviour, proper conduct, and historical events. A story about a hunter who ignored certain signs and got lost becomes a lesson in reading landscape features. A story about someone who was greedy and didn't share becomes a lesson in social cohesion. The stories aren't heavy-handed or obviously instructive. They're entertaining first and educational second, which is why they work so well. The night has brought out different sounds than dominated the day. Insects create a constant background hum that rises and falls in waves. Primarily crickets, but also cicadas and other creatures whose names you don't know. A jackal calls in the distance, its cry eerily reminiscent of a crying baby. Another jackal answers, and their conversation creates a back and forth that sounds almost like they're commenting on the day's events. Somewhere much farther away, maybe 2 or 3 miles, a lion roars, the sound carrying with remarkable clarity through the cool night air. The hunters pause briefly when they hear it, listening to determine direction and distance, then return to their conversation. They're not alarmed, just aware. Lions generally avoid human camps with fires, and these particular lions sound far enough away that they're not an immediate consideration. As the evening deepens and the hunters settle into rest, it's worth examining the tools and equipment that make this lifestyle possible. What you notice immediately is how much can be accomplished with what seems like very little, and how every item serves multiple purposes. The hunting bow deserves particular attention. It's not the heavy, powerful longbow of medieval Europe or the compound bow of modern sport hunting. This is a small, elegant tool made from carefully selected wood, often a hard wood that combines flexibility with tensile strength. The bow is perhaps 3 feet long when strung, small enough to maneuver through brush, and light enough to carry all day without fatigue. The bowstring is sinew, carefully prepared from animal tendons and twisted into cordage that's surprisingly strong, despite being thinner than your pinky finger. This string requires periodic attention to keep it properly conditioned, and the hunters check their bows regularly, rubbing the strings with fat to keep them supple, and inspecting the wood for any developing cracks or weaknesses. The arrows are engineering marvels in miniature. Each consists of a reed shaft, hollow and light, with a separate wooden foreshaft inserted into the reed. The foreshaft can be replaced if it breaks, meaning one reed can serve for dozens of uses. The arrowheads are made from bone or metal when available, carefully shaped and sharpened. But the real sophistication is in the poison that's applied to these points. The poison comes from beetle larvae harvested from specific plants, and prepared through a process that's both art and science. The larvae are squeezed to extract a substance that's then mixed with plant saps, and possibly other ingredients depending on family recipe variations. This poison doesn't kill quickly like venom. Instead, it creates a systemic effect that gradually weakens the animal, making it easier to follow and eventually approach. Using poison might sound unsporting to modern sensibilities, but it's actually more humane than alternatives. A small bow can't deliver the kinetic energy to kill a large animal quickly. The poison allows hunters to take game they couldn't otherwise pursue, doing so in a way that minimises the animal's suffering compared to what would happen if a wounded animal escaped and died slowly from infection or blood loss. The digging stick is another tool that reveals sophistication through simplicity. It's a hardwood shaft about 3 feet long, fire hardened at one end and weighted with a stone that's been pierced and permanently attached. This weight gives the stick momentum when you're digging, making the work less exhausting. The tool serves for excavating tubers, breaking open termite mounds, defending against aggressive animals, and dozens of other purposes that arise in daily life. Clothing represents another area where Sand people demonstrate impressive adaptation to their environment. During the day, men might wear only a loincloth made from softened animal hide, just enough to protect and maintain modesty without causing overheating. Women wear slightly more, usually a leather apron front and back. Both use lightweight leather cloaks that can be worn or carried depending on temperature. But at night, as temperatures drop, these same people know how to layer effectively. The leather cloaks wrap around shoulders and torsos, providing insulation that's remarkably effective. People sleep close to the fire on their grass mattresses, sometimes using their own limbs as pillows or sharing body warmth on particularly cold nights. The leather clothing they've been wearing all day now serves as additional bedding, folded and placed strategically for extra insulation. The Sand people also use animal skins in ways that demonstrate a thorough understanding of material science. Different hides serve different purposes. Gemsbok leather makes the most durable sandals because it's tough and resists thorns. Duiker hide, being softer and more pliable, works better for bags and pouches. Eland hide, thick and substantial, makes excellent sleeping mats when properly prepared. The preparation of these hides is a process that would exhaust most modern people just watching it. Fresh hides must be scraped to remove flesh and fat, then stretched and worked to prevent stiffening. They're treated with animal brains, which contain natural oils and enzymes that cure the leather, then smoked over specific types of wood that prevent insect damage and mould. The entire process takes days and produces leather that's soft, supple and durable. Water containers made from ostrich eggshells represent another innovation that's so perfect for its purpose that it hasn't been significantly improved upon. An ostrich eggshell holds about a litre of water when properly prepared. The hunters find empty shells. Ostriches lay eggs throughout certain seasons and not all survive to hatch. Then carefully drill a hole in one end using a stone tool or bone awl. These eggshell canteens are nearly ideal water containers for nomadic life. They're lightweight when empty, strong enough to withstand rough handling, and their shape distributes impact stress evenly. The narrow opening minimises evaporation and prevents spills. Each family might own a dozen or more of these containers, cached at different locations throughout their territory, so that water is available at various points in their seasonal movements. The most impressive tool, however, might be knowledge itself. The hunters carry in their heads detailed mental maps of their territory that span hundreds of square miles. They know where to find water in different seasons, which plants are edible at which times of year, how to track dozens of different animal species, how to read weather patterns, and how to navigate by stars and landmarks. This knowledge isn't written down, it's transmitted through observation, practice and storytelling, each generation learning from the previous one. As you lie on your own grass mattress near the fire, the night reveals itself as anything but silent or static. The darkness has brought out a completely different set of life forms, and the experienced hunters around you remain casually aware of this nocturnal world even as they relax. The soundscape has layers that become apparent once you stop trying to identify individual sounds and instead listen to the whole composition. There's the constant bass note of insect life, that steady hum we mentioned earlier. Over this, bird calls punctuate the darkness, nightjars with their churring songs, owls with various hoots and shrieks depending on species, and occasionally the distinctive call of a thick knee, which sounds like someone whistling for their dog. Mammalian sounds add another dimension. Small animals rustle through grass and brush, their movements creating discrete sounds that experienced ears can identify. That particular rustle, combined with a soft munching sound, indicates a spring hare, a large rodent that moves by hopping like a miniature kangaroo and feeds on roots and grass. That different type of disturbance, more deliberate and heavier, might be a porcupine, one of the few animals that moves with complete confidence because its quills make it effectively invulnerable to most predators. Larger animals announce their presence through different means. You can hear zebras in the distance, their barking calls distinctive even if you've never heard them before. Hyenas occasionally whoop, a sound that carries for miles and serves to maintain contact between clan members. That rhythmic sound that almost resembles someone chopping wood is a giraffe walking, its hooves striking the ground with a distinctive cadence that no other animal quite replicates. The hunters listen to all of this with attention that's alert but not anxious. They're not worried about these animals, they're simply staying informed about their neighbourhood. That lion from earlier, they note when it roars again, tracking its movement mentally. It's now farther away, moving east, probably following zebra herds. This information might be useful tomorrow if they decide to hunt in that direction, or it might simply be filed away as part of the ongoing environmental awareness that characterises their lives. What predators are they actually concerned about? Surprisingly few. Lions almost never attack humans without provocation, and they especially avoid groups with fires. Leopards are more cautious of humans than humans are of them. Hyenas can be aggressive near food, but generally give people plenty of space. The most dangerous large animal is probably the Cape buffalo, but they're not present in this particular region of the Kalahari. The real nighttime concerns are smaller and more mundane. Scorpions become active after dark, hunting the insects that also come out at night. This is why the hunters cleared the ground before settling in, and why they shake out clothing and check shoes before putting them on. Snakes also hunt at night, but they're generally more interested in avoiding people than confronting them. The barrier of thorny branches around camp serves partly to discourage these smaller creatures from wandering through. As the night progresses, the temperature continues dropping. You notice the hunters adjusting to this gradually, pulling their leather cloaks more tightly, shifting closer to the fire, and adding another stick when the flames die down to coals. There's an art to maintaining a fire through the night. You don't want it blazing so high that it consumes wood too quickly, but you also don't want it to die completely and have to restart it in the middle of the night. The person tending the fire does so with minimal disruption to others. They add wood quietly, position it so it catches without creating excessive flame, and settle back to sleep. This rotation of fire tending happens organically, with whoever wakes naturally taking a turn. There's no formal schedule, no assigned shifts, just the understanding that someone needs to maintain the fire, and everyone takes responsibility for it. The moon rises late tonight, and its appearance transforms the landscape once again. Suddenly you can see beyond the immediate circle of firelight, and the savannah takes on an ethereal quality in the moonlight. Shadows sharpen, the distinction between earth and sky becomes clearer, and the overall sense of being in vast open space intensifies. In moonlight you can see why sand hunters sometimes travel at night when necessary. The landscape becomes navigable, though not easily. Tracks are harder to read, and thorns you'd see and avoid in daylight become invisible hazards. But the cooler temperatures make movement less exhausting, and certain animals become easier to approach because the moon doesn't reveal human presence as clearly as sunlight would. Tonight, however, no one has any intention of travelling. This is rest time, a pause in the constant movement that characterises their lives. The hunters aren't sleeping heavily. That kind of deep, unconscious sleep probably isn't adaptive when you're living outdoors in an environment with occasional genuine dangers. Instead, they're in a state of restful awareness, sleeping deeply enough to recuperate but lightly enough that unusual sounds or movements will wake them. Understanding how sand hunters sleep in the open requires recognizing how different their relationship with rest is compared to what most modern people experience. There's no bedroom, no mattress, no climate control, and no privacy in the way we usually think about it. Yet they achieve something that eludes many people in technologically advanced societies: genuinely restorative sleep that leaves them refreshed and ready for the next day's challenges. The grass mattresses they've created are more effective than you might expect. The thick layer of dried grass provides insulation from the ground, which becomes surprisingly cold during the night as it radiates the heat it absorbed during the day. The grass also provides cushioning, not the luxurious softness of a modern mattress, but enough that sleeping doesn't mean lying directly on hard sand and small stones. Position matters too. The hunters sleep in a loose semicircle around the fire, with each person's feet oriented toward the warmth. This arrangement means your torso and limbs can be wrapped in your cloak for insulation, while your feet receive radiant heat from the fire. It's also a social arrangement that allows conversation before sleep and ensures that everyone is within easy reach if something goes wrong during the night. The leather cloaks serve as remarkably effective blankets. Animal hide provides excellent insulation, while being breathable enough that you don't wake up drenched in sweat. The cloak wraps around your body, creating a cocoon that traps body heat, while still allowing you to move if needed. On particularly cold nights, people might share cloaks, using social bonds and body heat to maximize warmth. Your head rests on whatever you've designated as a pillow. Sometimes a folded piece of clothing, sometimes a small leather bag filled with grass, sometimes simply your own arm. The Sand people don't seem to suffer from the neck problems that plague people who use elaborate pillow systems. Possibly their bodies have adapted through generations to sleeping this way. Or possibly our modern sleep systems have created problems that wouldn't exist without them. The sounds of the night, which you might expect to be disruptive, actually seem to contribute to rather than detract from sleep. That constant insect hum creates white noise that masks other, more jarring sounds. The fire's crackle provides a rhythmic, somewhat hypnotic background. Even the occasional animal calls, once you've learned they're not threatening, become part of the nighttime soundscape rather than disruptions to it. What's particularly interesting is the flexibility of sleep patterns. The hunters don't sleep straight through for 8 hours, as sleep experts constantly tell us we should. Instead, they sleep in segments, waking occasionally to tend the fire, relieve themselves, or simply lie awake for a few minutes before returning to sleep. This segmented sleep pattern was probably normal for humans throughout most of our history, and it seems to work perfectly well for people living this lifestyle. Dreams, when discussed the next morning, are taken seriously as sources of information and meaning. A hunter who dreams of water might influence the group's decision about which direction to travel. Someone who dreams of a particular animal might suggest they focus their hunting efforts on that species. This isn't superstition in the way we usually think of it. It's recognition that our subconscious minds process information in ways that our conscious awareness might miss. The quality of sleep also varies with the moon phase. On dark, moonless nights, sleep tends to be deeper and longer, because there's simply less to see or do once darkness falls. On bright moonlit nights, people tend to stay up later, talk more, and sleep more lightly. The hunters' sleep schedules are naturally synchronized with lunar rhythms in ways that modern artificial lighting has completely disrupted for most of humanity. As the night deepens into its quietest hours, that period around midnight when even nocturnal animals seem to pause, the camp settles into its most peaceful state. The fire has burned down to glowing coals that provide steady heat without much visible flame. The hunters sleep in various positions, some curled on their sides, some on their backs, some with legs drawn up, and some stretched out. Each person has found their comfortable position through a lifetime of sleeping this way. There's something deeply reassuring about sleeping in a group like this, even for an observer like yourself. The quiet sounds of other people breathing, the occasional shift of position, the knowledge that several pairs of eyes and ears will wake if anything unusual happens. All of this creates a sense of security that solitary modern sleepers often lack. We evolved sleeping in groups, and being around others at night probably satisfies some ancient need for social proximity during vulnerable times. The first hint of dawn arrives not as light but as sound. Bird calls change their character. The nightjars fall silent, replaced by early rising species whose songs announce the coming day. A chat begins its distinctive call from somewhere nearby, a cheerful series of notes that seems to celebrate the end of night. The insects that dominated the evening soundscape fade as diurnal species begin stirring. The temperature at this hour is at its lowest point, and you notice the hunters drawing their cloaks more tightly in these pre-dawn moments. The fire has burned down considerably, though someone, you didn't notice who or when, has fed it during the night, so it hasn't gone completely cold. Now someone stirs more fully, adds several sticks, and begins coaxing the fire back to life with gentle blowing. Light arrives slowly at first, then more rapidly. The eastern horizon develops a pale glow that gradually strengthens, shifting from deep blue to lighter shades, then picking up warm colours as the sun nears the horizon. The stars fade in this growing light. First the fainter ones disappear, then the brighter ones, until finally only Venus remains visible, the morning star hanging in a sky that's transitioning from night to day. The hunters wake gradually rather than all at once. There's no alarm, no urgent need to leap up and begin moving. Instead, people transition from sleep to wakefulness in their own time, lying quietly for a few minutes, perhaps adding another stick to the fire, eventually sitting up and stretching muscles that have been still for hours. The morning routine has its own gentle rhythm. Someone checks the coals from last night's buried tubers. A few were left deliberately for morning eating. These get dug out, brushed free of ash, and broken open. The interior is soft and steaming, with a sweet, earthy flavour that's satisfying without being heavy. Shared around the fire, these tubers serve as breakfast for people who will be walking again within an hour. Water gets passed around in those ostrich egg containers, each person taking a drink that's measured not by conscious restraint, but by practiced habit. In an environment where water requires significant effort to obtain, nobody wastes it, but nobody hoards it either. You drink what you need, aware that there will be opportunities to find more later today, if you remember the landscape lessons you've learned. As full daylight arrives, the savannah reveals what the night had hidden. You can see now that your camp sits in an area where animal tracks crisscross in dozens of directions. During the night, creatures pass nearby. The prints are fresh, probably made in the hours before dawn. There are small antelope tracks, the distinctive marks of ground-dwelling birds, and the scratches where something dug for insects or roots. The hunters examine these tracks with casual interest, reading them the way you might glance at headlines in a newspaper. They're not alarmed by this evidence of nighttime visitors, they expected it. But they note which animals passed, in which directions, and at approximately what times based on how the tracks overlap and how much the sand has shifted around their edges. The morning air has remarkable clarity that will last only a couple of hours before heat begins creating shimmer and distortion. Right now you can see for miles across the savannah, watching how the low-angle sunlight creates long shadows and highlights every contour of the landscape. Birds are particularly active at this hour, and you can see various species moving between feeding areas. Sand grouse flying in swift direct lines toward distant water. Hornbills hopping among tree branches and larks singing from exposed perches. Before leaving camp, the hunters perform a simple but important ritual. They scatter the fire and cover it with sand. This isn't about hiding evidence of their presence. Their tracks and the flattened grass make that impossible anyway. It's about fire safety in a landscape where unchecked flames could devastate the environment. The scattered ashes and charred wood will be nearly invisible within days, incorporated back into the soil. The grass mattresses get kicked apart and scattered, returning to the landscape they came from. The thorny branches of the windbreak remain where they are. They'll decompose naturally and might even be useful to the next group that camps here. In less than 15 minutes, the campsite that felt so established last night has been largely erased, leaving only subtle signs that humans rested here. As the group prepares to move, they perform one final check of their surroundings. Tools get inspected to ensure nothing is damaged or missing. Leather bags get checked to verify their contents. Water containers get shaken to assess how much remains. Each person mentally reviews what they're carrying and what they know about the landscape ahead. The direction of travel today was decided partly last night and partly this morning based on weather observations, animal signs, and the group's overall goals. They're not wandering aimlessly. They have destinations in mind, resources they want to check, and a general route that will take them through productive areas. But their planning remains flexible, ready to adapt if they encounter unexpected opportunities or challenges. As you prepare to leave this nighttime experience and return to your own world of climate control and indoor plumbing, it's worth reflecting on what these sand hunters understand about living that modern life sometimes obscures. Their knowledge isn't romantic primitivism or noble savage idealism. It's practical wisdom developed through thousands of generations of lived experience. First, they understand that comfort is relative and adaptable. The same conditions that would leave most modern people miserable, sleeping on the ground, limited water, temperature extremes, no walls or doors, are completely normal to them. They haven't developed superhuman tolerance. They've simply learned what humans are actually capable of when properly prepared. The gap between our comfort expectations and our actual physical capabilities is probably much larger than most of us realise. Second, they demonstrate that less can genuinely be more when it comes to possessions and technology. Their entire material culture, everything they own and use, could fit in a couple of backpacks. Yet they're not impoverished or suffering. They have what they need for their environment and lifestyle. The elaborate systems we've built around ourselves, homes, vehicles, countless possessions, solve real problems but also create new ones. The SAN approach suggests that matching tools to actual needs, rather than accumulating things because we can, might be worth reconsidering. Third, they show that deep environmental knowledge creates a different kind of security than the kind we usually seek. We try to make ourselves secure by building structures that keep nature out, and by accumulating resources we can control. The SAN make themselves secure by understanding nature so thoroughly that they can work with it rather than against it. When you know where to find water, food and shelter across hundreds of square miles, you're less vulnerable to local disruptions than someone who depends on fragile supply chains. Fourth, their social system demonstrates that cooperation doesn't require formal organisation or enforcement. Food gets shared, labour gets divided, and decisions get made through consensus, all without contracts or rules or designated authorities. This works because the group is small enough that everyone knows everyone else, and because their lifestyle creates natural incentives for cooperation. You can't survive alone in the Kalahari, so maintaining good relationships isn't optional, it's a survival strategy. Fifth, they remind us that human brains are capable of storing and processing incredible amounts of information without writing or digital devices. The mental maps the hunters carry, the species identification they perform instantly, the weather prediction they do through observation, and the navigation they accomplish using stars and landmarks. All of this represents cognitive capabilities that most modern people have let atrophy. We've outsourced so much memory and processing to external devices that we've forgotten what our own minds can do. Sixth, their sleep patterns suggest that our modern 8-hour straight obsession might be culturally specific rather than biologically necessary. They sleep in segments, wake during the night, adjust their schedules to natural light, and seem perfectly well rested. Perhaps the sleep problems that plague modern societies stem partly from trying to force our biology into patterns that don't actually suit us. Seventh, they demonstrate that meaningful work and leisure aren't opposites. Gathering food, making tools, and travelling across the landscape, these activities are simultaneously work and engagement with life. They're not counting down hours until they can stop working and start living. The integration of labour and life creates a different quality of experience than the modern pattern of working at jobs we tolerate to earn money for the free time when we can do what we actually want. Eighth, their relationship with risk shows that trying to eliminate all danger might not be the path to well-being. They live with genuine risks, weather, injury, food scarcity, and occasional dangerous animals. But they've developed competence and confidence that makes these risks manageable rather than paralysing. Modern safety obsessions sometimes create psychological fragility by preventing people from developing the skills and confidence that come from managing real challenges. None of this means their lifestyle is perfect or that we should all abandon modern life and move to the Kalahari. The SAN face genuine hardships, infant mortality rates that would horrify modern parents, medical problems that could be easily solved with basic healthcare, and vulnerability to droughts that kill people. Romanticising their lifestyle while ignoring its difficulties is both inaccurate and disrespectful, but neither should we dismiss their way of life as simply primitive or inferior to our own. They've developed sophisticated solutions to the challenges of their environment, solutions that work extremely well for their circumstances. And some of their approaches, their environmental knowledge, their social cooperation, their material simplicity, their integration of work and life, contain insights that remain valuable even for people living in very different contexts. The most important lesson might be about adaptability itself. The Sand people thrive in an environment that would kill most modern humans within days, not because they're physiologically different, but because they've learned their landscape thoroughly and adapted their behaviour to match its demands. Every human society does this to some degree. We all adapt to our environments. The question is whether we're doing so consciously and thoughtfully, or whether we're simply accepting whatever patterns our culture happens to have developed. As you mentally return from the Kalahari savannah to your own bedroom, carrying memories of firelit faces and star-filled skies, consider what elements of that nighttime experience might translate across centuries and continents to your own life. You probably can't, and shouldn't try to, replicate the sand hunter lifestyle in modern suburbia, but you can borrow from their approach to rest and recovery. What would it mean to create evening routines that genuinely prepare your body and mind for sleep, rather than simply marking time until you collapse into bed? The hunter's gradual transition from activity to rest, their attention to comfort and warmth, and their use of fire and social connection to create restful environments. All of these have analogues in modern life if you look for them. You might experiment with reducing artificial light in your evening hours, letting your body respond to natural darkness signals. You could create simple rituals that mark the transition from day to night, helping your mind recognize when it's time to shift gears. You could pay attention to temperature, recognizing that cooler sleeping environments often produce better rest. You could even reconsider whether sleeping straight through the night is really necessary, or whether waking briefly is natural and acceptable. The hunter's relationship with possessions offers another transportable lesson. What would your life look like if you evaluated everything you own by whether it serves multiple purposes and whether you truly need it? The freedom that comes from having less stuff, less to maintain, less to organise, less to worry about, is available to anyone willing to question their accumulation habits. Their environmental awareness suggests that paying attention to the natural world, even in urban or suburban settings, can create a richer daily experience. You might not need to track animals across sand, but you could notice which birds visit your area in different seasons, which plants bloom when and how weather patterns develop. This attention doesn't require moving to the wilderness, it just requires deciding that the non-human world is worth noticing. Their social patterns, the automatic sharing, the consensus decision-making, the absence of formal hierarchy, won't translate directly to modern life with its complex institutions and millions of strangers. But within your own circles of family and friends, you might find opportunities to practice more generous sharing, more collaborative decision-making, and more egalitarian relationships. Most fundamentally, the sand hunters demonstrate that human beings are adaptable, capable, and resilient in ways that modern convenience sometimes obscures. We've built elaborate systems to protect ourselves from discomfort and uncertainty, but in doing so, we've sometimes prevented ourselves from developing the competence and confidence that come from facing challenges directly. You don't need to sleep on the ground in the savannah to reconnect with these fundamental human capabilities. You just need to occasionally step outside your comfort zone, try things that are slightly difficult, develop skills that aren't immediately useful, and pay attention to the world beyond screens and walls. The specific challenges matter less than the practice of engaging with them. Tonight, as you lie in your bed, probably more comfortable than any grass mattress could ever be, you might notice sounds you usually ignore. That cricket outside your window, the wind moving through trees, and the distant sound of traffic that creates its own kind of white noise. These sounds connect you to the same nighttime world that sand hunters experience, just in a different context. You might feel grateful for your shelter and safety while also recognizing that the sand hunters aren't suffering in their open camps. Different environments suit different lifestyles, and what seems harsh from one perspective is simply normal from another. Understanding this might make you less judgmental about people whose lives look different from yours, and less defensive about your own choices. You might reflect on how much of your life involves trying to control or eliminate variables: temperature, light, sound, social interaction, risk, and wonder whether some of that control costs more than it benefits. The hunters accept variability as inherent to existence and develop flexibility instead of control. There might be wisdom in that approach, even for people who aren't planning to sleep under the stars. As sleep begins to overtake you, imagine that campfire still burning in the Kalahari. It's like creating a small island of warmth in the vast darkness. Imagine hunters sleeping their segmented sleep, waking occasionally to tend the flames, comfortable in an environment that would terrify most modern people. Imagine them waking at dawn to scatter the fire, check their tools, and walk again across a landscape they know as intimately as you know your own neighbourhood. Their world and yours are separated by oceans, centuries, and completely different ways of organising human life. Yet the fundamental experiences remain the same: the need for rest, the search for comfort, the desire for safety, the value of social connection, the satisfaction of competence, and the peace that comes from understanding your environment well enough to trust it. Sleep well, knowing that somewhere, someone is sleeping under stars that are the same stars you'd see if you went outside right now. Somewhere, a fire is burning that's made from the same combustion chemistry as the flames humans first mastered hundreds of thousands of years ago. Somewhere, people are living lives that connect directly to the deepest patterns of human existence. Patterns that persist beneath all our modern elaborations. And tomorrow, when you wake to alarm clocks and artificial light, you'll carry with you the memory of a different kind of waking. The gradual transition that happens when your body responds to natural light and natural temperature changes. When you open your eyes to see whether the fire still burns and whether your companions are stirring. That memory might change how you think about morning routines, sleep patterns, possessions, environmental awareness, social relationships, and what it means to be comfortably at home in the world. Or it might simply rest in your mind as a pleasant story about people who live differently than you do. Either way, the night in the Kalahari has been real in your imagination, and imagination is where all understanding begins. The hunters rest well tonight, as they have for thousands of years, and so can you. Picture yourself waking up in a narrow bed that's barely wider than a coffin, but somehow more comfortable than anything you'd known before coming to Ashworth Manor. The room you share with two other housemaids is tucked under the eaves, where the ceiling slopes down so dramatically that you've learned to duck instinctively when getting dressed. The walls are thin enough that you can hear Mrs. Pemberton, the head cook, already clattering about in the kitchen 3 floors below, her wooden spoons conducting an orchestra of copper pots. It's 4:30 in the morning, and your body has become a living alarm clock. After 18 months in service, you no longer need the bell that Martha, the senior housemaid, rings to wake everyone. Your bones simply know when it's time to begin another day in the wonderful machine of the manor house. You slide your feet into boots that have moulded themselves to your particular brand of exhaustion, comfortable in all the wrong places, worn thin where you need them most. The floorboards creak their familiar greeting as you tiptoe around your sleeping roommates. Sarah, the scullery maid, talks in her sleep about her sweetheart back in the village, while Emma, who works in the laundry, snores with the dedication of someone who's earned every moment of rest. The servants' staircase serves as your primary route to all important places. It's narrow and steep, designed by architects who clearly never had to carry a coal scuttle up 4 flights, while balancing a chamber pot and trying not to wake the entire household. You've developed a peculiar grace navigating these stairs, part mountain goat, part ballet dancer, all determination not to tumble backward into catastrophe. Your first stop is the magnificent hall, where yesterday's ashes in the massive fireplace look like the remains of a small dragon. The grate is heavy enough to anchor a ship, and cleaning it requires the kind of athletic ability that would impress circus performers. You've learned to approach it like a puzzle. First the smaller pieces, then the grate itself, always mindful that coal dust has a magical ability to appear on surfaces you haven't even touched yet. The manor wakes up around you in layers. First come the other servants, moving through their morning routines with the synchronised precision of dancers who've rehearsed the same performance for years. Then come the dogs, Lord Ashworth's hunting hounds, who seem to insist on serving breakfast at 5 sharp, regardless of human convenience. Finally, the house itself begins to stir, floorboards settling, pipes gurgling their morning complaints, and somewhere in the distance, the grandfather clock in the entrance hall chiming the hours like a stern headmaster, keeping everyone on schedule. You've learned to love these early morning moments, when the manor belongs entirely to its servants. There's something peaceful about moving through rooms that will later buzz with the complicated social machinery of the upper classes, but for now exist in a state of suspended animation. The drawing room, with its silk wallpaper and furniture that costs more than most people earn in a decade, feels almost friendly in the pre-dawn darkness. You dust the mahogany tables and straighten the cushions on chairs that probably have their own names and pedigrees. The morning light filtering through the tall windows reveals dust motes dancing in the air like tiny rebellious spirits. You've developed a personal relationship with dust. It's your constant companion, your eternal opponent, and occasionally, when the light hits it just right, your unwitting collaborator in creating something almost beautiful. Dust, you've learned, has personality. The dust in the library is scholarly and dignified, settling politely on leather-bound books. The dust in the children's playroom is chaotic and adventurous, hiding in corners and emerging at the most inconvenient moments. By 6 o'clock, you've already accomplished what most people would consider a full day's work. The fires are lit, the main rooms are clean, and you've managed to avoid waking anyone who might dock your wages for disturbing their beauty sleep. Your back aches in that particular way that comes from bending over grates and reaching under furniture. But there's also a satisfaction in seeing the manor slowly come to life around your efforts. The kitchen, when you finally make it there for your breakfast, is a warm refuge filled with the smell of fresh bread and the comfortable chaos of Mrs. Pemberton's domain. She rules her realm with the authority of a general and the warmth of a favourite aunt, dispensing both orders and wisdom in equal measure. The pecking order in a Victorian mansion is more complex than the family tree of European royalty, and twice as confusing for newcomers. You've learned to navigate this social labyrinth with the skill of a diplomat, always mindful of who outranks whom, and exactly how much courtesy each position demands. At the top of the servants' hierarchy sits Mr. Whitmore, the butler, who carries himself with the dignity of a man who's never doubted his place in the world. Mr. Whitmore, the butler, possesses the ability to elevate the mundane task of polishing silver to a sacred ritual, and his disapproval is unmistakable. You've seen him reduce footmen to stammering apologies with nothing more than a raised eyebrow and a slight tightening around the eyes. Just below him reigns Mrs. Hartwell, the housekeeper, who manages the female staff with the organisational skills of a military commander and the intuition of someone who's raised 12 children. She carries a massive ring of keys that jangles with every step, announcing her presence like a one-woman brass band. These keys unlock everything from the linen closets to the wine cellar, and the sound of them has become the soundtrack of authority in your daily life. Mrs. Pemberton rules the kitchen with an iron ladle and a heart that's softer than her Yorkshire pudding. She's a cook who meticulously remembers each servant's preferred tea and consistently provides an extra biscuit during a particularly challenging day. Her domain is distinct from the rest of the house hierarchy, as she reports directly to Mrs. Hartwell. However, within her kitchen, her authority is unquestioned. You've found your place somewhere in the middle of this complex social machinery. As a housemaid, you're above the scullery maids and the kitchen help, but below the ladies' maids and the governess. It's a position that requires a peculiar kind of social awareness. You need to be respectful to those above you, kind to those below you, and cautious around those at your level, because horizontal politics among servants can be more treacherous than anything happening upstairs. The footmen occupy their own strange category in this hierarchy. They're technically your equals, but they seem to believe their fancy uniforms and proximity to the dining room make them practically members of the family. James, the senior footman, has mastered the skill of sneering at people, while simultaneously serving them soup. His pomaded hair and pristine white gloves make him look like he's constantly ready for a formal portrait, even when he's just carrying coal scuttles. The daily dance of precedence plays out in 100 small ways. Who enters the servants' hall first for meals, who gets the best seat near the fire, who's allowed to voice opinions about the family's guests, and who must simply listen and nod. You've learned to read these subtle cues like a scholar studying ancient texts, because misunderstanding your place can result in anything from cold shoulders to actual dismissal. The strangest part of this hierarchy is how it mirrors the family upstairs while remaining completely separate from it. Lord Ashworth might be the master of the house, but he has no idea that William, the second footman, has been conducting a subtle campaign of psychological warfare against Thomas, the hall boy, over whose responsibility it is to polish the brass doorknobs. These servant dramas unfold parallel to the family's lives, invisible to them but consuming tremendous energy below stairs. You've developed a strategy for navigating these social waters that involves generous amounts of tea, careful listening, and an almost supernatural ability to become invisible when tensions rise. The key is understanding that everyone, from the lowliest scullery maid to the most exalted lady's maid, is desperately trying to maintain their dignity in a world that offers very little of it to people in service. The laundry maids exist in their own steamy universe, emerging from the basement washhouse looking like they've been wrestling with clouds. They speak their language of starch and soap, and their hands are permanently pruned from constant contact with water. Emma, who shares your attic room, comes to bed every night smelling like carbolic soap and lavender, a combination that's become as comforting as a lullaby. The truly fascinating members of this servant ecosystem are the specialists, the lamp trimmer, who treats each fixture like a delicate patient requiring surgery, the boot boy, who knows the footwear preferences of every family member and guest, and the under-butler who's being groomed for Mr. Whitmore's position and carries the weight of that future responsibility like a crown that's still being fitted. Living in a Victorian mansion means existing in two worlds simultaneously, like being an actor in a play where half the cast doesn't know the other half exists. You've mastered the art of becoming functionally invisible when family members are present, a skill that requires more athleticism than most people realise. The back staircase is your lifeline to invisibility. It's a narrow, winding passage that connects every floor of the house, designed specifically so servants can move through the mansion without disturbing the family's carefully orchestrated daily life. You've learned to navigate these stairs in complete darkness, your feet knowing exactly where each step creaks and which handrail wiggles. It's like having a secret passage to everywhere that matters, except the secret is that you're not supposed to exist while using it. The family's daily routine creates a complex choreography that you've learned to dance around. Lady Ashworth takes her morning tea at precisely 8 o'clock, which means you need to have her sitting room immaculate by 7:30. She has a particular way of sighing when things aren't arranged to her satisfaction, not quite disapproval but definitely disappointment, that can ruin your entire morning if you're not prepared for it. The children present their own unique challenges. Master Frederick, 8 years old and convinced of his military greatness, has transformed the third floor into his personal battlefield. You've learned to clean around elaborate arrangements of toy soldiers, knowing that disturbing his campaigns could result in the kind of tantrum that brings his mother running and gets servants blamed for corrupting young minds. His sister, Miss Caroline, is 12 and has recently discovered the power of treating servants like her personal confidants, which is flattering until you realise she's practising her future role as mistress of her household. The guests are where things get intriguing. Every visitor brings their expectations, their servants, and their own way of treating the household staff. You've learned to read people quickly. Some guests treat you like furniture, others like family pets, and a precious few like actual human beings. Those who attempt to appear friendly, yet make it evident that they view you as a completely different species, are the worst. Mrs. Fitzpatrick, Lady Ashworth's sister, visits monthly and treats the servants' hall like her personal entertainment venue. She sweeps through, asking intrusive questions about your personal life, while simultaneously rearranging everything according to her own preferences. Her lady's maid, Miss Prentice, apologises constantly for her mistress's behaviour, while somehow making it clear that she considers herself superior to the permanent staff. The dinner parties are where your invisibility skills get their greatest workout. You've learned to move through the dining room like a ghost, refilling water glasses and replacing courses while 8 to 12 people conduct conversations that range from fascinating to horrifying, often within the same sentence. The trick is to listen without appearing to listen, to anticipate needs without seeming to pay attention, and to remember everything while pretending to forget it all the moment you leave the room. Overhearing conversations about politics, finance, and social scandals that would make excellent gossip if you could share them. You've gained valuable insights. The family discusses their neighbours' affairs, their business dealings, and their opinions about everything from the weather to the empire, all while servants move around them like well-trained spirits. It has provided you with an education in human nature that no school could match. The most challenging aspect of this upstairs-downstairs existence is maintaining your sense of self while pretending to be invisible. You've learned to find moments of genuine connection with the family members, a shared joke with Miss Carolyn, a moment of appreciation from Lady Ashworth when you've arranged her flowers particularly well, or a nod of approval from Lord Ashworth when you've managed to clean his study without disturbing his carefully organised chaos. The house itself becomes a character in this daily drama. Different rooms have different personalities, different moods, and different requirements for how you're supposed to behave in them. The library demands quiet reverence. The drawing room requires careful attention to every surface, and the nursery needs the kind of vigilance that comes from knowing that children can destroy a perfectly clean room in the time it takes to blink. Cleaning a Victorian mansion is like being a detective, a chemist, and an athlete all rolled into one exhausting profession. You've learned that every stain tells a story, every surface has its personality, and every cleaning solution has the potential to either save the day or create a disaster that follows you for months. The cleaning supplies in Mrs. Hartwell's locked cupboard look like ingredients for either medicine or mayhem, depending on your level of expertise. Mrs. Hartwell's locked cupboard contains a variety of cleaning supplies, including carbolic acid for the floors, vinegar for the windows, and a product known as Monkey Brand soap, which, while purportedly effective on everything from brass to boots, often leaves your hands feeling as if you've been handling sandpaper. You've developed a personal relationship with different types of dirt. There's the honest dirt that comes from daily living, dust, mud, the occasional spilled tea, which responds to straightforward cleaning methods and doesn't hold grudges. Then there's the sneaky dirt that hides in corners and behind furniture, waiting to embarrass you when important guests visit. The worst is the mysterious dirt that appears overnight on surfaces you cleaned perfectly the day before, which you're convinced is either supernatural or the result of some servant conspiracy you haven't figured out yet. The weekly ritual of cleaning the chandeliers requires the kind of courage usually reserved for mountain climbing. You've mastered the art of dismantling these crystal monsters, meticulously cleaning each individual crystal with a solution that Mrs. Hartwell fervently advocates but withholds the recipe. The crystals have to be dried with specific cloths, polished with particular movements, and reassembled in exactly the right order, or they'll catch the light wrong and everyone will notice. Carpet cleaning is where you've truly earned your stripes as a domestic warrior. The dining room carpet, which depicts some sort of hunting scene with more deer than you'd see in an actual forest, requires weekly attention with a carpet beater that's heavier than most people's luggage. You've learned to read the carpet's mood. Some weeks it gives up its dirt easily, other weeks it clings to every speck like it's fighting for its life. The silver service is your nemesis and your pride simultaneously. There are pieces in the butler's pantry that have been in the family for generations, each with its own cleaning requirements and its own way of making you look incompetent. The tea service from Lord Ashworth's grandmother requires a special polish that has to be applied in circular motions, never straight lines, and buffed to a shine that can blind unsuspecting footmen. You've discovered that cleaning is really about understanding chemistry, even if nobody calls it that. Different materials require different approaches, different solutions, and different techniques. The marble in the entrance hall needs gentle treatment with specific soaps, while the wood panelling in the study requires oils that have been mixed according to recipes that are closely guarded family secrets. The laundry presents its own scientific challenges. You've learned to identify stains by sight, smell, and sometimes by the story behind them. Blood requires cold water and salt. Wine needs to be treated immediately with white wine if you can get it. And mysterious stains on the children's clothing usually respond to a combination of prayer and whatever Mrs. Pemberton recommends from her arsenal of kitchen remedies. Your skills truly test during the seasonal cleaning rituals. Spring cleaning means taking apart every room, cleaning surfaces that haven't seen attention since the previous year, and discovering problems that have been hiding all winter. You've learned to approach these marathons like a military campaign, with careful planning, strategic supply management, and the kind of determination that comes from knowing that failure means starting over from the beginning. The tools of your trade have become extensions of your body, You know exactly how much pressure each brush can handle, which cloths work best on which surfaces, and how to make a feather duster perform like a precision instrument. Your hands have developed calluses in places that tell the story of your daily routine, and your back has learned to bend and twist in ways that would impress contortionists. The kitchen is the heart of the manor, but it's a heart that beats with the rhythm of organised chaos, military precision, and the occasional minor explosion when someone forgets that the temperamental stove has a mind of its own. You've learned to navigate this culinary battlefield with the skill of a diplomat and the reflexes of someone who's been hit by flying pastry once too often. Mrs. Pemberton governs her domain with a wooden spoon that has endured more use than most medieval weapons. Mrs. Pemberton is a cook who adeptly prepares a 7-course dinner for 12 guests, manages the daily meals for 23 servants, monitors dietary restrictions that fluctuate with the weather, and maintains a constant commentary on the moral failings of anyone who has ever questioned her gravy. The kitchen follows a schedule that would leave railway conductors feeling envious. Breakfast preparation begins at 4:30, with the great stove being coaxed to life like a temperamental dragon that requires specific rituals to avoid breathing fire in the wrong direction. The bread has to rise at precisely the right temperature. The porridge must be stirred in a particular pattern to avoid lumps, and the bacon requires the kind of attention usually reserved for diplomatic negotiations. You've learned to read the kitchen's moods like a weather forecaster. When Mrs. Pemberton starts humming while she kneads bread, it's going to be a good day. When she begins muttering about ungrateful families and servants who don't appreciate proper cooking, it's time to become very useful, very quietly, and very far from her line of sight. When she starts banging pots louder than necessary, everyone knows to work faster and speak less. The scullery maid, poor Sarah, lives in a world of endless dishes, where every meal creates a mountain of plates, glasses, and serving pieces that need to be washed, dried, and put away before the next meal begins the cycle again. She's developed arms that could probably arm wrestle most of the footmen, and a philosophical approach to dishwater that borders on the mystical. Her domain is the enormous sink, a porcelain monster that could probably bathe a small horse, and she approaches each load of dishes like a general planning a campaign. The preparation of meals for upstairs is a performance that requires choreography, timing, and the kind of attention to detail that would impress Swiss watchmakers. Every plate must be warmed to the exact temperature, every garnish placed with artistic precision, and every course timed to arrive at the dining room exactly when the family is ready for it. You've learned to move through this ballet without disrupting the flow, carrying messages between the kitchen and the dining room, adjusting plans when last-minute guests arrive, and somehow managing to be helpful without getting in the way. The servants' meals present their challenges. We need to feed 23 people substantial, satisfying food that is efficient to prepare and doesn't require the same ingredients as the family's meals. Mrs. Pemberton has mastered the skill of maximising the use of ingredients, resulting in meals that are not only economical but also delicious, despite her reluctance to acknowledge their deliciousness. The weekly delivery of supplies turns the kitchen into a small version of a marketplace. Tradesmen arrive with vegetables, meat, dairy and dry goods, and Mrs. Pemberton inspects everything with the critical eye of someone who's been fooled by wilted lettuce exactly once and learned her lesson. She haggles over prices, rejects inferior products, and somehow manages to maintain relationships with suppliers that ensure the manor gets the best of everything while staying within budget. The kitchen gossip network is more efficient than the postal service. Information travels from the tradesman's entrance to the servants' hall faster than steam from a kettle, and Mrs. Pemberton somehow knows about neighbourhood scandals before they happen. She dispenses wisdom about everything from unreliable butchers to unsuitable marriages, all while stirring sauces and timing roasts with the precision of a master conductor. The kitchen reveals its true character during the evening clean-up. After a day of constant activity, the great room needs to be restored to perfect order for the next day's battles. Every surface must be scrubbed, every pot cleaned and put away, and the stove banked for the night like a faithful pet being tucked into bed. It's during these quiet moments that you appreciate the kitchen's warmth, both literal and metaphorical, and understand why it's considered the heart of the entire household. Living in a Victorian mansion also makes you an unwilling keeper of family secrets, neighbourhood gossip and blackmail material, which you would never do because that would be wrong and you need this job. The servants' hall after dinner is where information flows like tea from a pot. Sometimes bitter, sometimes sweet, always hot. You've learned to listen carefully and speak cautiously, because gossip is currency in the servant world, and spending it unwisely can leave you socially bankrupt. The trick is knowing which stories are safe to share, which ones are too dangerous to repeat, and which ones are so delicious that keeping them secret feels like a physical sacrifice. Martha, the senior housemaid, has been with the family for 15 years and knows everything about everyone. She possesses an extensive knowledge of scandals, ranging from Lord Ashworth's youthful gambling debts to the reasons behind Lady Ashworth's sister's exclusion from Christmas dinner. Martha dispenses this information like a careful pharmacist, giving you just enough to satisfy your curiosity without providing enough to get you into trouble. The most fascinating discoveries come from cleaning the family's private spaces. You've mastered the art of interpreting clues, such as the hastily hidden letters upon entering a room, the abrupt halts in conversations when servants arrive, and the poignant glances shared among family members that reveal intricate details about situations you're not expected to comprehend. The art is in appearing oblivious while actually being quite observant, and in remembering everything while pretending to forget it all. The guest rooms hold a wealth of information about the family's social connections. You've learned to deduce entire stories from the contents of visitors' luggage, their correspondence, and their requests for specific services. Colonel Weatherby, who visits quarterly, always brings his soap and requests extra towels, which suggests either fastidious hygiene or something more interesting that you're not supposed to think about. Mrs. Vanderbilt always travels with her sheets and insists on having her tea prepared with water that's been boiled exactly twice, which tells you something about either her standards or her superstitions. The most dangerous secrets are the ones that involve the family's finances. You've overheard enough conversations to understand that the manor's magnificent appearance might not reflect the actual state of the family's resources. There are whispered discussions about mortgages, investments, and the need to make certain economies that must never be apparent to visitors. This knowledge lingers in your mind, too significant to overlook, yet too perilous to divulge. The romantic entanglements of the family provide endless entertainment for the servants' hall. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the moment when Miss Caroline's parents will notice her obvious infatuation with the young curate, who is visiting to discuss her charitable work. Master Frederick's current obsession with military history seems to be connected to his desire to impress Miss Julia, the daughter of a visiting general, which is adorable until you realise that 8-year-old romantic strategies involve increasingly elaborate displays of toy soldier expertise. Observing the relationship between Lord and Lady Ashworth from the unique perspective of someone who maintains their private spaces is a fascinating study in Victorian marriage. They maintain the perfect facade of domestic harmony in public, but you've learned to read the subtle signs of tension, separate bedrooms during certain weeks, conversations that are too polite to be natural, and the way they sometimes communicate through servants rather than directly to each other. The most unexpected secrets are the ones that reveal the family's humanity. You've discovered that Lord Ashworth writes poetry, which he hides in his desk drawer like it's evidence of criminal activity. Lady Ashworth discreetly transfers funds to her former governess, who is struggling financially. Master Frederick sleeps with a stuffed elephant he's had since infancy, and Miss Caroline keeps a diary locked in a box you would never dream of opening, even though you know exactly where she hides the key. The neighbourhood scandals that filter through the servants' network are like chapters in a novel that never ends. There's the ongoing mystery of why the Pemberton family down the road suddenly dismissed their entire staff last month. The speculation about whether Mr. Harrington's new wife is actually as young as she claims to be, and the delicious controversy surrounding the Methodist minister's daughter, who's been seen walking unchaperoned with a young man who's definitely not from a suitable family. After 18 months in service, you've learned that life in a Victorian mansion is built on rhythm. The daily beat of routine that keeps everything functioning, punctuated by moments of unexpected magic that make all the hard work worthwhile. Your days have developed a musical quality, each task flowing into the next with the kind of precision that comes from repetition and the knowledge that 22 other people depend on you doing your part perfectly. The changing seasons bring different rhythms to the manor. Spring means opening windows that have been sealed against winter's cold, beating rugs that have collected months of fireplace smoke, and the general resurrection of a house that's been hibernating. Summer brings garden parties, house guests, and the challenge of keeping cool in rooms that face the afternoon sun. Autumn means preparing for winter's siege, preserving food, and the melancholy beauty of watching the grounds transform into a landscape painting. Winter brings the cosy intimacy of smaller, warmer spaces, the constant tending of fires, and the satisfaction of keeping a large house comfortable when nature is doing its best to freeze everything solid. You've learned to find beauty in the most mundane tasks. There's something almost meditative about polishing silver until it reflects your face with perfect clarity, or arranging flowers in a way that makes an ordinary room feel like a scene from a fairy tale. The repetitive nature of your work has taught you to appreciate small improvements, tiny victories, and the satisfaction that comes from doing something well, even when nobody notices. The family has grown from distant figures to real people with quirks, habits, and personalities that you've learned to accommodate and even appreciate. Lord Ashworth's absent-minded professor tendencies mean you never move anything on his desk, even when it's been sitting in the same spot for months. Lady Ashworth's perfectionist streak has taught you to anticipate problems before they occur and to take pride in exceeding expectations. The children have shown you that growing up in privilege doesn't necessarily mean growing up without challenges, and that being wealthy doesn't protect you from the universal experiences of childhood confusion and the need for kindness. Your fellow servants have become the family you never expected to find. Martha's tough exterior conceals a heart shattered by numerous disappointments, yet she's the first to extend assistance when you're in need. Mrs. Pemberton's persistent complaints about ungrateful people conceal a profound joy in providing nutritious food and maintaining their health. Even Mr. Whitmore, with his intimidating dignity, has shown moments of unexpected humour and surprising kindness. The skills you've developed in service have changed you in ways you didn't anticipate. Your hands have become capable of delicate work that would have been impossible 18 months ago. Your back has grown stronger from all the bending and lifting. Your mind has become more organised, more efficient, and better at solving problems quickly. You've learned to read people's moods, to anticipate needs, and to provide comfort without being asked. The most surprising discovery is how much you've learned about yourself. Living in service has taught you resilience, patience, and the value of work well done. You've learned that you can adapt to unexpected situations, that you can do more than you thought, and that dignity isn't based on social status. The future stretches ahead, with possibilities you're still learning to imagine. Some servants spend their entire careers in service, rising through the ranks to positions of respect and responsibility. Others save their wages and eventually establish their households. A few marry and leave service altogether, carrying their skills into different lives. You haven't decided which path you'll take, but you've learned that having choices is a luxury you're grateful for. As you settle into your narrow bed at the end of another long day, listening to Sarah murmur about her sweetheart and Emma's reliable snores, you realise that this life you've built in service is more than just a job. It's a community, an education, and a foundation for whatever comes next. The manor house sleeps around you, peaceful and secure, and you drift off knowing that tomorrow will bring the same rhythm of routine and the same possibility of small magic. The last thing you hear before sleep takes you is the grandfather clock in the entrance hall, chiming the hours with the same steady reliability that has marked your days since you arrived. It's a comforting sound, a reminder that some things endure and that your part in keeping this small world functioning matters more than you might have thought when you first climbed those steep servant stairs with your single bag of possessions and a heart full of uncertainty. Your life in service has taught you that home isn't always the place you're born and family isn't always the people you share blood with. Sometimes home is a narrow bed under sloped ceilings, and family is the people who know exactly how you like your tea and never forget to save you the last slice of Mrs. Pemberton's apple tart. Thomas Jefferson was born on April the 13th, 1743, at Shadwell, a plantation in the Virginia Piedmont. His father, Peter Jefferson, was a surveyor and landowner renowned for physical strength and an adventurous spirit. His mother, Jane Randolph, came from a prominent family. Growing up amid rolling hills and dense forests, young Thomas embraced the frontier ethos even as he absorbed the genteel expectations of the colonial gentry. He delighted in horseback rides, the hush of mountain trails, and the hum of intellectual debate courtesy of visiting tutors. By the 1750s, Virginia's plantation economy thrived on tobacco cultivation. With an enslaved workforce forming its backbone, Peter Jefferson owned enslaved labourers, and Thomas grew up witnessing the institution's daily operations, an uneasy inheritance that would later spark internal conflict in his adult years. But as a child, he balanced field observations with classical studies. His father died when Thomas was 14, leaving him a sizable estate, but also the burden of paternal absence. This responsibility shaped him, instilling a drive for self-reliance and scholarly achievement. Around age 17, Jefferson enrolled at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg. He immersed himself in philosophy, mathematics, and the law, studying under influential mentors like George Wythe. Late-night reading sessions at the Royal Governor's Palace Library fostered his fascination with Enlightenment thinkers, John Locke, Montesquieu, and others. Their calls for reason over tradition resonated with Jefferson, who scoured texts on government, science, and ethics. He also cultivated his violin skills, joining small music gatherings that balanced his rigorous academic schedule. After concluding his college years, Jefferson read law with Wythe, forging a bond that melded legal rigour with ethical inquiry. This training hammered into him the notion that laws must be grounded in rational principles, not arbitrary decrees. Meanwhile, he kept track of tensions brewing between the colonies and Britain, attending assemblies where taxation and representation roiled the gentry. Even then, Jefferson's reflective nature showed he was not the most boisterous voice, but his private letters revealed a keen sense of injustice at Parliament's intrusions. By 1767, he began practicing law. After being admitted to the bar, he frequently represented small landholders in property disputes or merchants caught up in customs enforcement. Observers noted his calm demeanour, meticulous arguments, and persuasive writing. He built a reputation as a reliable advocate who valued clarity over theatrics. That skill set would soon extend to political life, as colonial unrest over the Stamp Act and Townshend duties escalated. Parallel to his legal career, Jefferson oversaw the expansion of Monticello, his future architectural masterpiece perched on a hill near Shadwell. He had begun designing the house in his early 20s, referencing Palladian styles gleaned from books. The property's vantage offered sweeping views, symbolising for Jefferson both intellectual curiosity and the potential of the new world. He adored the notion of designing living spaces with geometric harmony, installing hidden staircases, symmetrical wings, and carefully proportioned rooms. Monticello was not just a home, but a living laboratory for architecture, horticulture, and personal reflection. In 1769, he won a seat in the Virginia House of Burgesses, marking his formal entry into public affairs. He arrived in a tense climate. Radical voices called for boycotts of British goods. Jefferson, though quietly spoken, sided with the emerging patriots. He penned resolutions decrying British overreach. Though initially mild in tone, over time his pen would sharpen as London doubled down on the colonial authority. Around this era, he courted Martha Wells Skelton, a young widow famed for musical talent and a gentle spirit. They married on New Year's Day at 1772, forging a partnership that would shape Jefferson's personal life. She joined him at Monticello. Though her health was fragile, they spent tranquil moments reading or playing duets, Jefferson on violin, Martha on harpsichord. Their bond was tender, yet overshadowed by the mortality rates of the period. Over their decade together, Martha bore children, but only 2 daughters survived to adulthood. Her eventual passing left Jefferson in deep mourning and likely influenced his future emotional reserve. Early in the 17th century, Jefferson found himself on the brink of a more significant colonial crisis. The Boston Tea Party erupted, the British closed the port of Boston, and the call for intercolonial unity grew louder. Jefferson's pen, influenced by his legal background and Enlightenment convictions, would soon craft arguments that soared beyond local assemblies. Fate was guiding him toward the epicenter of revolutionary debate, where he had become a pivotal voice championing independence and articulating a new model of governance. For now, though, he was a rising Virginian notable, poised, methodical, and quietly determined, with Monticello as both sanctuary and symbol of evolving ideals. Jefferson's political instincts emerged as colonial tensions escalated into outright conflict. In 1774, he drafted A Summary View of the Rights of British America, a pamphlet addressing colonial grievances. Though less famous than later texts, it signalled a decisive shift, arguing that Parliament had no authority to govern the colonies without their consent. This stance, radical for its time, circulated widely. Some older patriots found it brash, but for Jefferson, it was a matter of logical extension. If reason and natural rights were universal, British claims to dominion flouted moral law. Virginia recognised Jefferson's talents, sending him in 1774 to the Second Continental Congress in Philadelphia. The environment crackled with possibility. Delegates from 13 colonies debated whether to petition the crown or brace for independence. Jefferson's stoic presence, overshadowed by the fiery rhetoric of John Adams or the gravitas of Benjamin Franklin, masked his deep convictions. He served on committees, drafting formal statements. As skirmishes around Lexington and Concord flared into the Revolutionary War, the push for full independence intensified. In June 1776, the Congress appointed a 5-man committee to draft a declaration asserting the colony's break from Britain. Despite his relative youth, Jefferson was chosen, with Adams and Franklin among the others. They recognized his gift for articulate prose, honed by years of reading Enlightenment treatises. Holed up in a second-floor apartment, Jefferson wrote feverishly for 2 weeks. He produced a text that merged Lockean philosophy with a distinctly American context, championing life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The phrase soared beyond local grievances to a universal principle of individual rights. Adams and Franklin made slight edits, and the Congress, after heated debate, adopted a final version on July 4, 1776. Thus Jefferson's words became the bedrock statement of a nascent nation, although the final text moderated some of his vehement attacks on slavery. Speaking of slavery, Jefferson's contradictory stance glimmered even then. He condemned the slave trade in an early draft of the Declaration, but that passage was cut under pressure from Southern delegates. He personally owned enslaved individuals at Monticello. Over time, he penned theoretical critiques of slavery as morally corrosive, yet he never comprehensively freed his own. This paradox, rarely resolved, would haunt his legacy. Despite disclaiming the system as an abominable crime, his economic reliance on it ran deep. Following the Declaration's adoption, Jefferson returned to Virginia to help craft the state's new constitution and overhaul its legal codes. He championed disestablishment of the Anglican Church, arguing religious freedom was a cornerstone of liberty. He also sought to reform inheritance laws that concentrated wealth in certain families. Such measures, including the Statute for Religious Freedom, would become pillars of Jefferson's vision of a Republican society, a place where personal conscience reigned and inherited privilege dwindled. Yet implementing them stirred resistance from tradition-bound legislators. During the war, Jefferson served as Virginia's governor from 1779 to 1781, a tenure overshadowed by British invasions. The conflict tested him in ways that writing never had. He faced logistical chaos, troop shortages, meagre supplies, and loyalist uprisings. British forces under Benedict Arnold raided Richmond, nearly capturing Jefferson at Monticello. Critiques of his governorship circulated, branding him ineffective or hesitant under pressure. This damaged his reputation, but the war's chaos left no easy solutions for any leader. In 1781, after stepping down, Jefferson retreated to Monticello, battered in spirit. The personal realm also dealt him blows. Heartbreak at the death of his wife Martha in 1782, she had endured multiple difficult pregnancies, and her final days saw Jefferson nearly inconsolable. Her deathbed request that he not remarry bound him in sorrow for weeks. He burned their correspondence, an act reflecting deep grief and a desire for privacy. The father of 2 surviving daughters, he turned inward, focusing on writing notes on the state of Virginia, a comprehensive look at his region's geography, economy, and mores sprinkled with philosophical musings. That text, published years later, revealed both his intellectual scope and the racial theories that many modern readers find troubling. By war's end in 1783, Jefferson felt the weight of personal loss and the uncertainties of the new Confederation. He took a seat in the Continental Congress, forging ahead with legislative tasks. The faint outlines of a more stable federal government were forming, and so we see Jefferson, father of the Declaration, parted from his wife, uncertain about the new nation's trajectory, but steadfast in pursuit of reason-based governance. His next chapter beckoned, a diplomatic role in Europe, giving him a vantage on global politics that would shape his future as Secretary of State and, eventually, President. For now, though, he was a man in flux, bridging heartbreak, revolutionary ideals, and the complexities of forging a stable republic from scratch. In 1784, Congress appointed Thomas Jefferson as a minister to France, succeeding Benjamin Franklin in representing the fledgling United States abroad. Arriving in Paris, Jefferson found the city teeming with Enlightenment fervour, intellectual salons, and noble flamboyance. Despite missing Monticello's quiet hills, he savoured the chance to cultivate ties with European thinkers and push for commercial treaties beneficial to the US. He immersed himself in French culture, attending theatre, frequenting scientific demonstrations, and forging friendships with luminaries like the Marquis de Lafayette. This diplomatic post sharpened Jefferson's global perspective. He observed how Europe's monarchical structures stifled personal freedoms, reinforcing his belief that the American experiment in republican governance was unique and precious. At the same time, he recognised that Europe's manufacturing base dwarfed that of the US. He lobbied European states to accept American exports, especially tobacco and timber, hoping to reduce reliance on British markets. Negotiations proved slow, but Jefferson's calm intellect helped cultivate goodwill. While in Paris, Jefferson also served as a cultural conduit. He introduced French elites to American plants and produce, shipping seeds for vineyards or pecan trees. In return, he noted advanced French architecture and engineering, particularly the building of canals and mechanized flour mills. Letters home brimmed with ideas for implementing such innovations in the new United States, reflecting his unwavering desire to see his homeland flourish. He also studied the nascent politics swirling in France, though few predicted how rapidly the monarchy would topple in the coming years. On a personal note, Jefferson's time in France was laced with paternal obligations. He brought his daughter Patsy, later joined by younger daughter Polly, to ensure they had a European education. He also maintained a retinue that included enslaved individuals from Monticello, including Sally Hemings, whose presence stirred controversies that would ripple through subsequent centuries. Historians debate the specifics of their relationship, but many conclude that she bore children fathered by Jefferson. While details remain partly opaque, the power imbalance underscores the moral complexities overshadowing his public championing of liberty. In 1789, as the French Revolution erupted, Jefferson initially celebrated the wave of reform. He saw parallels with America's recent independence struggle, welcoming calls to curb aristocratic privilege. Yet the revolution's escalation, when moderate hopes gave way to the reign of terror, alarmed him. Before that radical shift, he had already departed France. Recalled to serve as the first Secretary of State under President George Washington in 1790. His Paris sojourn ended with a mixture of admiration for French Enlightenment and unease at the extremes their revolution might unleash. Returning to the US, Jefferson joined Washington's cabinet tasked with shaping foreign policy. This role put him at odds with Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton, who championed a strong federal government and close ties with Britain. Jefferson, conversely, favoured robust state autonomy and warmer relations with France. Their clashes anchored the birth of America's first party system. The Federalists, led by Hamilton, advocated centralization, while the Democratic Republicans, led by Jefferson, pushed for agrarian-based democracy and suspicion of concentrated federal power. During this cabinet period, Jefferson navigated multiple crises, tensions with Britain over frontier forts, uncertain alliances with post-revolutionary France, and domestic strife like the Whiskey Rebellion. He championed free trade and a minimal navy, resisting Hamilton's push for a standing army. Deep philosophical differences turned personal, prompting Jefferson to leave the cabinet in 1793. Soon he built a political network, harnessing sympathetic newspapers to shape public opinion. This dynamic signalled the future of American politics, where partisan alignments would drive policy discourse. By 1796, the schism was public. Jefferson found himself running for president against John Adams, though somewhat reluctantly. He lost narrowly and became Adams's vice president, a job lacking much real power. From the Senate's vantage, Jefferson observed Adams's presidency enacting laws like the Alien and Sedition Acts, which Jefferson deemed tyrannical. Furious, he covertly authored the Kentucky Resolutions, suggesting states could nullify unconstitutional federal statutes. The move introduced a heated debate over federal-state relations. Critics labelled it subversive, but Jefferson saw it as safeguarding the spirit of '76. Thus, by the cusp of the 1800 election, Jefferson embodied a Republican champion for agrarian liberties. Suspicious of Federalist centralization, Yet he also carried personal baggage from his enslaver background and the complexities of his private life. The stage was set for a pivotal showdown in US politics, with the country's future direction at stake. In a swirl of partisan editorials and backroom deals, the election would test whether the fledgling republic could survive a peaceful transition of power or devolve into rancor. Jefferson's calm but determined approach once again pressed him into a central role, bridging Enlightenment ideals and the gritty realities of partisan brawls. The election of 1800 brought turmoil. John Adams sought re-election, Hamilton's Federalists loomed, and Jefferson's Democratic Republicans consolidated around him. The campaign was vitriolic, filled with accusations. Federalists called Jefferson an atheist radical. Republicans branded Adams a monarchist. In an era before direct popular ballots, electors cast votes for president and vice president in a complicated procedure. A tie emerged between Jefferson and his running mate, Aaron Burr, each receiving the same number of electoral votes. The House of Representatives, controlled by Federalists, had to break the tie. Days of tense balloting ensued. Ultimately, with Hamilton's reluctant nod, Jefferson triumphed. The ordeal spurred the 12th Amendment, ensuring future presidential and vice presidential candidates had distinct ballots. The pursuit. Thus, Jefferson assumed the presidency in 1801. His inaugural address famously extolled unity. "We are all Republicans, we are all Federalists," signifying a desire to heal partisan wounds. He scaled back certain Federalist measures, cutting the army budget, abolishing some taxes, and releasing those imprisoned under the Sedition Act. He aimed for a wise and frugal government, believing the US should remain primarily agrarian, suspicious of large cities and banks. This pastoral vision resonated with many frontier settlers who saw the new president as their champion. One early success was the Louisiana Purchase in 1803. Napoleon, embroiled in European wars, unexpectedly offered to sell France's vast North American holdings. Jefferson hesitated, aware the Constitution provided no explicit power for land deals of this magnitude. Yet the chance to double the nation's territory overshadowed strict constitutional scruples. For $15 million, the US acquired a domain stretching from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains. This bold stroke ensured control of the Mississippi's crucial port of New Orleans and opened a frontier for expansion. Westerners rejoiced, but Federalists balked, claiming it diluted the eastern states' political power. Still, Jefferson proceeded, blending principle with pragmatic advantage. To explore these new lands, Jefferson commissioned the Lewis and Clark expedition. Meriwether Lewis, his former secretary, and William Clark led a team from the Missouri River to the Pacific coast. Their 1804 to 1806 journey mapped routes, documented flora and fauna, and engaged with indigenous nations. Jefferson eagerly awaited their findings, seeing it as a scientific quest paralleling his Enlightenment ideals. The expedition's success fueled national pride and curiosity about the continent's vast potential. Yet it also signified new tensions with tribal communities as more settlers pressed westward. Domestically, Jefferson faced controversies. He disliked the existence of the Bank of the United States but tolerated it when expedient. He slashed federal budgets, forcing some in the Navy to protest that the nation's sea defences weakened. Furthermore, the issue of slavery persisted. Jefferson's personal writings described it as a moral and political hazard, yet he neither freed most of his own enslaved individuals nor championed federal abolition. Indeed, the 1807 law banning the importation of enslaved Africans was a partial measure. Some historians argue Jefferson missed a critical chance to push for more sweeping reforms. Foreign affairs proved trickier. Britain and France waged relentless war in Europe, ignoring US neutrality, seizing American merchant ships, and impressing US sailors into their navies. Incensed, Jefferson tried economic warfare, championing the Embargo Act of 1807, halting nearly all US exports. He reasoned Britain and France needed American goods. Instead, the measure devastated US ports, invited smuggling, and turned public opinion against him. The fiasco illustrated the limits of peaceable coercion. Eventually, the unpopular embargo was repealed, tarnishing Jefferson's last year in office. In 1809, he handed the presidency to his close ally, James Madison, quietly retiring to Monticello. His 2 terms shaped the US, expanded territory, a stable political identity, but also heightened regional tensions. His approach, a mix of lofty Republican ideals and occasional pragmatic contradictions, left a complex imprint. People revered him as a philosophical statesman, but criticized his moral inconsistencies. He parted from Washington, D.C., warned from the tribulations of governance, yet proud he had preserved a measure of individual liberty, and doubled the nation's size without large-scale war. Back at Monticello, the next chapter in Jefferson's life would revolve around the pursuit of knowledge, founding a university, and hosting endless visitors intrigued by the sage of the Revolution. Yet deeper fissures over slavery and states' rights would soon overshadow the era, complicating his cherished vision of a harmonious agrarian democracy. For now, though, he retreated to the place he loved, surrounded by inventions, fields of crops, and the quiet pursuit of reason, staying active in public discourse through letters that carried enormous influence in the young republic's intellectual circles. Retirement for Thomas Jefferson did not equate to seclusion. Back at Monticello after 1809, he embraced the role of Sage of Monticello, receiving statesmen, foreign visitors, and curious travellers. He corresponded widely, shaping discourse on American identity and preserving his Revolution-era repute. The estate itself reflected his restless creativity, expansions to the house, pavilions, and a labyrinth of gardens for experimental horticulture. Visitors often found him in his library or tinkering with mechanical gadgets like a polygraph machine that duplicated his handwriting. His thirst for innovation remained undimmed. However, Monticello's finances were precarious. Jefferson indulged in architectural whims, financed extended family, and endured the fluctuating price of tobacco. Debts mounted, especially as he refused to scale back a gracious lifestyle. Slavery underpinned Monticello's operations, with over 100 enslaved individuals performing the labour. Jefferson supervised them, recording births, tasks, and schedules with methodical detail. Yet behind these ledgers lay human lives subjected to forced servitude. He recognised the moral quagmire but rationalised it with incrementalist arguments or deferrals to future generations. This tension complicated his public image as a champion of liberty. One of his crowning retirement achievements was founding the University of Virginia. Jefferson felt older institutions clung to religious influences or archaic curricula. He envisioned a secular campus emphasising modern languages, science, and a broad-based liberal education. Persuading the Virginia legislature to back it required political finesse. He personally designed the campus layout, with a central rotunda reminiscent of the Roman Pantheon, flanked by academical village pavilions. Construction began in Charlottesville, near Monticello, around 1817. Even in his 70s, Jefferson frequently visited the site, checking architectural details, conferring with builders, and selecting faculty. He aimed to cultivate enlightened citizen leaders for a republic that demanded knowledge-based self-governance. Meanwhile, national issues still beckoned. As an elder statesman of the Democratic-Republican Party, Jefferson provided advice to Madison and later to Monroe. He supported the Louisiana Purchase's expansion further, welcoming new states into the Union. However, the War of 1812 with Britain tested his convictions about limited government and a small military. He lamented that some Federalist enclaves seemed willing to undermine national unity, especially in the Northeast. Letters show him torn between localism and the emergent sense of a broader national identity. As the US overcame that conflict, Jefferson expressed relief that Europe's meddling was lessening. A parallel development was his rekindled friendship with John Adams. The two had been friends turned adversaries turned icy correspondents for years. But in retirement, both recognized a mutual bond shaped by the Revolution's intensity. Through letters, they revisited old debates, monarchy versus republic, the role of religion, the fragility of democracy. Their exchange soared with philosophical reflection, spiced with humour about advanced age. The revival of their friendship stands as a testament to the capacity for bridging old political rifts. In these letters, Jefferson revealed his abiding optimism that the American experiment, though imperfect, would endure if guided by reason and virtuous leadership. Yet personal sorrow recurred. Jefferson outlived several of his children, enduring repeated heartbreak. The Monticello household was no quiet domain. Grandchildren ran about. Extended relatives sought financial aid, and guests arrived unannounced to glean a moment with the iconic founder. He wore the mask of a benevolent patriarch, but diaries hint at bouts of melancholy. The precarious economy pressed him to mortgage properties, and he relied on lines of credit that threatened to upend the estate. The image of Monticello as a microcosm of Republican Enlightenment concealed a precarious ledger balancing. As Jefferson neared 80, he took pride in the University of Virginia's nearing completion. He personally selected some library materials, established faculty guidelines, and wrote about its potential to transform American education. In 1825, the university opened to its first class of students. Jefferson's dream had become real, a secular institution dedicated to free inquiry, unencumbered by rigid religious dogma or stale tradition. He believed it would foster the next generation of leaders to safeguard the Republic's ideals. By 1826, Jefferson felt time slipping. Freed from daily policy fights, he dedicated his final energy to ensuring the university's stability. People noticed his health fading, but he refused to slow. He yearned to see July 4, 1826, the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. That day arrived. In a poetic twist, John Adams and Jefferson both passed away on that date, with Jefferson dying in the early afternoon. The synergy of these two revolutionaries departing on the nation's half-century mark cemented a legend. Thus, Thomas Jefferson's retirement was no quiet twilight but a culminating chapter of architectural innovation, educational reform, and reflection on a revolution's legacy. He left behind a complicated estate weighed by debt, a family overshadowed by the institution of slavery, yet also a shining new university and a trove of letters that would shape America's self-perception for generations. In him, old illusions of an agrarian utopia mingled with the unstoppable push of a modernizing republic, capturing the contradictions that still define the American ethos. In the immediate wake of Jefferson's death, admirers and critics clashed over his legacy. Many hailed him as the pen behind the Declaration of Independence, the mind that doubled the nation's size via the Louisiana Purchase, and the visionary who championed religious freedom. Others lambasted his inconsistencies, a self-proclaimed egalitarian who held enslaved labourers, an Enlightenment thinker who let personal finances descend into chaos, a champion of states' rights who, ironically, used federal power for expansion. Monticello, the physical embodiment of Jefferson's intellect, soon faced financial turmoil. His heirs struggled to pay his debts. They sold land and eventually auctioned off furniture and enslaved individuals, fracturing the community that had sustained the plantation. Monticello changed hands multiple times, deteriorating until the early 20th century, when the Thomas Jefferson Foundation acquired and restored it, symbolically reassembling his architectural dream as an American heritage site. This restoration also reignited debates about the everyday realities of enslaved families who once toiled there, culminating in renewed emphasis on their stories, a dimension historically muted in the veneration of Jefferson. Meanwhile, the broader American public constructed a mythic image of Jefferson. In the 19th century, as political parties shifted, references to Jeffersonian democracy emerged, praising his emphasis on small government, minimal taxes, and the righteousness of rural life. Andrew Jackson's supporters invoked Jefferson as a figure who'd champion the common man. But historians recognized that Jefferson's own approach to governance was more nuanced than populist idealists claimed. He recognized the necessity of compromise and occasionally invoked strong federal measures, especially in foreign affairs. The early 20th century saw the progressive era adopt a different aspect of Jefferson, the intellectual founder who believed in educated citizenry. Debates around the founder's intentions soared, with Jefferson's letters cited by all sides. Archival releases of his personal correspondence lent more profound insight into his moral grappling with slavery and his dynamic shift from localist to expansionist. The public began to appreciate that the founders were not monolithically consistent paragons, but flawed statesmen shaped by urgent demands. In scholarship, the 1970s and beyond propelled a fresh wave of inquiry, focusing on Jefferson's relationship with Sally Hemings. DNA evidence in the late 1990s pointed strongly to him fathering Hemings's children. This revelation forced a national re-evaluation of the so-called Sage of Monticello. Some were scandalized, others found it wholly unsurprising. In retrospect, it underscored the complexities swirling under his polished philosophical veneer. For a man who wrote, "All men are created equal," reconciling these two realms, intellectual champion of liberty and personal practitioner of slavery, was never straightforward. Academic attention also delved deeper into his political philosophy. Jefferson's notion of an empire of liberty entailed agrarian expansion across the continent. Yet it set the stage for native displacement and further entrenchment of slave labour in new territories. While he personally doubted the morality of forcibly taking indigenous lands, he accepted the unstoppable momentum of frontier settlers. This acceptance shaped federal policy that stoked tensions for generations, culminating in forced relocations. Today, some re-evaluate Jefferson's role in establishing moral frameworks that facilitated expansion at others' expense. In popular memory, Jefferson's Memorial in Washington, D.C., opened in 1943, still stands as a testament to his rhetorical brilliance. Visitors read excerpts from the Declaration of Independence and letters on the rotunda's walls, underscoring his luminous call for equality and freedom of conscience. The monument, ironically, does not portray the full tangle of contradictions. Yet, more incisive interpretive programs now incorporate nuance, describing his progressive achievements and moral failings side by side. Amid these controversies, Jefferson's intellectual achievements remain uncontested. His articulation of natural rights and the notion that legitimate government stems from the consent of the governed carved a philosophical bedrock for modern democracies worldwide. Educators and politicians continue citing him to justify policy, from religious tolerance to public education. Meanwhile, the University of Virginia stands as a living reminder of his conviction that knowledge fosters responsible governance. Its rotunda, overshadowing the lawn, keeps the spirit of Enlightenment learning alive. Hence, 2 centuries on, Thomas Jefferson remains as complicated as the era he shaped. A luminous author of democracy's founding creed, overshadowed by glaring contradictions on race and personal conduct. His life prompts reflection on how lofty ideals can clash with ingrained social structures and personal entanglements. For many Americans and observers abroad, grappling with Jefferson is akin to grappling with the nation's own layered identity, built on noble declarations, yet intimately entangled in unresolved injustices. The conversation he started continues, bridging history and contemporary debates on liberty, equality, and the messy realities in between. Thomas Jefferson's life invites reflections on how visionary ideals intersect with the flawed scope of practical living. He exemplifies the possibility that one can be intellectually gifted, deeply principled, yet remain entangled in personal contradictions. Observing his journey reveals lessons on leadership, creativity, compromise, and moral blind spots, each a facet that resonates in modern times, where we juggle personal convictions with structural constraints. At Monticello, his architectural flourishes highlight how creativity can transform personal space into a canvas of experimentation. Secret passages, rotating bookstands, and advanced ventilation remind us that even domestic life can become a playground of innovation. We can learn that invention can change any environment, including home and office. But Monticello also underscores how comfort can rely on unseen labour. The estate's grandeur hinged on enslaved men and women, forced to cater to Jefferson's designs. This reality cautions that technological or aesthetic progress can coexist with ethical failings. Jefferson's public service, from drafting the Declaration to guiding foreign policy, underscores the power of well-crafted language. He harnessed rhetorical precision to unify disparate colonies under ideals that, centuries later, remain a moral yardstick. Even if we lament his hypocrisy, we cannot dismiss how effectively words shape collective identity. In an age of digital media, Jefferson's example affirms that carefully chosen language can galvanize or fractiously divide. His success in bridging disputes among the founders suggests the value of measured compromise. At the same time, the ordeal of the 1800 election warns us that partisanship can nearly fracture a young democracy. One cannot ignore the deeper moral debate, how a man proclaiming universal rights upheld the structure of slavery. Modern readers might view that as an irredeemable contradiction. Alternatively, one might interpret it as a historical caution that even well-intentioned reformers can remain captive to entrenched economic and social norms. Jefferson's story prominently highlights the difference between personal moral clarity and institutional inertia. It compels us to question our complicities in modern systems that might conflict with our professed values. Additionally, Jefferson's championing of religious freedom stands out. He insisted that each person's beliefs lay beyond governmental reach, a stance that shaped not just American but global norms on religious liberty. the Statute for Religious Freedom in Virginia, though overshadowed by the Declaration's fame, seeded the principle that government cannot coerce spiritual conviction. Today, as debates on religious expression swirl worldwide, his early push for disestablishment remains relevant. Another subtle dimension is Jefferson's approach to educational frameworks. Founding the University of Virginia mirrored his conviction that an informed populace anchors a stable republic. He favoured broad curricula, from ancient languages to modern sciences, rejecting church oversight. That model resonates in ongoing dialogues about academic freedom, the role of public universities, and how to equip citizens for complex global realities. His notion that education fosters self-rule might be more pertinent than ever. In his final years, weighed down by debts, Jefferson exemplified how personal miscalculations can overshadow public triumphs. The man who shaped a nation wrestled with monetary woes, culminating in Monticello's partial liquidation after his death. The story underscores that bright minds can still falter in everyday management. For modern professionals approaching midlife, the caution is clear. Brilliance in some arenas does not inoculate against practical pitfalls. Jefferson's demise, coinciding with John Adams's on July 4th, 1826, lent a mythic close to their entwined sagas. Observers then marvelled at Providence's timing, interpreting it as a sign of national destiny. The solemn passing of two revolutionary architects on the Republic's half-century mark remains a striking historical coincidence. Yet behind that dramatic symbolism lies the more tangible truth. They were aging patriots who parted with an America still in flux, fragile, expanding, and grappling with unsolved tensions. The rhetorical arcs they set forth would guide and haunt subsequent generations in deciding how, or whether, to embody the pure ideals of 1776. Thus, Thomas Jefferson endures as a mosaic, liberation's poet, contradictory slave owner, visionary statesman, flawed caretaker of finances, and father of an institution championing reason. His life story holds up a mirror to the interplay of aspiration and compromise, the swirl of high-minded principle amid pragmatic gambles. For many, that reflection remains instructive, inviting us to measure our convictions against the structures we inhabit. In confronting Jefferson's complexities, we do not just revisit a founding father, we confront the universal tensions of forging a just society in an imperfect world, and that conversation, spurred by the man from Monticello, remains as vital. When we think of kings, our minds conjure images of wise Solomon, brave Arthur, or noble Henry, the fifth leading charge at Agincourt. But for every ruler who earned their place in history's Hall of Fame, there's another who stumbled spectacularly into its Hall of Shame. These monarchs didn't just fail, they failed with such remarkable consistency that their reigns became cautionary tales whispered in palace corridors for centuries. The crown, that golden circle of ultimate authority, has adorned some truly unworthy heads throughout history. It's a peculiar irony that the symbol of divine right and earthly power often sat atop minds incapable of ruling a chicken coop, let alone vast kingdoms. Perhaps it's the very nature of hereditary monarchy that creates this problem. After all, leadership skills don't necessarily pass through bloodlines like blue eyes or prominent noses. Consider the fundamental challenge these men faced. Inheriting absolute power in their teens or 20s, surrounded by sycophants whose livelihoods depended on agreeing with every royal whim, no matter how catastrophic or catastrophically stupid. It's akin to entrusting a teenager with the keys to both a Ferrari and a nuclear reactor, then reacting with surprise when things go awry. The worst kings in history share certain characteristics that transcend times and cultures. They possessed an almost supernatural ability to make the wrong decision in any given situation, as if guided by some malevolent compass that always pointed toward disaster. They combined breathtaking arrogance with staggering incompetence, creating a perfect storm of royal dysfunction that left their subjects longing for the glorious old days of plague and famine. What makes these rulers particularly fascinating isn't just their individual failures, but how their collective incompetence shaped the very nature of monarchy itself. Each spectacular royal meltdown contributed to the gradual erosion of the divine right of kings, proving that perhaps God wasn't quite as involved in royal succession as previously advertised. Their reigns served as stark reminders of the corrupting nature of absolute power and the impracticality of having a single individual make all the decisions for millions of people. The stories of these monarchical disasters aren't just historical curiosities. They're mirrors reflecting fundamental truths about leadership, power, and human nature. They remind us that position doesn't create competence, that authority without wisdom is chaos with a crown, and that sometimes the most important service a ruler can provide their people is a swift abdication. From the decadent palaces of Rome to the drafty castles of medieval Europe, from the elaborate courts of France to the fog-shrouded fortresses of England, these kings managed to transform their realms into laboratories of misrule. They proved that it's entirely possible to inherit everything and achieve nothing, to possess unlimited power and accomplish unlimited damage. Their reigns weren't just political failures, they were comprehensive disasters that touched every aspect of their societies. They mismanaged economics with the enthusiasm of toddlers playing with matches, conducted diplomacy with all the subtlety of a bulldozer in a china shop, and approached military strategy with the tactical acumen of lemmings approaching a cliff. Yet perhaps there's something oddly comforting about these royal train wrecks. In an age where we're constantly told about the importance of leadership and excellence, these monarchs remind us that even people with every possible advantage can fail spectacularly. They serve as living examples of how incompetence can hire anyone regardless of their social status, inherited wealth, or divine mandate. As we embark on this journey through history's most magnificent failures, we'll discover that bad kingship is a unique art form, requiring a particular combination of ego, ignorance, and timing that few have mastered so completely. Nero Claudius Caesar, Augustus Germanicus, a name so grandiose it practically demanded disappointment, ruled Rome from 54 to 68 AD and managed to transform the mightiest empire in the world into his personal theatre of absurdity. History remembers him for allegedly fiddling while Rome burned, though historians now tell us he probably didn't own a fiddle and wasn't even in the city during the Great Fire of 64 AD. But when your reputation for catastrophic leadership runs so deep that people invent additional disasters to attribute to you, perhaps it's time for some serious self-reflection. Nero's path to power began with his mother, Agrippina, a woman whose ambition made Lady Macbeth look like a casual weekend warrior. She poisoned her husband, Emperor Claudius, to secure the throne for her 16-year-old son, apparently operating under the delusion that teenagers make excellent, absolute rulers. It was rather like handing the controls of a jumbo jet to someone who'd just gotten their learner's permit. Initially, Nero showed promise, guided by the philosopher Seneca and the praetorian prefect Burrus. For 5 years, the Quinquennium Nerones represented competent governance, proving that even future disasters can occasionally stumble into success when surrounded by competent advisors. Unfortunately, like many teenagers who initially accept parental guidance, Nero eventually decided he knew better than everyone else in the room. The transformation began when Nero discovered his true passion, performing. His passion lay not in governing, nor in military strategy, nor in economic policy, but in performing. He fancied. He considered himself a great artist, musician, and actor, apparently confusing the role of emperor with that of an entertainer. He began appearing on the stage, competing in chariot races, and hosting elaborate artistic competitions where he invariably won every prize, because nothing says fair competition like having the power to execute the judges. His artistic pretensions might have been merely embarrassing if they hadn't come at the expense of actual leadership. While Nero practiced his lyre and rehearsed tragic soliloquies, the empire's borders faced increasing pressure from Germanic tribes, British rebels, and Parthian conflicts. It was rather like a ship's captain deciding to take up interpretive dance while his vessel sailed through a hurricane. The domestic situation proved equally disastrous. Nero's paranoia reached spectacular heights when he ordered the murder of his mother in 59 AD. Agrippina had become inconveniently critical of her son's policies, apparently forgetting that criticism and absolute monarchy mix about as well as gasoline and lit matches. Nero's solution demonstrated the kind of problem-solving skills that would make a medieval surgeon look sophisticated. His relationship with his wives proved equally catastrophic. He divorced and later executed his first wife Octavia, then literally kicked his second wife Poppaea to death while she was pregnant. These actions were calculated and not motivated by passion, indicating a level of domestic dysfunction that would challenge even the most experienced marriage counsellors. The Great Fire of Rome in 64 AD, whether Nero caused it or not, provided the perfect opportunity to showcase his unique approach to crisis management. Rather than focusing solely on relief efforts, He used the destruction as an excuse to build his enormous palace, the Domus Aurea, complete with a 120-foot statue of himself. This was urban planning executed by a narcissist, as if someone had granted Donald Trump absolute power along with a blank canvas the size of a city. Nero's financial management followed similar principles of spectacular irresponsibility. His building projects, games, and artistic competitions drained the imperial treasury faster than a teenager with their first credit card. He responded to budget shortfalls by debasing the currency and confiscating property from wealthy citizens, economic policies that would make modern politicians blush. The end came swiftly when his Praetorian Guard abandoned him in 68 AD. Facing rebellion from his generals and certain death or exile, Nero committed suicide, reportedly lamenting, "What an artist dies in me." Even in his final moments, he remained committed to the delusion that his primary contribution to human civilization was artistic rather than administrative. Nero's reign demonstrated that absolute power in the hands of someone who confuses governance with performance art creates a particularly devastating form of chaos. He proved that it's entirely possible to possess unlimited authority over millions of people while remaining fundamentally unsuited for any form of responsibility more complex than choosing breakfast cereal. King John of England, reigning from 1199 to 1216, holds the unique distinction of being the only English monarch to never have another king named after him, a historical rejection that amply demonstrates his enduring legacy. If royal names were performance reviews, John received the equivalent of "please don't apply here again." He managed to lose an empire, bankrupt a kingdom, and accidentally create one of history's most important constitutional documents, all while maintaining the kind of spectacular incompetence that makes you wonder if failure was actually his secret talent. John inherited the Angevin Empire from his brother Richard the Lionheart, a collection of territories stretching from Scotland to the Pyrenees that represented the pinnacle of medieval English power. It was rather like inheriting a successful family business and immediately deciding to use it as kindling. Within 15 years, John had lost most of these continental possessions to Philip Augustus of France, earning himself the nickname Lackland, though couldn't keep land might have been more accurate. Not only was the loss of Normandy in 1284 a military defeat, but it also served as a lesson in the art of conducting medieval warfare. Despite having superior resources, experienced commanders, and defensive advantages, John managed to snatch defeat from the brink of victory through a combination of strategic incompetence and tactical cowardice. His approach to military leadership resembled someone trying to win chess by eating the pieces. John's domestic policies proved equally disastrous. He demanded excessive taxes to fund his unsuccessful attempts to reclaim his French territories, essentially asking his subjects to finance their oppression. His tax collectors became as popular as plague carriers and about as welcome in English villages. The king seemed to operate under the revolutionary economic theory that money grows on trees, and those trees belonged exclusively to him. His relationship with the church provided another avenue for spectacular failure. John's dispute with Pope Innocent III over the appointment of the Archbishop of Canterbury resulted in England being placed under papal interdict from 1208 to 1214. This process meant no religious services, no church weddings, and no proper burials, essentially turning England into a spiritual wasteland. It was ecclesiastical warfare, with John playing the role of the person who brings a water pistol to a gunfight. The interdict wasn't just spiritually devastating, it was politically catastrophic. Medieval people took their religion seriously, and a king who couldn't maintain proper relations with God's representative on earth was clearly unsuited for earthly leadership. John had managed to make himself persona non grata with both heaven and earth simultaneously, an achievement that required genuine dedication to incompetence. John's judicial system operated on principles that would make modern autocrats blush. He sold justice to the highest bidder, imprisoned nobles without trial, and seized property on whims that would make a toddler's decision-making process look measured and thoughtful. His courts became marketplaces where justice was auctioned to the highest bidder, creating a legal system that combined the fairness of a rigged casino with the efficiency of medieval bureaucracy. The baronial revolt that produced Magna Carta in 1215 wasn't a sudden explosion of democratic idealism. It was the inevitable result of years of accumulated grievances against a king who treated his realm like his personal piggy bank. The barons were not revolutionary democrats, but rather, they were aristocrats who had grown weary of their supposed leaders' systematic robbery and humiliation. The Magna Carta itself represented less a triumph of John's wisdom than a testament to his failure. The document essentially forced the king to promise to stop behaving like a complete tyrant, which tells you everything you need to know about his previous conduct. It was the medieval equivalent of making someone sign a contract promising not to steal your lunch money. Even after agreeing to the Magna Carta, John immediately began scheming to overturn it, proving that his signature was worth approximately as much as Confederate currency. He appealed to Pope Innocent III, who obligingly declared the charter null and void because apparently both king and pope had missed the point entirely. These events led to the First Barons' War, which was still ongoing when John conveniently died in 1216, possibly from dysentery, a fitting end for a reign that had been largely consistent from a constitutional perspective. John's legacy proves that sometimes the most important historical contributions come from people who fail so spectacularly that they force everyone else to create safeguards against future similar disasters. He didn't create Magna Carta through wisdom or foresight. He created it through being so comprehensively awful that his subjects had no choice but to invent constitutional monarchy as an alternative to royal tyranny. In 1774, Louis XVI of France ascended to the throne with the same enthusiasm as someone asked to defuse a bomb while blindfolded. At 20 years old, he inherited a kingdom drowning in debt, seething with social tension, and groaning under the weight of an outdated feudal system that had outlived its usefulness by about 3 centuries. It was rather like being handed the captain's wheel of the Titanic just as the lookout spotted the iceberg, except the iceberg had been visible for decades and everyone had been politely pretending it wasn't there. The young king possessed many admirable personal qualities. He was kind, well-intentioned, and genuinely concerned about his subjects' welfare. Unfortunately, he also possessed the decisive leadership abilities of a confused deer caught in headlights, which proved somewhat problematic when governing a nation on the brink of revolution. Louis XVI wasn't evil or malicious, he was simply catastrophically unsuited for the job, like appointing a talented musician to perform brain surgery. France's financial crisis had been building for generations, fueled by expensive wars, an inefficient tax system, and the kind of court spending that would make modern celebrities look frugal. The monarchy had borrowed money with the same casual enthusiasm that teenagers use credit cards, apparently operating under the assumption that debt was something that happened to other people. By the time Louis XVI inherited the throne, France was spending more on debt service than on the entire military, which created the kind of fiscal situation that would make bankruptcy attorneys salivate. The king's attempts at financial reform demonstrated his fundamental misunderstanding of both economics and politics. He appointed competent finance ministers like Jacques Necker and Charles-Alexandre de Calonne, then systematically undermined their efforts whenever they threatened the privileges of the nobility or clergy. It was rather like hiring a personal trainer and then refusing to exercise or change your diet, while wondering why you weren't getting healthier. Louis XVI's indecisiveness became legendary among his contemporaries. He would agree to reforms in the morning, reconsider them by afternoon, and reverse them entirely by evening, creating a governmental process that resembled a political weather vane in a hurricane. His council meetings became exercises in elaborate procrastination, where every decision was discussed, debated, postponed, and ultimately abandoned in favour of discussing the same issues again next week. Louis XVI demonstrated his exceptional political acumen at the Assembly of Notables in 1787. Faced with a financial crisis that threatened the monarchy's existence, he convened a gathering of nobles and clergy to discuss tax reform, apparently expecting them to voluntarily surrender their tax exemptions out of patriotic spirit. It was roughly equivalent to asking wolves to babysit sheep, while expecting them to resist temptation out of professional courtesy. When that predictably failed, Louis XVI made the fateful decision to convene the Estates General for the first time since 1614, apparently not realising that 3 centuries of accumulated grievances might produce some awkward conversations. The Estates General had been dormant for so long that nobody even remembered the proper procedures, which should have been a warning sign that perhaps this wasn't the ideal moment for constitutional innovation. Louis XVI was completely unprepared for the transformation of the Estates General into the National Assembly, as if he had anticipated a small dinner party but inadvertently invited the entire neighbourhood. His response to this constitutional revolution demonstrated the kind of crisis management skills that would make the captain of the Hindenburg look competent. He vacillated between accepting the new reality and attempting to resist it, satisfying nobody and convincing everyone that he was either duplicitous or incompetent. Louis XVI's flight to Varennes in 1791 represented perhaps the most poorly planned escape attempt in royal history. The royal family's journey to the Austrian border involved a conspicuous carriage, multiple stops, and the kind of operational security that would embarrass amateur shoplifters. They were recognised, captured and returned to Paris, where any remaining illusions about the king's commitment to constitutional monarchy evaporated faster than morning dew in August. The king's trial and execution in 1793 marked the end of more than a millennium of French monarchy, though Louis XVI seemed genuinely surprised that years of indecision and apparent duplicity might have consequences. His final speech from the scaffold demonstrated the same disconnection from reality that had characterized his entire reign, as he continued to believe that divine right trumped revolutionary fervour. Louis XVI's tragedy wasn't that he was evil, but that he was fundamentally inadequate for the challenges he faced. He possessed the political instincts of a librarian thrust into a cage match with professional wrestlers, and the results were precisely what you'd expect. His reign proved that good intentions without competent execution can be more destructive than a malicious competence, and that sometimes the road to revolution is paved with royal indecision. Richard III of England ruled for barely 2 years, from 1483 to 1485, yet managed to pack more controversy, alleged villainy and historical debate into that brief period than most monarchs accumulate in decades. Thanks largely to William Shakespeare's masterful character assassination, Richard has come down to us as the archetypal evil king, a hunchbacked schemer who murdered his way to the throne and terrorised his subjects until divine justice finally caught up with him at Bosworth Field. Historians have discovered that the reality of Richard's reign is considerably more complex, and it may have been worse than Shakespeare's portrayal, albeit in different ways. Richard began his royal career as the loyal younger brother of Edward IV, earning a reputation as a competent military commander and administrator in the north of England. He seemed destined for the kind of supporting role that history barely remembers, the capable royal sibling who holds down the provinces while his brother handles the glamorous business of actually being king. Unfortunately for everyone involved, Edward IV had the poor timing to die young, leaving behind 2 minor sons and a realm that was about as politically stable as a house of cards in a windstorm. The succession crisis that followed Edward IV's death in 1483 showcased medieval politics at its most brutally efficient. Richard, as Lord Protector for his 12-year-old nephew Edward V, faced the challenge of maintaining royal authority while various factions manoeuvred for control. His solution showcased a direct approach that would astonish modern politicians. He declared his nephews illegitimate and asserted his own claim to the throne. With just one well-timed announcement, he masterfully transformed a family dispute into a constitutional crisis. The infamous disappearance of the princes in the Tower, Edward V and his younger brother Richard, remains one of history's most enduring mysteries, though contemporary opinion held Richard responsible with the kind of certainty usually reserved for mathematical theorems. Whether he actually ordered their deaths or simply failed to prevent them, the political damage was immediate and catastrophic. A king who couldn't protect children in his care wasn't likely to inspire confidence in his ability to protect an entire kingdom. Richard's attempts to legitimise his reign were steeped in the time-honoured tradition of royal propaganda, albeit with the subtlety of a medieval siege engine. He claimed divine approval, noble blood, and popular support while simultaneously dealing with rebellions, defections, and the kind of general unrest that suggested his subjects weren't entirely convinced by his arguments. His coronation was magnificent, his public relations were enthusiastic, and his actual support base was shrinking faster than his list of living relatives. The Buckingham Rebellion in 1483, led by one of Richard's former supporters, demonstrated how quickly political allegiances could shift in late medieval England. Henry Stafford, Duke of Buckingham, went from enthusiastic supporter to armed rebel in the space of months, apparently deciding that Richard's leadership style was less strong and decisive and more terrifying and unstable. The rebellion ultimately failed, demonstrating the fragility of Richard's hold on power. Richard's administrative policies showed genuine competence, which makes his political failures all the more remarkable. He implemented legal reforms, encouraged trade, and attempted to address some of the social issues that had plagued previous reigns. It was rather like watching someone efficiently organise their desk while their house burned down around them. Technically impressive, but missing the larger point about priorities and crisis management. The invasion of Henry Tudor in 1485 caught Richard in a classic medieval dilemma. He could fight and risk everything in a single battle, or he could negotiate and risk appearing weak to supporters who expected their king to solve problems with sharp objects. Richard chose to fight, demonstrating either admirable courage or catastrophic misjudgment. depending on your perspective on the virtues of tactical retreat versus glorious death. The Battle of Bosworth Field became Richard's final performance review, and the results were decisively negative. His death in battle, reportedly fighting bravely to the end, at least provided him with the kind of dramatic conclusion that Shakespeare would later appreciate. Richard died as he had ruled, dramatically, controversially, and with enough ambiguity to keep historians arguing for centuries. The discovery of Richard's remains in 2012 under a Leicester parking lot provided a fitting metaphor for his historical reputation. Buried, forgotten, and covered over by the mundane concerns of daily life. The forensic evidence verified that Richard possessed a curved spine, albeit not the dramatic hunchback portrayed in Shakespearean legends. It was a final reminder that the truth about Richard III lies somewhere between the monster of popular imagination and the competent administrator of revisionist history. Richard III's reign proves that in politics, perception often matters more than reality, and that a brief but dramatic failure can overshadow decades of competent service. He remains history's most famous two-year disaster, a king whose reign was so brief and troubled that it became a cautionary tale about the dangers of combining ambition with poor judgment and worse timing. The discovery of Richard's remains in 2012 under a Leicester parking lot provided a fitting metaphor for his historical reputation. Buried, forgotten, and covered over by the mundane concerns of daily life. The forensic evidence verified that Richard possessed a curved spine, albeit not the dramatic hunchback portrayed in Shakespearean legends. It was a final reminder that the truth about Richard III lies somewhere between the monster of popular imagination and the competent administrator of revisionist history. Richard III's reign proves that in politics, perception often matters more than reality, and that a brief but dramatic failure can overshadow decades of competent service. He remains history's most famous two-year disaster, a king whose reign was so brief and troubled that it became a cautionary tale about the dangers of combining ambition with poor judgment and worse timing. During this period, the king's financial strategies demonstrated a level of fiscal creativity that would leave modern tax authorities in awe. Originally an emergency naval tax for coastal counties, the reasoning behind the extension of ship money to inland areas would challenge the flexibility of Olympic gymnasts. Charles apparently discovered that if you squinted hard enough at legal precedents while ignoring common sense entirely, you could justify almost any form of taxation. Religious policy provided another avenue for Charles to demonstrate his talent for turning manageable problems into catastrophic crises. His attempts to impose uniformity on the Church of England, influenced by Archbishop Laud's high church preferences, managed to alienate both Puritans who thought he was too Catholic and Catholics who knew he wasn't Catholic enough. This approach was ecumenical diplomacy executed with a sledgehammer, achieving the remarkable feat of uniting his religious subjects against his policies. The Scottish crisis from 1639 to 1640 perfectly illustrated Charles's approach to international relations. His attempt to impose the English Book of Common Prayer on Presbyterian Scotland produced the Bishops' Wars, conflicts that combined the military effectiveness of a church social with the theological intensity of the Crusades. The Scots' armed resistance to Charles's religious innovations forced him to recall Parliament, ending his 11-year experiment in personal rule with all the success of the Hindenburg's landing strategy. The Long Parliament, summoned in 1640, approached its relationship with Charles rather like divorce attorneys negotiating with a spouse who'd been hiding assets. Years of accumulated grievances, illegal taxation, and religious controversy had created a constitutional crisis that required either genuine compromise or complete capitulation. Charles, characteristically, opted for a third course of action, disguising the crisis as non-existent while clandestinely strategizing its resolution through coercion. The king's attempt to arrest 5 members of Parliament in 1642 represented perhaps the most catastrophic miscalculation in English constitutional history. His personal invasion of the House of Commons, demanding the surrender of his political opponents, violated parliamentary privilege so flagrantly that it made previous constitutional disputes look like minor etiquette disagreements. This situation was politically equivalent to bringing a gun to a chess match, and it was just as ineffective. The English Civil War that followed from 1642 to 1651 showcased Charles's military leadership skills, which proved to be roughly equivalent to his political acumen. Despite initial advantages in resources and experienced commanders, the Royalist cause gradually collapsed under the weight of parliamentary determination, Puritan fervour, and Oliver Cromwell's increasingly professional new model army. Charles managed to lose a civil war while possessing most of the traditional advantages of established authority, which required genuine dedication to strategic incompetence. Charles's trial and execution in 1649 marked the first time in European history that a reigning monarch was formally tried and executed by his subjects. Even his enemies were impressed by his dignity during the proceedings, despite it being a late attempt to salvage his political reputation. Even as the executioner prepared to provide a definitive counter-argument to that constitutional theory, the king maintained his belief in divine right in his final speech. Charles I's reign demonstrated that sincerely held beliefs about royal authority, when combined with complete inflexibility and poor political judgment, can transform a constitutional monarchy into a republic faster than anyone thought possible. He proved that divine right is only as strong as earthly support, and that sometimes the most devout believers in absolute monarchy are the ones who do the most to discredit it. The rogues gallery of royal disasters we've examined, from Nero's theatrical delusions to Charles I's divine miscalculations, reveals patterns of failure that transcend centuries and cultures. These weren't random accidents of heredity or cruel twists of historical fate. They were systematic demonstrations of how absolute power, when combined with inadequate wisdom, creates a perfect storm of governmental dysfunction. Their collective reigns read like a medieval instruction manual titled How Not to Rule, a Comprehensive Guide to Royal Failure. Perhaps the most striking common thread among these monarchical disasters was their profound disconnection from reality. Each king seemed to inhabit a parallel universe where their subjects existed primarily to fund their fantasies, where criticism was treason, and where the normal laws of cause and effect somehow didn't apply to royal decisions. Nero believed he was an artist first and emperor second. John thought taxation was a renewable resource. Louis XVI imagined that ignoring problems would make them disappear. Richard III assumed loyalty was transferable, and Charles I was convinced that God would override Parliament if necessary. This reality gap wasn't just a personal failing, it was a systemic feature of absolute monarchy itself. When you surround someone with courtiers whose survival depends on agreeing with everything they say, when you insulate them from the consequences of their decisions, and when you tell them from birth that they're divinely appointed to rule over others, perhaps it shouldn't surprise us that they occasionally lose touch with the practical world where the rest of us live. The economic illiteracy displayed by these kings would be amusing if it weren't so consistently catastrophic. These kings approached royal finances with a level of sophistication akin to children playing Monopoly with real money, seemingly assuming that kingdoms were equipped with limitless credit cards and that bankruptcy was a phenomenon exclusive to their subjects. Their collective fiscal policies could serve as a masterclass in how to transform prosperous realms into economic basket cases through sheer determination and creative accounting. Yet their failures weren't entirely without benefit to human civilization. Each spectacular royal meltdown contributed to the gradual evolution of constitutional government, proving through negative example that perhaps concentrating all power in a single person wasn't the most reliable system of governance. Magna Carta emerged from John's tyranny, the English Civil War produced modern parliamentary democracy, and the French Revolution launched the age of popular sovereignty. These kings didn't intend to advance human freedom, but their incompetence accomplished what generations of political philosophers had only dreamed about. Their military disasters followed similar patterns of overconfidence meeting reality with predictably painful results. Each king seemed to believe that royal blood somehow conferred tactical genius, that loyalty could substitute for competence, and that divine favour was more reliable than adequate logistics. Their battlefields became laboratories for testing whether wishful thinking could overcome superior strategy, and the results were remarkably consistent across centuries and cultures. The personal lives of these rulers revealed another consistent theme: the inability to distinguish between loyalty and fear, between respect and subservience, between love and intimidation. Their courts became theatres of performed devotion, where genuine relationships withered under the pressure of absolute power and existential insecurity. It's rather telling that so many died alone, abandoned by subjects who had spent years pretending to adore them. Perhaps most notably, these kings managed to fail upward for remarkable lengths of time, maintaining power long after their incompetence had become obvious to everyone except themselves. The ability of medieval institutions to withstand years or even decades of catastrophically poor leadership is testament to their resilience. Yet even the most durable systems eventually reach their limits. Their collective legacy reminds us that leadership is a skill, not a birthright, that power without accountability inevitably corrupts, and that sometimes the most important service a ruler can provide is serving as a cautionary tale for future generations. These kings didn't set out to become historical laughingstocks, but they approached their responsibilities with such consistent incompetence that failure became their most lasting contribution to human knowledge. In our modern age of democratic government and constitutional limitations, these royal disasters serve as reminders of why we developed checks and balances, term limits, and the radical idea that perhaps leaders should be chosen for their competence rather than their heredity. They prove that while power may corrupt, absolute power corrupts with remarkable efficiency and often spectacular entertainment value. The worst kings in history ultimately taught us that the divine right of kings is only as strong as the earthly competence of the person wearing the crown, and that sometimes the best thing an absolute monarch can do for their subjects is provide them with compelling reasons to abolish absolute monarchy entirely. Their failures became humanity's gain, though it took centuries and countless lives to learn these lessons. Perhaps that's the ultimate irony of their reigns. In trying to establish their greatness, they established instead the greatness of the systems that replaced them. Imagine living in ancient Greece around 600 BCE, when the only technological concern you might have had was whether your olive oil lamp would have enough fuel to last the entire night. People who entered this world of basic tools and sophisticated ideas did something revolutionary. They began to ask why, rather than merely accepting because the gods said so. Instead of calling themselves physicists, the first physicists called themselves natural philosophers, which sounds far more respectable than people who spend too much time wondering why rocks fall down instead of up. However, that's exactly what they were doing, viewing the everyday world from a new perspective and rejecting the idea that mystery was a sufficient explanation for anything. One of these early wanderers was Thales of Miletus, who reportedly spent so much time gazing up at the stars that he once fell into a well while out for a walk. According to reports, his maid made fun of him by pointing out that he was attempting to comprehend the heavens while ignoring the ground beneath his feet. This may be the earliest known case of someone becoming so engrossed in theoretical physics that they failed to observe their surroundings, a practice that is still common in physics departments all over the world. However, Thales had a crucial insight. According to his theory, water in its various forms makes up everything in the universe. Now, before you write this off as archaic thinking, remember that he was putting forth a profound idea, that the astounding diversity of the natural world could have straightforward underlying causes. He was completely correct that the way forward was to look for straightforward explanations of complicated phenomena, but he was mistaken that water was the fundamental substance. Democritus expanded on this notion with a notion so revolutionary that it would not be fully comprehended for more than 2 millennia. He proposed that cutting something into ever tinier pieces would eventually result in pieces that were too small to cut. He referred to these fragments as atoms, which in Greek means uncuttable. In essence, Democritus was suggesting that the universe was composed of inconspicuous, minuscule building blocks, akin to cosmic LEGO pieces. Since Democritus lacked particle accelerators and microscopes, it wasn't that he was accurate in every detail. Rather, it was that he was thinking in the right way. He was saying that you could comprehend large, complex things by comprehending their smallest components. Although it would take centuries for anyone to figure out how to actually test these ideas, this reductionist approach would eventually become one of the most potent tools in physics. The ancient natural philosopher Aristotle, who was arguably the most influential, adopted a different strategy. He concentrated on what he could actually see, rather than making assumptions about invisible atoms. He observed how objects moved, fell, and behaved under various conditions. He then made an effort to arrange these findings into a logical framework that would account for everything. The physics of Aristotle resembled a complex categorization system for natural phenomena. Because they want to hit the ground more urgently than light objects, heavy objects fall more quickly. When something pushes something, it moves, and when that push stops, it stops moving. Heavy objects naturally congregate at the center of the universe, which is why the Earth is there. Because it wants to ascend to its proper location in the heavens, fire rises. We now know that the majority of Aristotle's particular conclusions were incorrect. However, his method, careful observation followed by methodical explanation, was spot on. He was looking for trends in the behavior of nature, rules that could forecast the future in novel circumstances. Even though he had few scientific instruments at his disposal, he was conducting research. These early natural philosophers were brilliant because they believed that the universe made sense. even though some of their discoveries were remarkably prescient. They thought that rather than being the random whims of irrational gods, natural phenomena adhered to understandable laws. This presumption would turn out to be possibly the most significant concept in human thought history. A tradition of rigorous reasoning about the natural world was also being established by them. They were willing to approach problems methodically and follow reasoning wherever it led, even if it resulted in uncomfortable or counterintuitive conclusions, rather than simply accepting conventional wisdom. Every significant development in physics that followed would depend on this intellectual bravery. As you go to bed tonight, remember that these ancient philosophers were answering questions that still captivate us. What is the composition of the universe? How do things change and move? What basic laws apply to everything from far-off stars to falling apples? They lacked our resources and expertise, but they possessed something just as valuable, an insatiable curiosity and the endurance to consider basic issues carefully. The Islamic world kept the flame of natural philosophy burning after the fall of the Roman Empire, when Europe was busy forgetting much of what the Greeks had discovered. The next great leap in human understanding would eventually be supported by the picture libraries in Baghdad and Cordoba, where scholars preserved Greek texts while adding their own observations and insights. Ibn al-Haytham, also referred to as Al-Hazan in the West, was one of these scholars who made the revolutionary move of insisting that theories about the natural world be put to the test against meticulous observations. This may seem like common sense, but keep in mind that for centuries most people were satisfied to settle disputes by citing historical authorities rather than paying attention to actual events. Light and vision particularly captivated Al-Hazan. The ancient Greeks had some rather strange theories about how we see the world. For example, many thought that our eyes emit invisible rays that reflect off of objects, much like biological radar systems. Through meticulous experimentation, Al-Hazan discovered that light moves from objects to our eyes rather than the other way around. In order to prove that light moves in straight lines, he constructed the first camera obscura, which is basically a gigantic pinhole camera. Al-Hazan gained insights from his work with optics that would take centuries to fully comprehend. He understood that light is bent by the atmosphere, which functions as a lens and influences our perception. This explains why stars appear to twinkle and the sun appears larger when it is close to the horizon. Al-Hazan was learning that observation itself might be trickier than it seemed, which would be important for future advances in physics. By translating Arabic texts, scholars in medieval Europe were rediscovering Aristotle. This led to an intriguing situation. Like playing telephone across centuries and cultures, European thinkers were learning Greek physics from Islamic commentaries. During a time when original scientific thinking was comparatively uncommon in Europe, this process kept the discussion about natural philosophy alive, even though it occasionally brought new concepts and confusions. English monk Roger Bacon, who lived in the 13th century, took Al-Hazan's focus on experimentation and ran with it. Bacon believed that thorough observation and methodical idea testing could reveal the mysteries of nature. He studied the characteristics of magnets, experimented with lenses and mirrors, and even conjectured about flying machines and mechanically propelled ships, concepts that would not be realized for centuries. Bacon's method was revolutionary because rather than merely interpreting ancient authorities, he argued that humans could uncover new truths about the natural world. This was potentially theologically dangerous as well as intellectually radical. What did it say about the completeness of revealed knowledge if people could learn new things about God's creation on their own? For centuries, the conflict between religious authority and natural philosophy based on observation would simmer and occasionally explode into major battles. However, rather than questioning religious doctrine, the majority of natural philosophers of the Middle Ages were able to present their work as a means of comprehending God's creation. It was believed that the same divine intelligence wrote both the book of Scripture and the book of nature, which they were reading side by side. Some of these conflicts were eased by the renowned medieval theologian Thomas Aquinas, who maintained that faith and reason were complementary rather than antagonistic. While theology addressed spiritual issues, natural philosophy was able to uncover truths about the material world. By avoiding direct confrontations with religious authorities, this intellectual division of labour allowed natural philosophy to flourish. Additionally, more advanced mathematical instruments emerged during the Middle Ages. Islamic sources taught European scholars algebra and Arabic numerals, which significantly enhanced their computational skills. They established the foundation for the quantitative method that would ultimately revolutionise physics by starting to apply mathematical analysis to physical issues. The stage was set for something extraordinary by the end of the Middle Ages. The value of meticulous observation and experimentation had been established by natural philosophers. They had access to progressively more potent mathematical instruments. They had established a framework for considering natural philosophy to be a valid approach to studying God's creation. They also had centuries' worth of observations on everything from how light behaves to how planets move. The next thing they needed was someone who was prepared to question basic beliefs about the structure of the universe. Even though he wouldn't transform astronomy for several more decades, someone was already being born in a small Polish town. It's important to recognise the amount of intellectual foundation that had been established by centuries of patient thinkers who were happy to make observations, pose questions, and gradually advance human knowledge of the natural world before we met. Nicolaus Copernicus. Imagine living a lifetime under the assumption that the sun, moon, planets, stars and earth all revolve around us in a complex celestial dance, and that the earth remains motionless at the centre of the universe. Then picture someone gently pointing out that perhaps we're in reverse, that perhaps we're the ones dancing while the sun remains motionless. It's difficult to exaggerate how fundamentally this idea upended the medieval worldview, which is precisely what Nicolaus Copernicus suggested in the 16th century. Copernicus had no intention of igniting a revolution. In reality, he was a fairly conservative man. A church canon who managed church finances, occasionally practiced medicine, and had a hobby of studying mathematics and astronomy. A technical issue in Ptolemaic astronomy troubled him. The mathematical models used to forecast planetary motions were growing more complex and laborious. He thought it was inelegant to keep adding circles within circles to account for observed planetary positions, like a lovely equation ruined by too many correction factors. Copernicus therefore attempted a thought experiment. What if the sun, not the earth, were at the centre of the planetary system? Something lovely occurred when he solved the math. The limited range of Mercury and Venus from the sun, the way Mars occasionally seems to move backwards against the background stars, and many other complex aspects of planetary motion suddenly made perfect sense. These were the inevitable results of tracking planetary motion from a moving platform, not enigmatic anomalies that needed intricate explanations. It was similar to realizing that the scenery outside a train window seems to move backwards because you are moving and not the scenery itself. Everything else's apparent motion becomes completely understandable once you comprehend your own motion. Copernicus, however, was reluctant to publish this theory. He realized that implying that the Earth moves was a fundamental challenge to how people perceive their place in the universe, not just a technical astronomical adjustment. According to the medieval perspective, humanity's unique place in God's creation was symbolized by the Earth's location at the center of the universe. Humanity appeared to be devalued from the center of divine attention to just another wandering planet, when the Earth was moved out to orbit the Sun. Copernicus spent decades refining his mathematical models and gathering evidence, but he was reluctant to expose his ideas to public criticism. Finally, in 1543, he published On the Revolutions of the Celestial Spheres, presenting his heliocentric model as a mathematical convenience that happened to provide more elegant explanations for astronomical observations. The book was dedicated to the Pope and carefully framed to minimize theological controversy. The immediate reaction was remarkably muted. Most astronomers treated the Copernican system as an interesting mathematical tool rather than a literal description of reality. It was useful for calculations, but didn't necessarily mean the Earth actually moved. This response allowed the heliocentric idea to circulate and gain supporters without immediately triggering the religious backlash that Copernicus had feared. But some people understood the broader implications immediately. If the Earth was just another planet orbiting the Sun, what did that say about humanity's special status? If the universe was much larger than previously thought, and it had to be to explain why we don't observe stellar parallax as Earth orbits the Sun, what did that suggest about our cosmic significance? These questions would trouble theologians and philosophers for generations. The Copernican revolution also demonstrated something important about how scientific ideas develop and spread. Revolutionary concepts often begin as technical solutions to narrow problems within specialized fields. Copernicus was trying to improve astronomical calculations, not overthrow medieval cosmology. But ideas have consequences that extend far beyond their original contexts, and those consequences can transform entire worldviews. Moreover, the acceptance of new ideas often depends as much on their practical utility as on their theoretical elegance. The Copernican system gained supporters partly because it provided better predictions of planetary positions, which was important for navigation, calendar reform, and astrological calculations. People adopted heliocentric astronomy not necessarily because they were convinced the Earth actually moved, but because it worked better for practical purposes. This pattern, technical improvements leading to conceptual revolutions, would repeat throughout the history of physics. Improvements in mathematical techniques, observational instruments, or experimental methods often reveal new phenomena that require fundamental changes in theoretical understanding. The Copernican revolution was one of the first clear examples of this process, but it certainly wouldn't be the last. As you drift off tonight, consider how comfortable assumptions about the nature of reality can be quietly undermined by patient technical work. Copernicus didn't set out to revolutionize human thought. He just wanted to make astronomical calculations more elegant. But sometimes the pursuit of mathematical beauty leads to profound insights about the structure of the universe. Insights that force us to reconsider our most basic assumptions about our place in the cosmic order. Picture yourself in 1609, living in a world where the most distant things you can see clearly are perhaps a few miles away on a clear day. Suddenly, someone hands you a device that lets you see the craters on the moons of Jupiter, and thousands of previously invisible stars. This is what happened when Galileo Galilei turned his newly improved telescope toward the sky, and the universe has never looked the same since. Galileo didn't invent the telescope. That honour belongs to Dutch spectacle makers who discovered that certain combinations of lenses could magnify distant objects. But Galileo heard about these devices, immediately grasped their potential, and set about improving their design with the enthusiasm of someone who had found the perfect tool for satisfying his curiosity about the natural world. Within months, Galileo had built telescopes that magnified objects 20 times or more, far better than anything previously available. Then he did something that seems obvious in retrospect but was actually quite revolutionary. He pointed his telescope at the night sky and systematically observed what he saw there. Most people had been using telescopes to observe distant ships or enemy fortifications, practical applications that everyone could understand. Galileo was using them to explore the cosmos. What he discovered changed everything. The moon, which had appeared to be a perfect smooth sphere in classical astronomy, turned out to have mountains, valleys, and what appeared to be ancient impact craters. The Milky Way, which looked like a faint cloud to the naked eye, resolved into thousands of individual stars. Venus showed phases like the moon, cycling from full to crescent as it orbited the sun. Most dramatically, Galileo discovered 4 moons orbiting Jupiter. These weren't just distant stars that moved slightly from night to night. These were clearly satellites revolving around the giant planet in regular, predictable patterns. For the first time in human history, someone had direct observational evidence that not everything in the universe revolved around Earth. The discovery of Jupiter's moons was particularly significant because it demolished one of the main objections to the Copernican system. Critics had argued that if the Earth moved through space, it would leave the moon behind, like a horse outrunning its rider. But here was Jupiter, clearly moving through the heavens while keeping 4 moons in tow. If Jupiter could maintain satellites while moving, why couldn't Earth do the same? Galileo published his telescopic observations in a book called Sidereus Nuncius, The Starry Messenger, and it became an immediate sensation. Educated people across Europe were fascinated by these revelations about the true nature of the celestial realm. Some were sceptical. How could a mere optical instrument reveal truths that had been hidden from human eyes for all of recorded history? Others worried about the theological implications of discovering that the heavens were far more complex and diverse than anyone had imagined. But Galileo's telescopic observations were just the beginning of his contributions to physics. He was equally fascinated by motion here on Earth, and he approached the study of moving objects with the same systematic methodology that he applied to astronomy. This terrestrial work would prove even more revolutionary than his celestial discoverers. Galileo realized that Aristotelian physics, which had dominated European thought for over a millennium, was simply wrong about some fundamental aspects of motion. Aristotle had taught that heavy objects fall faster than light ones, that objects in motion naturally come to rest, and that the motion of projectiles required continuous pushing by the surrounding air. Galileo's careful experiments and mathematical analysis revealed that none of these ideas accurately described how things actually moved. Through ingenious experiments with inclined planes, pendulums, and projectiles, Galileo discovered that all objects fall at the same rate in the absence of air resistance, that objects in motion tend to stay in motion unless something stops them, and that projectile motion can be understood as a combination of horizontal motion at constant velocity and vertical motion under constant acceleration. These insights laid the groundwork for a completely new understanding of mechanics. Perhaps more importantly, Galileo pioneered the use of mathematics to describe physical phenomena quantitatively. Instead of just saying that objects fall quickly or slowly, he measured exactly how their velocities change with time. Instead of simply observing that pendulums swing back and forth, he discovered the mathematical relationship between a pendulum's length and its period of oscillation. This mathematical approach to physics was revolutionary because it allowed theories to make precise, testable predictions. If you knew the mathematical laws governing motion, you could predict exactly where a projectile would land, how long a pendulum would take to complete its swing, or how fast an object would be moving after falling a given distance. Physics was becoming a quantitative science capable of making precise predictions about natural phenomena. Galileo's combination of systematic observation, careful experimentation, and mathematical analysis established the methodology that would guide physics for centuries to come. He showed that human beings could discover the mathematical laws governing natural phenomena through patient, systematic investigation. This was a profoundly optimistic vision. The universe might be vast and complex, but it was also comprehensible to human intelligence, equipped with the right tools and methods. There's something deeply satisfying about the story of Newton's apple, even though it probably never happened quite the way popular legend tells it. The image of a young man sitting under a tree, struck by inspiration when a piece of fruit falls on his head, captures something essential about the nature of scientific discovery. Sometimes the most profound insights come from paying attention to the most ordinary phenomena. The real Newton was far more complex than the legend suggests. He was a mathematician of extraordinary talent, an alchemist who spent years trying to transmute base metals into gold, a theologian who wrote more about biblical prophecy than about physics, and a natural philosopher who somehow managed to create a unified mathematical description of motion that worked equally well for falling apples and orbiting planets. When Newton began his serious work on mechanics and gravitation in the 1660s, he inherited a collection of important but disconnected insights from his predecessors. Galileo had discovered the mathematical laws governing motion on Earth. Kepler had discovered that planets move in elliptical orbits according to precise mathematical relationships. Descartes had suggested that all natural phenomena could be understood through mechanical principles, but no one had figured out how to tie these discoveries together into a coherent theoretical framework. Newton's genius lay in recognizing that terrestrial and celestial mechanics were really the same thing. The force that makes an apple fall from a tree is the same force that keeps the moon in orbit around Earth and the planets in orbit around the Sun. This insight, the universality of gravitation, was one of the most profound unifying principles in the history of science. But Newton didn't just propose that gravity was universal. He worked out the mathematical details with extraordinary precision. He showed that gravitational force decreases with the square of the distance between objects, and that this inverse square law could account for all of Kepler's observational discoveries about planetary motion. He demonstrated that the same mathematical principles could explain the tides, the precession of Earth's rotation, and the complex motions of comets. The mathematical sophistication of Newton's work was unprecedented. To solve the problems he was tackling, Newton had to invent entirely new mathematical techniques, what we now call calculus. He developed methods for analysing continuously changing quantities, for understanding the relationship between instantaneous velocity and position, and for calculating the forces required to produce complex motions. Newton's Principia Mathematica, published in 1687, was unlike anything that had ever been written. It presented a complete mathematical system for understanding motion and force, derived from just a few basic principles, and applicable to everything from projectiles to planets. The book was so mathematically sophisticated that only a handful of people in Europe could fully understand it when it was first published. But the implications of Newton's work extended far beyond technical mathematics. He had shown that the universe operated according to precise mathematical laws that human beings could discover and understand. The same principles that governed the laboratory bench also governed the motions of stars and galaxies. This was a breathtakingly unified vision of nature, and it suggested that everything in the universe, from the smallest particle to the largest celestial body, was part of a single, coherent, mathematically describable system. Newton's mechanics also established a new standard for what scientific theories should accomplish. A good theory didn't just explain known phenomena, it made precise predictions that could be tested against future observations. Newton's gravitational theory predicted the existence of previously unknown celestial objects, explained puzzling features of cometary orbits, and even allowed astronomers to discover new planets by analysing tiny irregularities in the motions of known planets. The success of Newtonian mechanics had profound cultural implications. If the universe operated like a vast, precise clockwork mechanism, what did that suggest about the role of divine intervention in natural affairs? If human reason could discover the mathematical laws governing all natural phenomena, what were the limits of human knowledge? These questions would occupy philosophers and theologians for generations. Newton himself was deeply religious and saw his scientific work as revealing the mathematical harmony of God's creation. He believed that the elegant mathematical structure of natural laws provided evidence for divine intelligence and design, but later thinkers would sometimes use Newtonian mechanics to support more materialistic or deterministic worldviews. The practical applications of Newtonian mechanics were equally revolutionary. Engineers could now calculate the precise forces and motions involved in mechanical systems, leading to dramatic improvements in everything from mill machinery to naval architecture. Navigators could predict the positions of celestial bodies with unprecedented accuracy. The Industrial Revolution was built in part on the mathematical understanding of mechanics that Newton had provided. As you settle into sleep tonight, consider the extraordinary intellectual achievement that Newton represented. He took the scattered insights of his predecessors and wove them into a mathematical tapestry that revealed the fundamental architecture of the physical universe. For the first time in human history, people could understand the cosmos not as a collection of mysterious phenomena, but as a single, integrated system operating according to comprehensible mathematical principles. While Newton was revealing the mathematical architecture of motion and gravitation, other natural philosophers were grappling with phenomena that seemed more subtle and mysterious: heat, light, electricity, and magnetism. These forces could be felt and observed, but they didn't fit neatly into the mechanical framework that worked so well for understanding the motion of solid objects. Consider heat, something so fundamental to human experience that we rarely think about what it actually is. For centuries, most people assumed that heat was a kind of invisible fluid called caloric that flowed from hot objects to cold ones like water flowing downhill. But Dalton's atoms were still hypothetical entities inferred from indirect evidence. Nobody had actually seen an atom or measured its properties directly. The atoms remained invisible and, for all practical purposes, undetectable by any direct means available to 19th century science. The first hints that atoms might have internal structure came from studies of electricity. Michael Faraday's experiments with electrolysis, passing electric currents through solutions of various compounds, showed that electric charge and matter were related in precise quantitative ways. It took a definite amount of electric charge to deposit a definite amount of any given element from solution, suggesting that atoms themselves might carry discrete amounts of electric charge. These studies led to the discovery of what we now call the electron. J.J. Thomson, working at Cambridge University in the 1890s, was studying the behaviour of electric currents in evacuated glass tubes. He found that these currents consisted of streams of tiny, negatively charged particles that were much lighter than any known atom. These corpuscles, as Thomson initially called them, seemed to be fundamental constituents of matter, pieces of atoms rather than complete atoms. Thomson's discovery was revolutionary because it showed that atoms were not indivisible after all. They had internal structure and could be broken apart under the right conditions. This raised fascinating questions. If atoms contain negatively charged electrons, they must also contain positively charged material to balance the negative charge. How are these positive and negative components arranged within atoms? Thomson proposed what became known as the plum pudding model of atomic structure. Atoms consisted of a diffuse sphere of positive charge with negatively charged electrons embedded within it, like raisins in a pudding. This model explained the overall electrical neutrality of atoms while accounting for the emission of electrons under certain conditions. But the plum pudding model wouldn't survive for long. Ernest Rutherford, working with his students Hans Geiger and Ernest Marsden, conducted experiments that revealed the true structure of atoms in dramatic fashion. They fired alpha particles, energetic, positively charged particles emitted by radioactive elements, at thin gold foils and observed how these particles were deflected. According to the plum pudding model, alpha particles should pass through the diffuse positive charge of gold atoms with only slight deflections, like bullets passing through soft targets. Instead, Rutherford's team found that while most alpha particles did pass through with little deflection, a small percentage bounced back almost directly toward their source. This was completely unexpected. As Rutherford later said, it was like firing artillery shells at tissue paper and having some of them bounce back. The only way to explain these results was to assume that atoms had a very different structure than Thomson had proposed. Instead of diffuse spheres of positive charge, atoms must contain tiny, dense nuclei carrying all the positive charge and most of the mass, with electrons orbiting these nuclei like planets around the Sun. Most alpha particles pass through the mostly empty space between nuclei, but the few that happened to approach nuclei closely were deflected or reflected by the intense electrical forces near these dense concentrations of positive charge. Rutherford's nuclear model of the atom was a triumph of experimental physics. It showed that atoms were mostly empty space. If an atom were expanded to the size of a football stadium, the nucleus would be about the size of a marble at the centre, with electrons somewhere in the stands. This was a startling picture of the structure of matter. The solid objects of everyday experience were revealed to be mostly emptiness, held together by electromagnetic forces between tiny, widely separated particles. But the nuclear model also created new puzzles. According to classical electromagnetic theory, orbiting electrons should continuously emit electromagnetic radiation, lose energy, and spiral into the nucleus in a fraction of a second. Atoms should be completely unstable, yet they were obviously stable enough to constitute the entire material universe. Something was seriously wrong with the classical understanding of electromagnetic radiation at atomic scales. Meanwhile, other investigators were discovering even more puzzling aspects of atomic behaviour. Studies of atomic spectra, the light emitted or absorbed by atoms, showed that atoms could only emit or absorb radiation at very specific frequencies, producing characteristic patterns of bright or dark lines. These spectral lines were like fingerprints that could be used to identify different elements, but classical physics provided no explanation for why only certain frequencies were allowed. Max Planck's work on blackbody radiation had already suggested that energy might come in discrete packets, rather than continuous amounts. Einstein's explanation of the photoelectric effect had proposed that light itself consisted of discrete particles carrying quantized amounts of energy. Now, atomic spectroscopy was suggesting that atoms themselves could only exist in discrete energy states. All of these discoveries were pointing toward a radical conclusion. The classical physics that worked so well for describing the behavior of large objects might not apply to the microscopic world of atoms and electrons. The atomic realm seemed to operate according to different rules. Rules that allowed only certain energies, certain orbital paths, and certain frequencies of radiation. As you settle in for the night, consider how these early atomic investigators were discovering that the familiar, solid world of everyday experience was built from components that behaved in utterly unfamiliar ways. The atoms that make up your pillow, your blanket, and even your own body are mostly empty space populated by particles obeying rules that would have seemed like magic to earlier generations of scientists. The universe was revealing itself to be far stranger and more wonderful than anyone had imagined. As the 19th century drew to a close, physics found itself in a curious position. On one hand, the achievements were breathtaking. Newton's mechanics explained the motion of everything from billiard balls to planets. Maxwell's electromagnetism unified light with electricity and magnetism, and thermodynamics had revealed the fundamental principles governing heat and energy. The universe appeared to be a vast, comprehensible mechanism operating according to mathematical laws that human intelligence had successfully decoded. Yet careful observers were noticing cracks in this magnificent edifice, small experimental results that didn't quite fit the theoretical predictions, puzzling phenomena that seemed to violate established principles, strange behaviours that suggested the familiar laws of physics might not apply everywhere and under all conditions. These weren't dramatic failures that demanded immediate attention, but subtle anomalies that hinted at deeper mysteries. The behaviour of light presented some of the most perplexing puzzles. Maxwell's electromagnetic theory had triumphantly explained light as waves in the electromagnetic field, and this wave picture successfully accounted for interference, diffraction, and most other optical phenomena. But certain experiments seemed to require treating light as discrete particles rather than continuous waves. The photoelectric effect was particularly troubling. When light shines on certain metals, electrons are emitted from the surface, a phenomenon that should be easily explained by electromagnetic theory. The energy of the light waves should be transferred to electrons, heating them up until some have enough energy to escape the metal. This suggested that brighter light should produce more energetic electrons, just as brighter sunlight produces more heating. But experiments showed something completely different. The energy of emitted electrons depended only on the frequency, colour, of the light, not on its brightness. Dim blue light produced more energetic electrons than bright red light. Even stranger, below certain frequencies, no electrons were emitted at all, no matter how bright the light became. This was like finding that whispered words could break glass while shouted words could not, depending only on the pitch of the voice rather than its volume. Meanwhile, studies of atomic spectra were revealing that atoms could only emit or absorb light at very specific frequencies, producing characteristic patterns of bright or dark lines that were as distinctive as fingerprints. Classical physics suggested that atoms should be able to emit or absorb electromagnetic radiation at any frequency. Yet experiments showed that only certain discrete frequencies were allowed. It was as if atomic violins could only play certain specific notes, never the notes in between. The structure of atoms themselves presented equally puzzling contradictions. Rutherford's experiments had revealed that atoms consisted of tiny, dense nuclei, surrounded by orbiting electrons, but classical electromagnetic theory predicted that such a system should be completely unstable. Orbiting electrons should continuously emit electromagnetic radiation, lose energy, and spiral into the nucleus in a tiny fraction of a second. Yet atoms were obviously stable enough to constitute the entire material universe. Perhaps most mysteriously, careful measurements of the speed of light were producing results that seemed to violate common sense. Maxwell's equations implied that light should travel at a constant speed relative to the electromagnetic field that supported it, just as sound travels at a constant speed relative to the air that carries it. This suggested that there should be a preferred reference frame, the frame in which the electromagnetic field was at rest, and that measurements of light speed should depend on the observer's motion relative to this frame. But the famous Michelson-Morley experiment found no evidence for such a preferred frame. The speed of light appeared to be the same for all observers, regardless of their motion. This was like finding that the sound of a train whistle had the same pitch whether you were running toward or away from the train, a result that seemed to contradict everything physics had learned about waves and relative motion. These experimental puzzles were accumulating throughout the 1890s and early 1900s, creating a sense that classical physics, despite its remarkable successes, was approaching the boundaries of its applicability. The clockwork universe was still running remarkably well for most purposes, but careful examination was revealing phenomena that didn't quite fit the classical mechanical framework. Most physicists initially assumed that these puzzles would eventually be resolved through minor modifications to existing theories, perhaps by discovering new effects or making more precise calculations. The basic principles of classical physics, Newton's laws of motion, Maxwell's electromagnetic theory, and the kinetic theory of heat, seemed so well established and so successful that fundamental revision seemed almost unthinkable. But a few prescient investigators were beginning to suspect that something more radical might be required. Lord Kelvin's famous comment about two small clouds on the otherwise clear horizon of physics reflected the general optimism that these minor puzzles would soon be resolved. Instead, these small clouds would grow into the conceptual storms that would transform our understanding of space, time, matter, and energy. The stage was set for the most profound revolution in the history of physics. The classical worldview had reached its limits, and nature was ready to reveal principles far stranger and more wonderful than anyone had imagined. The comfortable mechanical universe of the 19th century was about to give way to a cosmos governed by quantum uncertainty and relativistic space-time. A universe in which the familiar rules of everyday experience would prove to be approximations valid, only under limited conditions. But that's a story for another bedtime tale. For now, it's enough to appreciate how the patient, systematic work of 19th century physicists had pushed human understanding to the very edges of the classical worldview. They had explored the mechanical universe as thoroughly as it could be explored, discovered its fundamental principles and mapped its boundaries. In doing so, they had unknowingly prepared the ground for the revolutionary insights that would follow. As we near the end of our journey through pre-Einstein physics, it's worth pausing to appreciate the extraordinary pattern that had emerged from centuries of patient investigation. What had begun with ancient philosophers wondering why things fell down instead of up had evolved into a magnificent intellectual edifice that revealed deep mathematical harmonies underlying the apparent chaos of natural phenomena. The story of physics before Einstein is really a story about the gradual discovery that the universe speaks mathematics. Not the dry abstract mathematics of homework assignments, but a living, breathing mathematical language that describes everything from the flutter of falling leaves to the dance of distant galaxies. Each generation of investigators had decoded a little more of this cosmic language, gradually revealing the elegant simplicity that underlies nature's complexity. Newton's great insight was recognizing that the same mathematical principles governed motion everywhere in the universe. The parabolic path of a thrown stone and the elliptical orbit of Mars were both consequences of the same underlying laws. This mathematical unity suggested that the universe was not a collection of separate, unrelated phenomena, but a single, integrated system operating according to comprehensible principles. Maxwell's electromagnetic theory extended this unification even further, showing that light, electricity, and magnetism were all manifestations of a single electromagnetic field oscillating through space. The rainbow of colours in a sunset, the spark from a doorknob on a dry day, and the invisible forces that aligned compass needles were all different notes in an electromagnetic symphony that filled the universe. The kinetic theory of heat revealed that thermal phenomena, the warmth of sunlight, the expansion of heated metals, the pressure of steam in engines, were really consequences of the random motion of countless tiny particles. Temperature was molecular motion. Heat transfer was the sharing of kinetic energy between particles. The gas laws were statistical descriptions of particle behaviour. Once again, apparently different phenomena were revealed to be different manifestations of the same underlying reality. This progressive unification was more than just intellectual satisfaction for physicists. It demonstrated that human reason, equipped with careful observation and mathematical analysis, could penetrate the deepest mysteries of nature. The universe might be vast and complex, but it was also comprehensible. Natural phenomena might appear chaotic and unpredictable, but they followed mathematical laws that could be discovered and understood. This was an extraordinarily optimistic worldview. It suggested that every mystery could eventually be solved, every phenomenon eventually understood, and every natural law eventually decoded. The universe was like an enormous but finite book written in the language of mathematics. Human beings had learned to read this language, and given enough time and effort, they could eventually read the entire book. The practical consequences of this mathematical understanding were transforming human civilization. Steam engines designed using thermodynamic principles were powering the Industrial Revolution. Telegraph systems based on electromagnetic theory were shrinking the world by enabling near-instantaneous communication across vast distances. Precision navigation using gravitational astronomy was making global commerce safer and more reliable. But perhaps most remarkably, the mathematical laws discovered by physicists were revealing unexpected connections between apparently unrelated phenomena. The same equations that described the vibration of violin strings also described the oscillation of electromagnetic fields. The same principles that governed the flight of projectiles also governed the orbits of comets. The same statistical methods that explain the behavior of gases also explain the properties of heat and temperature. These connections suggested that the universe possessed a kind of mathematical coherence that went far deeper than anyone had suspected. It wasn't just that natural phenomena obeyed mathematical laws. It was that these laws were interconnected in ways that revealed a profound underlying unity. The universe appeared to be constructed according to mathematical principles that human minds could discover and appreciate. This mathematical harmony had an almost musical quality. Just as a symphony weaves together different instruments and melodies to create a unified artistic experience, the universe seemed to weave together different physical phenomena to create a unified natural order. The ancients had spoken of the music of the spheres, the idea that celestial motions produced harmonious sounds that reflected the mathematical order of creation. While this literal interpretation had been abandoned, 19th century physics had revealed a deeper sense in which the universe really did possess mathematical harmony. Yet even as physicists celebrated these achievements, they were beginning to encounter phenomena that didn't quite fit the established patterns. The small experimental anomalies we discussed earlier were like discordant notes in an otherwise harmonious symphony. They suggested that the classical mathematical description of nature, however successful, might be incomplete. These puzzles weren't necessarily failures of the classical approach. They might simply indicate that nature's mathematical language was richer and more subtle than anyone had realized. Just as a simple melody can be developed into complex variations that reveal hidden possibilities within the original theme, the mathematical laws of classical physics might be special cases of more general principles that would prove even more beautiful and unified. This possibility was both exciting and unsettling. Exciting because it suggested that the greatest discoveries might still lie ahead, that the universe might possess mathematical depth that would dwarf even the remarkable achievements of Newton and Maxwell. Unsettling because it implied that the comfortable mechanical worldview of classical physics might need to be abandoned in favour of principles that would challenge basic assumptions about the nature of space, time, matter, and causality. As you drift off to sleep tonight, Listen for the mathematical music that classical physicists had learned to hear in the natural world. The steady tick of a clock measures the flow of time according to principles Newton would recognise. The warm glow of a lamp represents electromagnetic radiation behaving exactly as Maxwell's equations predict. The gentle settling of your house reflects thermal expansion and contraction governed by the kinetic theory of heat. But also consider that this familiar music might be just the beginning of a much grander composition, one that would require new mathematical languages to appreciate fully and new conceptual frameworks to understand completely. The classical symphony of physics had reached a magnificent conclusion, but the universe was preparing to reveal entirely new movements that would transform our understanding of reality itself. As our journey through pre-Einstein physics draws to a close, take a moment to appreciate the extraordinary intellectual adventure we've shared. We've travelled from ancient Greek philosophers throwing rocks and wondering about the nature of motion, through medieval scholars rediscovering Aristotle and inventing new ways to think about natural phenomena, to 19th century investigators revealing the mathematical harmonies that govern everything from heat and light to electricity and magnetism. What emerges from this long story is a picture of human curiosity gradually unveiling the deep structure of reality through patient observation, careful experimentation, and creative mathematical thinking. Each generation built upon the insights of their predecessors, slowly constructing an edifice of understanding that revealed the universe to be far more elegant, unified, and comprehensible than anyone had originally dared to hope. The physicists whose work we've explored weren't trying to revolutionize human thought. They were simply trying to understand how things worked. Galileo wanted to know why pendulums swung with regular periods. Newton was curious about why planets moved in elliptical orbits. Maxwell was trying to make sense of the relationship between electricity and magnetism. Yet their modest investigations into specific phenomena gradually revealed universal principles that transformed our understanding of the cosmos. This is one of the most remarkable features of scientific progress. Local investigations often reveal global truths. When you study falling objects carefully enough, you discover universal laws of motion. When you investigate heat transfer systematically, you uncover fundamental principles about energy and molecular behavior. When you explore electromagnetic phenomena thoroughly, you realize that light itself is an electromagnetic wave. The universe seems to be constructed in such a way that deep truths are accessible through careful study of commonplace phenomena. The classical physics that emerged from these centuries of investigation provided a worldview that was both scientifically powerful and psychologically comfortable. It suggested that the universe operated like a vast but comprehensible machine, governed by mathematical laws that human reason could discover and understand. Every phenomenon had a cause, every effect followed necessarily from its antecedents, and given sufficient information about the present state of any system, its future behavior could be predicted with perfect accuracy. This deterministic, mechanical picture of nature had profound cultural implications. It suggested that human beings, through scientific investigation, could eventually understand everything about the natural world. Mystery wasn't a fundamental feature of reality, it was simply a temporary condition that would be eliminated as scientific knowledge advanced. The universe might be complex, but it wasn't ultimately mysterious. Yet even at the height of classical physics success, careful observers were noticing small anomalies that didn't quite fit the established framework. These weren't dramatic failures that demanded immediate attention, but subtle puzzles that suggested the classical picture, however successful, might not be complete. The photoelectric effect, atomic spectra, the stability of atoms, and the constancy of light speed. These phenomena hinted that nature might operate according to principles stranger than anyone had imagined. These puzzles were like faint sounds from a distant country, barely audible but suggesting the existence of territories that hadn't yet been explored. Classical physics had mapped the familiar landscape of everyday experience with extraordinary precision, but there were regions beyond this familiar territory where different rules might apply, where new kinds of phenomena might exist, and where reality itself might prove to be far stranger and more wonderful than the clockwork universe of 19th century physics. Standing on the threshold of the 20th century, physics was in a position remarkably similar to geography in the 15th century. The known world had been mapped with increasing accuracy, trade routes had been established, and navigation had become a reliable science. But beyond the edges of the known world lay vast territories waiting to be discovered, territories that would prove to be far larger and more diverse than the familiar landscapes of Europe and the Mediterranean. Einstein and his contemporaries would prove to be the explorers of these new physical territories, discovering that space and time were far more flexible than Newton had imagined, that matter and energy were interchangeable, that uncertainty was built into the fundamental structure of reality, and that the universe was expanding, evolving, and far stranger than anyone had dreamed. But these revolutionary discoveries were only possible because of the solid foundation that classical physics had provided. You can't appreciate the strangeness of relativistic space-time without first understanding Newtonian mechanics. You can't grasp the weirdness of quantum uncertainty without first mastering classical electromagnetic theory. The revolution that was about to unfold in physics wasn't a rejection of classical insights. It was their fulfillment and transcendence. As you settle into sleep, consider that you've been privileged to witness one of the greatest intellectual adventures in human history. The gradual discovery that the universe is both more orderly and more mysterious than common sense suggests. The work of Galileo, Newton, Maxwell and their colleagues established that human reason, carefully applied, could penetrate the deepest secrets of nature. Their successors would discover that those secrets were far deeper and more wonderful than anyone had imagined. Tomorrow's sunrise will illuminate a world governed by the same physical laws that fascinated these earlier investigators. Gravity will still follow Newton's inverse square law for all practical purposes. Light will still behave as electromagnetic waves as Maxwell described. Heat will still flow according to the principles of thermodynamics. The classical physics we've explored together continues to govern the world of everyday experience with remarkable accuracy. But that same sunrise will also illuminate a universe that extends far beyond everyday experience. A cosmos where space and time are woven together in a fabric that can be stretched and curved, where particles exist in quantum superpositions of multiple states simultaneously, and where uncertainty is not just a limitation of our knowledge, but a fundamental feature of reality itself. The gentle story of physics before Einstein is really the story of human beings learning to see the universe with new eyes, discovering that reality is both more comprehensible and more mysterious than we originally supposed. It's a story that continues today, as each generation of investigators pushes further into the unknown territories that surround our island of understanding, always finding that the universe is stranger, more beautiful, and more wonderful than we had dared to imagine. Sleep well, knowing that you live in a cosmos whose secrets have been partially revealed through centuries of patient human curiosity, and whose deeper mysteries continue to beckon from beyond the edges of our current understanding. The universe delights in surprising us, usually in ways that reveal it to be more elegant and unified than we had previously thought possible. Sweet dreams of mathematical harmonies, electromagnetic symphonies, and the gentle dance of atoms that creates the solid reality of your pillow, your blanket, and the beating of your own heart. Okay, check this out. You're stepping into the year 1066, and you've just witnessed the most successful hostile takeover in English history, though they didn't call it that back then. William the Conqueror, who probably would have made an excellent corporate CEO, has just defeated Harold at Hastings, and suddenly everyone who matters is speaking French. The Norman court wasn't like the chaotic Saxon halls of old, where warriors might burst into song between courses and dogs wandered freely among the rushes. No, William brought continental sophistication to England, which was rather like introducing fine wine to a group of people who'd been perfectly happy with ale. You can imagine the culture shock. One day you're an Anglo-Saxon noble, comfortable in your familiar world of mead halls and familiar customs, and the next day there's a French-speaking king issuing orders in a language that sounds like someone gargling honey. The Normans didn't just conquer England, they redecorated it entirely. William's court moved constantly. A medieval roadshow that would have given modern event planners nightmares. The royal household packed up every few weeks and trudged from castle to castle, carrying everything from the king's favourite chair to the royal toilet seat. Yes, medieval kings had portable toilet seats. Even conquerors need comfort. The Domesday Book, William's famous survey of England, reads like the world's most comprehensive tax audit. Imagine teams of Norman clerks descending on English villages like medieval accountants, counting every pig, chicken and patch of turnips. The locals must have watched these proceedings with the same enthusiasm modern people show for tax season. What made the Norman court fascinating was that it was essentially a startup that achieved success beyond anyone's expectations. William took a relatively small group of French nobles and convinced them to cross the Channel and reinvent an entire kingdom. They brought new architecture, new laws, new fashions, and most importantly new ideas about how royal courts should function. The Normans turned the English court into Europe's most efficient government machine. They created a bureaucracy so organised that historians still marvel at it today. Every penny was accounted for, every legal decision recorded, and every royal progress planned with military precision. If the Saxons had been jazz musicians, improvising freely and following their instincts, the Normans were a full orchestra, playing from carefully written sheet music. What's remarkable is how quickly the two cultures began to blend. Within a generation, Norman knights were marrying English heiresses, and their children grew up bilingual. The court became a place where French efficiency met English practicality, creating something entirely new. You might say it was the medieval equivalent of fusion cuisine, except instead of mixing Thai and Mexican flavours, they were blending governmental systems. The castle became the symbol of this new order. These weren't just fortresses, they were corporate headquarters, law courts, tax offices, and luxury hotels all rolled into massive stone packages. You were entering the nerve centre of a kingdom that was systematically reorganising from the ground up when you stepped into a Norman castle's great hall. Fast forward to the Plantagenets, and you'll find yourself in what amounts to the world's longest-running family drama. If the Normans were efficient administrators, the Plantagenets were passionate performers who happened to run a kingdom on the side. Henry II, the first Plantagenet king, inherited an empire that stretched from the Scottish borders to the Pyrenees. Managing this required him to be part politician, part general, part diplomat, and part travelling salesman. He was constantly on the move, governing his vast territories with the energy of someone who'd had far too much medieval coffee, if such a thing had existed. The Plantagenet court was where politics became personal in the most spectacular ways. Take Henry's marriage to Eleanor of Aquitaine, a woman who was essentially the power broker of her age. Eleanor had already been Queen of France before marrying Henry, bringing with her the sophisticated culture of southern France. She turned the English court into a place where troubadours sang love songs, poets competed for royal favour, and courtly romance flourished like exotic flowers in a hothouse. But Eleanor and Henry's marriage was less romance novel and more psychological thriller. They spent years alternately partnering in ambitious political schemes and plotting each other's downfall. Their 4 sons, Henry the young king, Richard the Lionheart, Geoffrey and John, grew up watching their parents' complex relationship and apparently decided that family harmony was overrated. The result was a royal family that treated succession planning like a contact sport. The princes rebelled against their father, formed alliances with foreign kings, and generally behaved like teenagers with armies. When Henry the young king died in 1183, he was technically still in rebellion against his father. Family dinners must have been extraordinarily awkward. Richard I, the Lionheart, spent most of his reign away from England, crusading in the Holy Land. He treated his kingdom rather like a wealthy parent might treat a trust fund, a reliable source of income for more exciting adventures elsewhere. Richard spoke little English and visited England perhaps twice during his 10-year reign. However, he continues to be one of England's most renowned monarchs, demonstrating that time apart can truly deepen one's affection. Then came John, and if you've seen any movie about Robin Hood, you know John as the villain. The real John was more complex than Hollywood suggests, less cartoonishly evil, more disastrously incompetent. He succeeded in losing the majority of his French territories, facing excommunication from the Pope, and inciting armed rebellion among his own barons. In 1215, they literally cornered him at Runnymede and made him sign Magna Carta, which was medieval England's way of saying, "We need to have a serious talk about your management style." The Plantagenet court during John's reign likely felt like working for a startup, in which the CEO continually makes decisions that everyone knows will lead to failure. Yet no one can determine how to intervene. The barons ultimately took action, establishing the first formal limits on royal power in English history. John's son, Henry III, inherited this mess at age 9. Growing up as a child, king meant that Henry's entire education in kingship came from watching regents and advisors manage the kingdom's recovery from his father's disasters. Perhaps this explains why Henry developed such an obsession with beautiful things, architecture, art and luxury goods that would make medieval Instagram followers weep with envy. Henry III's court was where English royal ceremonial really began to flourish. He reconstructed Westminster Abbey in the Gothic style, setting the stage for the crowning of English monarchs for the ensuing 8 centuries. He collected art, patronised scholars, and turned the royal court into a cultural centre that attracted talent from across Europe. The Plantagenets established patterns that would echo through English royal history. The tension between the king's personal desires and his public duties, the constant need to balance English interests against continental ambitions, and the recurring discovery that even kings must occasionally listen to their subjects' opinions about governance. Edward I arrived on the throne like someone finally reading the instruction manual after generations of improvisation. Where his predecessors had stumbled through the complexities of medieval kingship, Edward approached the job with the systematic thoroughness of a master craftsman. You can picture Edward's court as a place where everything finally ran on time. This was a king who conquered Wales not through dramatic cavalry charges, but through methodical strategic planning and superior logistics. He built a ring of castles that looked like they'd been designed by someone who'd studied every military engineering textbook ever written. Which, in a sense, Edward had. The court of Edward I buzzed with legal innovations that would have impressed modern constitutional lawyers. Edward didn't just rule, he legislated. He created new laws, reformed old ones, and established legal procedures that lasted for centuries. His statutes read like the work of someone who genuinely enjoyed the technical challenges of governance. While other kings saw lawmaking as a tedious necessity, Edward treated it as creative problem-solving. But Edward's greatest innovation was turning royal ceremony into political theatre. His conquest of Wales culminated in one of history's most effective publicity stunts, presenting his infant son Edward, later Edward II, to the Welsh as their Prince of Wales. A native-born ruler who happened to speak no Welsh, but whose birth in Caernarfon Castle made him technically Welsh enough to satisfy the political requirements. The court during Edward's reign felt like the headquarters of a successful consulting firm, organised, purposeful, and slightly intimidating to outsiders. Foreign ambassadors arrived expecting medieval chaos, and instead found clerks who could produce any document within minutes, treasury officials who knew exactly how much money was available for any proposed venture, and a king who actually read the briefing papers. Edward's relationship with Parliament illustrates his practical approach to politics. He didn't summon Parliament because he believed in democratic principles. Such ideas were still centuries in the future. He called Parliament because he needed money for his military campaigns, and he discovered that representatives were more likely to approve taxes if they felt consulted about how those taxes would be spent. It was medieval crowdfunding with a constitutional twist. The court's daily routine reflected Edward's systematic nature. Morning councils dealt with administrative business, afternoon sessions handled legal appeals, and evenings were reserved for diplomatic receptions and cultural events. Even the royal meals followed precise protocols, not because Edward was particularly formal, but because he'd figured out that consistent procedures prevented the sort of chaos that had plagued earlier reigns. Edward's queen, Eleanor of Castile, brought her own sophisticated household that merged seamlessly with the English court. Eleanor was no mere ornamental royal wife. She was a political partner who managed extensive estates, engaged in diplomatic negotiations, and helped create the cultural atmosphere that made Edward's court a magnet for European talent. The famous Eleanor crosses, the elaborate monuments Edward erected at every place Eleanor's funeral procession rested on its way to Westminster, weren't just expressions of royal grief. They were architectural advertisements for the Plantagenet dynasty's sophistication and power. Each cross served as a visual cue that those ruling this kingdom understood both emotional depth and artistic excellence. Edward's court produced the administrative innovations that allowed England to function as a unified kingdom rather than a collection of semi-independent regions. The Royal Chancery developed standardised procedures for everything from diplomatic correspondence to land grants. The Exchequer refined accounting methods that tracked royal income with precision that would have impressed Renaissance bankers. When Edward died in 1307, he left his son a kingdom that functioned like a well-designed machine. Unfortunately, as we'll discover, not every king was mechanically inclined. Edward II inherited his father's efficient kingdom and promptly demonstrated that governmental expertise isn't necessarily genetic. If Edward I's court had been a precision timepiece, his son's court was more like an expensive watch that kept losing time because the owner couldn't stop fiddling with the mechanism. The problem wasn't that Edward II lacked intelligence or education. He'd received the finest medieval schooling available and understood royal duties perfectly well in theory. The problem was that Edward II found the actual work of kingship monumentally boring. He preferred spending time with his close friends, engaging in manual crafts and generally behaving like someone who'd inherited a successful family business, but would rather be pursuing artistic interests. This created the medieval equivalent of an office where the CEO spends most of his time in the employee break room, while important decisions pile up on his desk. Edward's court became a place where ambitious nobles competed not for the king's attention regarding policy matters, but for positions in his inner social circle. The situation became complicated when Edward developed an intensely close relationship with Piers Gaveston, a young nobleman who possessed the medieval equivalent of magnetic charisma. Gaveston was witty, stylish, and completely uninterested in the sort of respectful deference that other nobles expected to receive from royal favourites. He nicknamed the powerful earls with insulting pet names, and generally behaved like someone who'd never read the handbook on medieval court politics. The established nobility watched this relationship with the mounting horror of senior executives discovering that the boss's college roommate has been appointed as their new supervisor. Gaveston wasn't just inappropriate, he was effective at making the traditional power brokers feel excluded from important decisions. The court split into factions, those who found the situation tolerable and those who decidedly did not. The result was a series of political crises that read like medieval office politics taken to their logical extreme. The barons repeatedly forced Edward to send Gaveston into exile. Edward repeatedly found ways to bring him back, and Gaveston repeatedly managed to offend everyone who mattered. The cycle continued until 1312, when a group of earls decided to solve the problem permanently by murdering Gaveston. Edward's reaction to his favourite's death transformed him from an ineffective but harmless king into a genuinely dangerous enemy. The gentle artistic soul who'd preferred crafts to conquest suddenly developed a talent for sustained vengeance that would have impressed his warrior father. The court became a place where courtiers calculated not just political advantage, but personal survival. The Despencer family, Hugh the Elder and Hugh the Younger, replaced Gaveston as Edward's closest advisors, but they brought none of Gaveston's charm and all of his talent for making enemies. The Despensers treated royal favour as a licence for systematic corruption, using their positions to acquire lands, titles and wealth through methods that would have embarrassed medieval robber barons. Meanwhile, Edward's queen, Isabella of France, watched her husband's relationships with male favourites and gradual descent into political paranoia with the patience of someone waiting for the right moment to file for divorce, if such a thing had existed in medieval royal marriage contracts. Isabella's transformation from neglected wife to political revolutionary deserves its own chapter in any study of medieval character development. She began the reign as a conventional royal consort, dutifully producing heirs and managing her household. By 1325 she had evolved into a master political strategist who could give lessons in regime change to modern intelligence agencies. Her alliance with Roger Mortimer, one of England's most powerful barons, created the medieval equivalent of a shadow government. Isabella and Mortimer established themselves in France, gathered military support, and planned their invasion of England with the thoroughness that Edward II had never applied to actual governance. When Isabella's forces landed in England in 1326, Edward's government collapsed with the speed of a house of cards in a stiff breeze. The king, who had spent 20 years alienating his most important supporters, discovered that loyalty cannot be stored like grain in a royal warehouse. It spoils if neglected for too long. Edward's capture and forced abdication in 1327 ended one of the most psychologically complex reigns in English history. His court had become a cautionary tale about what happens when personal relationships override political judgment, and when kings forget that their private preferences cannot be separated from their public responsibilities. Edward III inherited a kingdom that desperately needed someone who actually wanted to be king. Fortunately, that's exactly what they got. Where his father had approached kingship like a reluctant employee showing up for a job he'd never wanted, Edward III embraced royal power with the enthusiasm of someone who'd been waiting his entire life for the opportunity. The court of Edward III felt like a medieval version of Mission Control during an exciting space program. Everything was focused on the great project of proving that England could compete with France as a major European power. This required transforming English military capabilities, diplomatic relationships, and cultural prestige simultaneously. Edward's solution was to turn warfare into a combination of professional efficiency and chivalrous spectacle. His court became the headquarters for military innovations that would revolutionise European combat. English longbowmen weren't just skilled archers, They were precision weapons specialists whose training regimens would have impressed modern Olympic coaches. The creation of the Order of the Garter in 1348 illustrates Edward's genius for combining practical politics with romantic imagery. The story goes that Edward rescued a lady's garter that had fallen during a court dance, declaring, "Honi soit qui mal y pense," shame on him who thinks evil of it. Whether this actually happened matters less than Edward's insight that knightly honour needed institutional structure to remain politically useful. The Garter Knights weren't just ceremonial appointments. They were Edward's core military and political leadership, bound together by oaths that merged personal loyalty with service to the kingdom. It was medieval team building with lasting constitutional implications. Edward's court during the early phases of the 100 Years' War buzzed with the confidence of a successful startup that's just secured major funding. The victory at Crécy in 1346 proved that English tactical innovations could defeat traditional French military superiority. The capture of Calais gave England a permanent foothold on the continent. The victory at Poitiers in 1356, where Edward's son, the Black Prince, captured the French king himself, established the English royal family's reputation as Europe's most formidable military dynasty. But courts that revolve around military success face inevitable challenges when the victories stop coming. The Black Death, which reached England in 1348, killed approximately 1/3 of the population and disrupted the economic systems that funded Edward's continental ambitions. Suddenly the court found itself managing not just military campaigns but social revolution. The plague's aftermath created labour shortages that gave surviving peasants unprecedented bargaining power. Traditional social hierarchies began shifting in ways that made established nobles nervous. The court had to navigate between maintaining traditional privileges and acknowledging new economic realities. Edward aged into someone who'd learned that even successful kings cannot control all the variables that determine their reign's outcomes. The energetic warrior who'd launched England's bid for continental empire became a somewhat melancholy figure presiding over a kingdom that was simultaneously more powerful and more troubled than it had been at his accession. The court during Edward's final years reflected this complexity. Royal ceremonies maintained their magnificence, diplomatic negotiations continued across Europe, and military campaigns proceeded according to established strategies. But underneath the familiar routines, everyone could sense that the assumptions underlying Edward's early successes were becoming increasingly questionable. The Black Prince's premature death in 1376 symbolised the broader challenges facing the Plantagenet system. Edward III had created a court culture based on chivalrous military excellence, but chivalry offered limited guidance for managing plague-disrupted social structures, economic inflation, and the growing political sophistication of England's urban populations. When Edward III died in 1377, he left a kingdom that had achieved his goal of establishing England as a major European power, but at costs that his successors would spend generations calculating. 10-year-old Richard II inherited a kingdom expecting another warrior king, and instead got an artist who happened to wear a crown. If Edward III's court had been focused outward toward continental conquest, Richard's court turned inward toward creating something unprecedented, a royal household that treated cultural sophistication as seriously as previous generations had treated military prowess. You can imagine the confusion this caused among nobles who'd spent their entire careers preparing for careers as knights and military commanders. Suddenly they found themselves in a court where success meant understanding poetry, appreciating architectural innovations, and navigating social protocols that resembled elaborate performances more than traditional feudal relationships. Richard's court developed its own aesthetic that modern art historians still study with fascination. The king commissioned illuminated manuscripts that looked like medieval graphic novels, patronised architects who created buildings that seemed to float despite being constructed from heavy stone, and surrounded himself with intellectuals who treated political philosophy as an art form worthy of lifetime dedication. The famous Wilton diptych, probably created for Richard's court, captures the atmosphere perfectly. It shows Richard being presented to the Virgin Mary by his patron saints, but the painting's real subject is the idea that royal authority derives from divine aesthetic judgment rather than military prowess. Richard looks less like a warrior and more like a medieval art critic who's discovered something beautiful. This cultural revolution wasn't just decorative. Richard understood that royal authority needed new foundations now that the Black Death had disrupted traditional social hierarchies. If kings could no longer rely solely on military force and feudal obligation to maintain power, they needed to create new forms of prestige and authority. Richard's solution was to make the royal court so culturally magnificent that association with it became irresistible to ambitious nobles. The result was a court where political negotiations felt like elaborate theatrical performances. Richard developed ceremonies that turned routine administrative tasks into rituals that demonstrated royal authority through aesthetic excellence rather than raw power. Foreign ambassadors arrived expecting traditional medieval formality, and instead encountered governmental procedures that seemed designed by choreographers. Richard's personal style reflected this approach. He dressed with an attention to detail that would have impressed Renaissance fashion designers, spoke with the precision of someone who'd studied rhetoric as a fine art, and carried himself with the conscious grace of a performer who understood that every public appearance was a political statement. The king's relationship with literature produced some of the most important cultural developments in English history. Richard's court patronised Geoffrey Chaucer, whose Canterbury Tales captures the social complexity of late medieval England with psychological insight that still amazes modern readers. Chaucer's position as a royal customs official allowed him to observe English society from both aristocratic and commercial perspectives, giving his writing a breadth that purely academic poets couldn't match. But Richard's aesthetic approach to kingship created its own political challenges. Nobles who'd expected to advance their careers through military service found themselves competing in cultural arenas where they felt disadvantaged. The court became a place where traditional warriors tried to master skills, sophisticated conversation, appreciation of artistic subtlety, understanding of literary references that seemed to have little connection to the practical business of governing a kingdom. The Peasants' Revolt of 1381 tested Richard's unconventional approach to royal authority. When Wat Tyler led thousands of rebellious peasants to London, demanding social and economic reforms that would have dismantled the feudal system, the 14-year-old king faced his first major political crisis. His response demonstrated both the strengths and limitations of his aesthetic approach to power. Richard met the rebels personally, using his royal presence and rhetorical skills to diffuse their immediate anger. For a moment it seemed as if the young king's cultural sophistication might succeed where traditional military responses would have failed. But when Tyler was killed during the negotiations, Richard's promise of reforms was quickly forgotten, and the revolt was suppressed with traditional violence. The experience seems to have convinced Richard that cultural authority alone wasn't sufficient for royal survival. His court during the 1390s combined aesthetic magnificence with increasingly authoritarian political methods. Richard began demanding new forms of royal reverence, creating ceremonies that elevated the king above traditional feudal relationships. The famous scene where Richard required nobles to approach his throne on their knees and address him only when spoken to wasn't just royal vanity. It was a systematic attempt to reconstruct royal authority along different lines than his predecessors had used. Richard understood that if cultural prestige was going to replace military dominance as the foundation of royal power, then royal dignity needed unprecedented protection. By the late 1390s, Richard's court had become a place where aesthetic excellence coexisted with political paranoia. The king who'd created England's most culturally sophisticated royal household was simultaneously alienating the noble families whose support he needed for political survival. The beautiful ceremonies and magnificent art were real achievements, but they couldn't substitute for the practical political skills that successful medieval kingship required. When Henry Bolingbroke deposed Richard II in 1399, he faced a challenge that no previous English king had confronted. How do you establish legitimacy when you've just proven that royal authority isn't actually sacred? Henry IV's court had to function simultaneously as a functioning government and as a constant argument for why the Lancastrian dynasty deserved to rule England. The solution was to create a court culture that emphasised practical competence over aesthetic magnificence. Where Richard's court had felt like an art gallery that occasionally conducted government business, Henry's court operated more like a well-run law firm that happened to be housed in royal palaces. Henry IV understood that his questionable claim to the throne meant he needed to govern more effectively than kings with uncontested legitimacy. His court established administrative procedures aimed at showcasing royal competence by ensuring visible efficiency. Foreign ambassadors and domestic nobles alike could see that this government actually worked. Bills were paid on time, legal decisions were rendered promptly, and military campaigns were organised with professional thoroughness. The Lancastrian court's relationship with Parliament illustrates this practical approach. Henry didn't call Parliament because he enjoyed legislative debate, but because he needed regular communication with the social groups whose support maintained his dynasty's position. Parliamentary sessions during Henry's reign felt less like royal ceremonies and more like business meetings where practical people discussed practical problems. This created a court atmosphere that was less visually spectacular than Richard's, but more politically sustainable. Henry's courtiers advanced their careers through administrative competence, military effectiveness, and practical problem-solving rather than cultural sophistication or aesthetic sensitivity. The change wasn't necessarily an improvement. England lost some of the cultural achievements that Richard's patronage had fostered, but it was more suited to the political realities of usurped kingship. Henry V inherited this practical court culture and applied it to the grandest possible project, proving that the Lancastrian dynasty could achieve military successes that would justify its questionable origins. His court became the planning headquarters for the most successful military campaign in English history. The preparation for Henry's French campaigns reveals how the Lancastrian court had evolved into something resembling a modern general staff. Every aspect of the Agincourt campaign — logistics, intelligence gathering, diplomatic preparation, financial planning — was organised with systematic attention to detail that previous generations of English kings had rarely achieved. Henry's court during the French campaigns must have felt like mission control during a successful space program. Maps covered the walls, dispatches arrived daily from agents throughout France, and treasury officials calculated the costs of maintaining English armies on foreign soil with accounting precision that would have impressed Renaissance bankers. The victory at Agincourt in 1415 provided exactly the legitimacy boost that Lancastrian kingship needed. Henry had proven that his dynasty could achieve military successes that rivaled the greatest accomplishments of the Plantagenets. The court's practical approach to governance had produced practical results that no one could question, but Henry's early death in 1422 left his infant son, Henry VI, to inherit both the French conquests and the systematic court culture that had achieved them. This created a fascinating problem. What happens when a court designed around practical competence is headed by someone who's more interested in scholarly pursuits than administrative efficiency? Henry VI's court represents one of the most intriguing experiments in English royal history. The king was genuinely pious, intellectually gifted, and temperamentally unsuited for the aggressive political leadership that his father's legacy required. His courtiers found themselves managing a kingdom on behalf of someone who was more interested in founding educational institutions than maintaining military conquests. The result was a court where practical administrators gradually took over the functions that previous kings had performed personally. This might have worked if Henry's nobles had been content with administrative kingship, but many of them had their own ideas about how royal authority should function. Henry VI's court was too well organised for its own good, which contributed to the start of the Wars of the Roses. The efficient administrative systems that Henry IV and Henry V had created continued to function even when the king himself provided minimal leadership. This allowed ambitious nobles to use royal administrative machinery for their purposes, turning the crown's own governmental effectiveness against Lancastrian authority. By the 1450s, the Lancastrian court had become a place where formal governmental procedures continued, while actual political power shifted toward noble factions that were preparing for civil war. The courtiers who'd created England's most efficient medieval government found themselves managing the systematic destruction of the dynasty they'd served so effectively. Edward IV's court after 1461 faced the peculiar challenge of governing a kingdom where everyone had just learned that kings could be overthrown by subjects with sufficient military support and political determination. The Yorkist solution was to create a royal. The court was so magnificently impressive that people would forget how recently the dynasty had come to power. Edward understood that successful usurpers need to establish legitimacy through demonstration rather than argument. His court became a showcase designed to prove that Yorkist kingship represented not just political change but cultural advancement. Every ceremony, every architectural project, and every diplomatic reception was planned to demonstrate that this dynasty governed with a sophistication that justified its hold on power. The Yorkist court's daily routine reflected this strategy. Morning administrative sessions handled governmental business with efficiency that maintained continuity from Lancastrian practices, but afternoon and evening events showcased royal magnificence that surpassed anything England had seen since Richard II's aesthetic experiments. Edward's personal style contributed significantly to this atmosphere. The king was exceptionally tall, strikingly handsome, and possessed the sort of natural charisma that made people want to be associated with his court. Foreign visitors consistently reported that Edward looked like what they expected a king to look like, which provided exactly the sort of visual legitimacy that usurped dynasties particularly needed. But the Yorkist court's real innovation was its approach to economic policy. Edward IV was the first English king to understand that royal authority in the late 15th century needed to be financially self-sustaining. His court developed trading relationships, investment strategies, and revenue-generating systems that made the crown less dependent on parliamentary grants than any previous medieval dynasty. This economic independence allowed Edward to create a court culture that combined political effectiveness with cultural sophistication. Royal patronage during his reign supported architectural projects, manuscript illumination, and musical innovations that demonstrated England's growing cultural confidence. The court became a place where practical governance and aesthetic achievement reinforced each other rather than competing for royal attention. Edward's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville in 1464 illustrates both the strengths and the complications of this approach. Elizabeth wasn't a foreign princess whose marriage would cement diplomatic alliances. She was an English widow whose family connections could strengthen domestic political networks. The decision was politically practical but socially controversial, creating court factions that would influence English politics for decades. The Woodville family's rapid advancement through royal favour created the medieval equivalent of nepotism concerns, but their actual administrative competence was generally impressive. Elizabeth's relatives brought new energy and fresh perspectives to court positions that had sometimes become routine under previous dynasties. Edward's court during the 1470s represented the high point of Yorkist achievement. The king had successfully combined military effectiveness, administrative competence, and cultural sophistication in ways that seemed to justify the Wars of the Roses as necessary modernisation rather than destructive civil conflict. The brief restoration of Henry VI in 1470 to 1471 provided an inadvertent demonstration of how much English royal court culture had evolved under Edward's leadership. Henry's restored court felt archaic and ineffective compared to the Yorkist innovations that courtiers had recently experienced. When Edward returned from exile to reclaim his throne, he found that many previously neutral nobles had decided that Yorkist kingship was simply more impressive than Lancastrian alternatives. Edward's sudden death in 1483 at age 40 ended this experiment in systematic royal magnificence before its long-term effectiveness could be fully evaluated. His brother Richard III inherited a kingdom where court culture had become central to political legitimacy, but where the specific elements of that culture were closely associated with Edward's personal charisma and leadership style. Richard III's court represents one of history's most fascinating studies in the relationship between political effectiveness and public perception. By most objective measures, Richard was a competent administrator who governed England efficiently during his brief reign. His court maintained the organisational systems that Edward had established, continued the cultural patronage that had made Yorkist kingship impressive, and handled domestic and foreign policy with reasonable skill. But Richard's court could never escape the circumstances of his accession to power. The disappearance of his nephews, Edward V and Richard, Duke of York, created suspicions that no amount of governmental competence could overcome. Richard found himself managing a court where formal procedures continued normally, while underlying political support steadily eroded. The irony of Richard's reign was that he'd inherited the most sophisticated royal court in English history, at precisely the moment when court sophistication ceased to matter. The Yorkist innovations in governmental efficiency, cultural patronage, and economic independence were genuine achievements, but they couldn't compensate for fundamental questions about dynastic legitimacy. When Henry Tudor landed at Milford Haven in 1485, he represented not just another dynastic claimant, but a return to the principle that royal courts should be judged primarily on their political effectiveness rather than their cultural achievements. The Battle of Bosworth Field ended the Yorkist experiment and began a new phase in English royal court development. Henry VII's court, after 1485, functioned like a start-up company, whose founder understood that survival required completely different strategies than those needed for initial success. Having won the crown through military victory, Henry faced the challenge of establishing a dynasty that could maintain power through means other than continued warfare. The early Tudor court was deliberately modest compared to Yorkist magnificence. Henry understood that impressive ceremonies, and cultural patronage were luxuries that usurped dynasties could afford only after establishing unquestioned legitimacy. His court focused on administrative competence, financial responsibility, and the systematic elimination of potential rivals. You can picture Henry's court as a place where accountants held higher status than poets, where treasury records received more attention than architectural projects, and where every expenditure was evaluated for its contribution to dynastic security. This wasn't because Henry lacked appreciation for culture or ceremony, but because he understood the priorities that newly established dynasties must observe. The court's daily routine reflected these priorities. Morning sessions dealt with financial planning that would have impressed modern budget analysts. Afternoon meetings handled diplomatic correspondence that gradually established England's credibility with European powers who were still uncertain about Tudor legitimacy. Evening events were modest affairs that demonstrated royal dignity without the extravagance that might suggest governmental irresponsibility. Henry's marriage to Elizabeth of York was perhaps the most successful political alliance in English history. By uniting the Yorkist and Lancastrian claims, Henry created a dynasty whose legitimacy was based on national reconciliation rather than factional victory. The court became a place where former enemies worked together on shared governmental projects, demonstrating that the Wars of the Roses had truly ended. The Tudor court's approach to noble management was particularly innovative. Rather than trying to eliminate powerful aristocratic families, Henry created systems that channeled noble ambition towards service to the crown. Court positions became opportunities for career advancement that required demonstrated loyalty and competence, rather than hereditary privilege alone. This created a court atmosphere that combined traditional medieval hierarchy with meritocratic elements that anticipated later governmental developments. Noble birth remained important, but actual responsibility was distributed based on proven ability to advance Tudor dynastic interests. Henry VII's success in establishing financial independence for the crown had profound implications for court culture. Unlike previous dynasties that needed to maintain parliamentary support for regular tax grants, the Tudor court could plan long-term projects without constant negotiation with potentially hostile legislative assemblies. This financial autonomy allowed Henry VIII to inherit a court that could support dramatic cultural and political innovations. Where his father had necessarily focused on consolidation and survival, Henry VIII could pursue grander ambitions that would transform English royal authority in fundamental ways. Henry VIII's court represents the moment when medieval kingship evolved into something recognisably modern. The young king inherited his father's financial resources and administrative competence, but applied them to projects that would have seemed impossible to previous generations of English monarchs. Henry VIII achieved a dramatic change in royal court culture, as illustrated in the Field of the Cloth of Gold in 1520. This meeting with Francis I of France was essentially a 3-week festival that demonstrated English wealth, cultural sophistication, and technological capability on a scale that amazed contemporary observers. The temporary buildings constructed for the event rivaled permanent royal palaces in their magnificence, but Henry's court culture wasn't just about impressive displays. The king assembled intellectual and artistic talent that transformed England's cultural landscape. Thomas More, Hans Holbein, Thomas Cranmer, and Thomas Cromwell all contributed to creating a court that combined Renaissance learning, artistic innovation, and administrative efficiency in unprecedented ways. The King's break with Rome in the 1530s transformed the English court into something unprecedented. A royal household that functioned simultaneously as a government headquarters, a centre of religious reform, and a cultural laboratory, experimenting with new forms of royal authority. Henry's court during the Reformation years buzzed with the energy of people who understood they were participating in historical changes that would reshape European civilization. Courtiers found themselves managing not just traditional governmental business, but also the systematic reorganisation of English religious life, the redistribution of monastic wealth, and the creation of new legal frameworks for royal supremacy. The dissolution of the monasteries provided Henry's court with resources that previous English kings could hardly have imagined. Suddenly, centuries of religious patronage had given the crown control over vast estates, architectural treasures, libraries, and artistic collections. The court became a place where former monastic buildings were converted into royal residences, where illuminated manuscripts were repurposed for secular use, and where centuries of religious art were evaluated for their potential contribution to royal magnificence. Thomas Cromwell's role in managing these transformations demonstrates how Tudor court culture had evolved beyond traditional feudal relationships. Cromwell was neither a powerful nobleman nor a church official, but a lawyer and administrator, whose expertise in governmental procedure made him indispensable to Henry's revolutionary projects. His rise to power illustrates how the Tudor court had become a meritocracy, where technical competence could overcome traditional social limitations. Henry's 6 marriages created a court atmosphere where personal relationships and political calculations became inseparably intertwined. Each wedding brought new families into royal favour, each divorce or execution eliminated established court networks, and each new queen created opportunities for ambitious courtiers to advance their careers through association with her household. The court, during Henry's final years, had become a place where survival required constant attention to the king's changing moods, shifting political alliances, and evolving religious policies. Courtiers developed the sort of psychological sensitivity that would have impressed modern diplomatic corps, learning to interpret royal gestures, decode ambiguous statements, and anticipate policy changes before they were officially announced. Elizabeth I inherited a kingdom exhausted by religious upheaval and dynastic uncertainty, then spent 45 years transforming her court into the most successful piece of political theatre in European history. If Henry VIII's court had been a workshop for religious and political innovation, Elizabeth's court was a stage where every day brought new performances designed to demonstrate that England had achieved cultural and political greatness. You can imagine the challenge Elizabeth faced as a young queen in 1558. She was unmarried in an age when female rule was considered unnatural, religiously suspect in a kingdom divided between Catholic and Protestant factions, and politically vulnerable in a Europe where major powers were actively plotting England's destruction. Her solution was to create a court culture so dazzling that domestic and foreign observers became too fascinated by the spectacle to focus on the underlying vulnerabilities. The Elizabethan court operated on multiple levels simultaneously. The surface level was pure pageantry, elaborate costumes, complex ceremonies, and artistic displays that made royal receptions feel like theatrical performances. But underneath the spectacle was a sophisticated intelligence operation that gathered information from across Europe, a diplomatic network that played major powers against each other, and an administrative system that managed England's transformation into a major commercial power. Elizabeth's famous progresses, her annual tours through England's countryside, illustrate this multi-layered approach perfectly. From one perspective, these were costly exercises in royal vanity that allowed the Queen to enjoy magnificent hospitality at her subjects' expense. From another perspective, they were systematic efforts to demonstrate royal accessibility, gather intelligence about local conditions, and maintain personal relationships with the noble families whose support the Crown needed for political stability. The progresses also served as mobile advertisements for Elizabethan achievement. When the Queen's enormous entourage arrived at a country estate, local populations could see for themselves the wealth, sophistication, and cultural confidence of their government. These visits were live demonstrations that England under Elizabeth was prospering in ways that justified the religious and political changes of the previous generation. The court's relationship with literature during Elizabeth's reign created some of the greatest achievements in English cultural history. Edmund Spenser's The Fairy Queen was essentially an extended compliment to Elizabeth that happened to be written in some of the most beautiful poetry in the English language. Christopher Marlowe and William Shakespeare wrote plays that explored themes of power, ambition, and political legitimacy with psychological depth that still amazes modern audiences. But this wasn't just royal patronage of talented artists. Elizabeth understood that cultural achievement was a form of political power. When foreign ambassadors attended performances of Shakespeare's plays at court, they were witnessing demonstrations of English intellectual sophistication that carried diplomatic implications. A kingdom that could produce such art was clearly not the backward, isolated nation that hostile European observers preferred to imagine. The famous question of Elizabeth's marriage demonstrates how thoroughly she had integrated personal decisions with political strategy. Every potential marriage alliance was simultaneously a romantic possibility, a diplomatic negotiation, and a piece of theatrical performance designed to keep foreign powers guessing about English intentions. The Queen's courtship with various suitors, Philip II of Spain, Eric XIV of Sweden, Archduke Charles of Austria, and most famously Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, provided ongoing entertainment that distracted attention from more sensitive political matters. Elizabeth managed to keep multiple marriage negotiations active for decades without actually committing to any of them, using romantic possibility as a diplomatic tool with unprecedented skill. The court's response to the Spanish Armada in 1588 showcased Elizabethan political theatre at its most effective. Elizabeth's appearance before her troops at Tilbury, declaring that she had the body of a weak and feeble woman, but the heart and stomach of a king, was political communication that transformed a potential military disaster into a moment of national inspiration. The victory over the Spanish Armada validated all of Elizabeth's governmental strategies simultaneously. English naval innovations had proven superior to Spanish military tradition. Protestant religious conviction had apparently received divine approval, and Elizabeth's unmarried status, which critics had long considered a national weakness, suddenly appeared to be evidence of her unique dedication to England's welfare. The Elizabethan court during the 1590s felt like the headquarters of a successful revolution that had exceeded everyone's expectations. England had become a major European power despite lacking the traditional resources, vast territories, massive populations, abundant precious metals that other powers relied upon for their international influence. Elizabeth's achievement was to demonstrate that a relatively small kingdom could compete with continental empires through superior organisation, cultural sophistication, and political creativity. Her court became the model that later English monarchs would many attempt to emulate her, but few can match her unique combination of theatrical flair and practical effectiveness. James I's arrival in England in 1603 created a fascinating collision between Scottish royal traditions and Elizabethan court culture. James brought with him ideas about kingship that were theoretically more sophisticated than Elizabeth's practical approach, but proved less suited to English political realities. The Jacobean court resembled a university that had unexpectedly taken on governmental duties. James was genuinely learned. He wrote books on political theory, theology, and even tobacco control, but his intellectual approach to kingship sometimes conflicted with the practical political skills that successful English monarchy required. You can picture the culture shock that occurred when James's Scottish courtiers encountered the complex protocols of Elizabethan court life. The Scots were accustomed to more informal relationships between the king and his nobles, while English courtiers had developed elaborate ceremonial procedures that treated royal access as a carefully rationed privilege. The result was a court where two different styles of monarchy existed in constant tension. James preferred scholarly discussion and theoretical debate, while his English courtiers were more comfortable with the sort of political theatre that had made Elizabeth's reign successful. The mixture produced some fascinating cultural achievements, but also political complications that would influence English history for generations. James's court patronised the translation of the Bible that bears his name, the King James Version, completed in 1611, which became one of the most influential works of English prose ever written. The king's personal involvement in this project demonstrates how Jacobean court culture could combine serious intellectual work with practical political purposes. The new Bible translation was simultaneously a scholarly achievement, a religious statement, and a political document designed to establish royal authority over English spiritual life. The court's relationship with theatre during James's reign produced some of Shakespeare's greatest plays. King Lear, Macbeth, and The Tempest were all written for royal audiences who understood the political themes these works explored. When courtiers watched Macbeth's meditation on the relationship between ambition and legitimacy, they were seeing their own political concerns reflected in dramatic poetry of extraordinary power. But James's theoretical approach to monarchy created practical problems that became increasingly serious as his reign progressed. His belief in the divine right of kings was intellectually coherent, but politically impractical in a kingdom where Parliament had grown accustomed to being consulted about major policy decisions. The Gunpowder Plot of 1605 provided James with an opportunity to demonstrate that his scholarly approach to kingship could handle serious political crises. His investigation of the conspiracy showed genuine detective skills, and his management of the aftermath demonstrated both mercy toward the innocent and decisive action against genuine threats. However, James's financial management created ongoing tensions that his son Charles I would inherit along with the crown. The Jacobean court was expensive in ways that even Elizabeth's magnificent progresses had not been. James distributed titles, lands, and pensions with generosity that reflected his theoretical belief that royal magnificence was essential to monarchical dignity, but his practical accounting skills were less impressive than his theoretical knowledge. Charles I inherited his father's intellectual approach to kingship, but lacked James's political flexibility and personal charisma. Charles's court became a place where theoretical perfection was pursued, with systematic dedication that ignored the political compromises that successful monarchy required. The Caroline court during the 1630s achieved a level of artistic and cultural sophistication that rivaled the greatest European achievements. Anthony van Dyck's portraits of Charles and his family created visual representations of royal dignity that still influence how we imagine 17th century monarchy. The court masques designed by Inigo Jones combined architecture, music, poetry, and theatrical spectacle in ways that amazed contemporary observers, but this cultural achievement existed in increasing tension with political realities that Charles seemed determined to ignore. His court became a place where beautiful ceremonies and magnificent art coexisted with governmental policies that were systematically alienating the social groups whose support the English monarchy traditionally required. The 11-year period when Charles ruled without Parliament, the so-called personal rule from 1629 to 1640, transformed the royal court into something unprecedented in English history, a government that functioned independently of the legislative institutions that had been central to English political development since medieval times. Charles's court during these years operated with efficiency that would have impressed his Tudor predecessors, but its effectiveness was undermined by growing popular conviction that the king was governing in ways that violated fundamental English political traditions. The court became isolated from the broader political nation in ways that made future conflicts almost inevitable. When Charles finally recalled Parliament in 1640, his court found itself confronting political opposition that had been growing stronger while royal authority had been growing more rigid. The result was a political crisis that neither traditional royal authority nor innovative court culture could resolve through conventional means. The execution of Charles I in 1649 created a unique situation in European history, a major kingdom attempting to function without any royal court at all. The Commonwealth period represents the ultimate test of whether traditional governmental functions required traditional royal ceremonies and protocols. Oliver Cromwell's government faced the challenge of maintaining domestic order and international respectability without the institutional structures that had supported English political authority for centuries. The result was a series of improvised solutions that were sometimes successful but never entirely convincing to domestic or foreign observers. You can imagine the confusion that ordinary English people felt when familiar royal ceremonies simply disappeared from public life. No more royal progresses through the countryside, no more elaborate court celebrations to mark important occasions, and no more visible demonstrations of governmental continuity that had reassured previous generations about political stability. The Cromwellian court, though it was never officially called a court, developed its own protocols that attempted to combine republican simplicity with the ceremonial dignity that governmental authority seemed to require. Foreign ambassadors still needed to be received with appropriate formality, important state occasions still required public ceremonies, and political authority still needed visible demonstrations of its legitimacy. Cromwell's personal style reflected this challenge. He rejected royal titles and traditional monarchical ceremonies, but he lived in royal palaces, used royal ceremonial objects, and gradually adopted many of the protocols that had previously been associated with crowned kings. The line between republican leadership and monarchical authority proved more difficult to maintain than theoretical political philosophy had suggested. The Commonwealth period's cultural achievements were real, but different from traditional royal patronage. John Milton's political writings, including The Tenure of Kings and Magistrates, and later Paradise Lost, explored themes of authority, rebellion, and political legitimacy with intellectual depth that surpassed most court-sponsored literature. But these works were produced despite governmental policy rather than because of royal encouragement. The absence of a royal court also affected English international relations in ways that became increasingly problematic as the Commonwealth period continued. European monarchs were reluctant to treat Cromwell's government as a legitimate equal, partly because it lacked the ceremonial structures that traditional diplomacy required for normal international relationships. When Cromwell died in 1658, his son Richard briefly attempted to continue the Commonwealth system, but the experiment quickly demonstrated that republican government required personal authority that couldn't be inherited through family succession. The irony was that effective republican leadership seemed to require many of the same qualities that successful monarchy demanded, Charles II's return to England in 1660 created one of the most remarkable transformations in English court history. The king had spent his exile in French and Dutch courts that had continued developing while England experimented with republicanism. When Charles established his restored court, he brought continental innovations that revolutionised English royal culture. The Restoration Court felt like a party that had been postponed for 11 years and was finally being celebrated with accumulated enthusiasm. Charles understood that his restoration needed to demonstrate not just political legitimacy, but cultural superiority over the republican experiment that had temporarily replaced traditional monarchy. You can picture the excitement that must have filled London when familiar royal ceremonies returned to English public life. The coronation processions, court celebrations, and royal progresses provided visual evidence that normal political order had been restored. But Charles's court was more than just a return to pre-Civil War traditions. It was an upgrade that incorporated the best features of European royal culture. The king's personal style reflected his continental education. Charles was witty, sophisticated, and possessed the sort of easy charm that made people want to spend time in his presence. His court became a place where conversation was considered an art form, where scientific discussion coexisted with theatrical entertainment, and where English cultural life reconnected with broader European developments. The Royal Society, founded in 1660, illustrates how the Restoration Court supported intellectual achievements that combined practical utility with cultural prestige. When Isaac Newton, Christopher Wren, and Robert Hooke conducted their experiments under royal patronage, they were advancing human knowledge while simultaneously demonstrating that the English monarchy supported the sort of scientific progress that was transforming European civilization. Charles's court was also where English theatre achieved some of its greatest successes. The king's enthusiastic support for dramatic performances helped create the conditions that produced Restoration comedy, a theatrical form that combined sophisticated social observation with entertainment that appealed to both courtly and popular audiences. But the Restoration Court's most significant innovation was its approach to religious diversity. Charles's personal Catholic sympathies were balanced by his political understanding that England required Protestant royal authority for domestic stability. His court became a place where religious differences were managed through practical tolerance rather than theoretical resolution. This created a court atmosphere that was more intellectually diverse than England had experienced since before the Reformation. Catholics, Anglicans, and various Protestant denominations all found places in court life, though their relationships were sometimes tense and always politically complicated. The Great Fire of London in 1666 provided Charles's court with an opportunity to demonstrate royal leadership during a genuine national crisis. The king's personal involvement in firefighting efforts and his support for Christopher Wren's rebuilding plans showed that the restored monarchy could provide effective practical leadership, as well as ceremonial magnificence. James II's accession in 1685 created immediate tension between the court culture that Charles had established and James's determination to restore Catholicism as England's official religion. James had inherited his brother's sophisticated court system, but lacked Charles's political sensitivity about the religious compromises that the English monarchy required. The Jacobite court during James's brief reign felt like a place where people were waiting for something dramatic to happen, though no one was quite sure what form that drama would take. James's policies systematically alienated the Protestant political establishment that had supported his brother's restoration, while his court ceremonies increasingly emphasised Catholic religious elements that made most English observers nervous. When William of Orange landed in England in 1688, James's court collapsed with startling speed. The king, who had inherited the most sophisticated royal household in English history, found himself with almost no domestic political support when the crisis finally arrived. The Glorious Revolution of 1688 fundamentally changed the relationship between English royal courts and political authority. William III and Mary II established a court system that operated within constitutional limitations that would have seemed impossible to earlier generations of English monarchs. The new royal court had to function simultaneously as a ceremonial centre that maintained monarchical dignity and as a governmental institution that acknowledged parliamentary supremacy over major policy decisions. This required developing new protocols that preserved royal prestige while respecting the political realities that the Glorious Revolution had established. You can imagine the delicate balance that court officials needed to maintain during this transitional period. Royal ceremonies still needed to demonstrate appropriate majesty, but they couldn't suggest that the Crown claimed authority that Parliament now controlled. Foreign diplomats still needed to be received with suitable formality, but diplomatic policies required legislative approval in ways that complicated traditional royal prerogatives. The Hanoverian succession in 1714 brought another continental influence to English court culture, but George I's court faced the additional challenge of establishing legitimacy for a dynasty with limited English connections. The early Georgian court compensated for this linguistic and cultural distance by developing ceremonial procedures that emphasised constitutional propriety rather than personal charisma. George II's court achieved a more comfortable balance between German royal traditions and English constitutional requirements. The king spoke better English than his father, understood English political customs more thoroughly, and created a court atmosphere that successfully combined continental sophistication with domestic political sensitivity. But it was during George III's long reign that the Georgian court system reached its mature form. George III was the first Hanoverian monarch who was thoroughly English in education, temperament, and political understanding. His court became the template for constitutional monarchy that would influence British royal culture for the next 2 centuries. The Georgian court's daily routine reflected these constitutional limitations. Morning sessions dealt with ceremonial business that maintained royal dignity without challenging parliamentary authority. Afternoon meetings handled diplomatic correspondence that required coordination with government ministers who were responsible to Parliament rather than to the Crown alone. George III's court during the American Revolution demonstrates how constitutional monarchy functioned during major political crises. The king personally opposed American independence, but his court had to manage a military conflict that was primarily directed by ministers who were accountable to Parliament. Royal authority and parliamentary government operated in parallel rather than in the hierarchical relationship that had characterised earlier periods. The court's response to George III's periodic mental illness created unprecedented constitutional challenges that required improvised solutions. The Regency crisis of 1788 forced Parliament and the royal household to develop procedures for managing governmental continuity when the monarch was unable to perform his constitutional duties. These experiences established precedents that would prove crucial during the formal Regency period from 1811 to 1820, when the future George IV governed on his father's behalf. The Regency court represented the full flowering of Georgian royal culture, sophisticated, cosmopolitan, and expensive enough to scandalise contemporary critics. George IV's court as Prince Regent achieved a level of cultural patronage that rivaled the greatest European achievements. The rebuilding of the Royal Pavilion at Brighton, the planning of Regent Street and Regent's Park in London, and the support for artists, writers, and musicians created a court culture that combined aesthetic achievement with constitutional propriety. Victoria's accession in 1837 created a dramatic transformation in English court culture that reflected broader changes in social attitudes, economic relationships, and imperial responsibilities. The 18-year-old Queen inherited a court system that had been designed for Georgian royal lifestyle, but would need to accommodate Victorian moral expectations and global imperial duties. The early Victorian court faced the challenge of establishing respect for a young female monarch in an age when political authority was generally associated with masculine leadership. Victoria's solution was to create a court culture that emphasised moral authority, domestic virtue, and imperial responsibility rather than the personal charisma or cultural sophistication that had characterised earlier royal traditions. You can imagine the dramatic change in the court atmosphere that Victoria's moral standards produced. Where Georgian court life had celebrated wit, sophistication, and a certain tolerance for personal scandal, Victorian court culture emphasised duty, propriety, and the sort of moral earnestness that would have made earlier generations of courtiers deeply uncomfortable. Victoria's marriage to Prince Albert in 1840 established the partnership that would define Victorian royal culture for the next 2 decades. Albert brought German thoroughness and intellectual seriousness to English court life, creating an atmosphere where governmental efficiency, cultural patronage, and moral improvement were pursued with systematic dedication. The Victorian court's approach to ceremonial innovation illustrates this new seriousness of purpose. The Great Exhibition of 1851, organised under Albert's leadership, was simultaneously a celebration of British industrial achievement, a demonstration of imperial wealth, and a moral statement about the benefits of international cooperation and technological progress. Albert's influence on court culture extended far beyond ceremonial occasions. He reorganised royal finances, modernised royal estates, and established new standards for the sort of cultural patronage that the monarchy should provide. The prince consort treated royal duties with the systematic attention to detail that successful businesses required, applying commercial principles to monarchical responsibilities. The court's daily routine during Albert's lifetime reflected this business-like approach. Morning sessions handled administrative business with efficiency that would have impressed Tudor bureaucrats. Afternoon meetings dealt with the charitable organisations, educational institutions and cultural projects that had become central to Victorian royal identity. Victoria's grief after Albert's death in 1861 transformed the court once again, this time in ways that created long-term problems for monarchical prestige. The Queen's withdrawal from public ceremonial duties meant that the Victorian court maintained its administrative functions while losing much of its symbolic visibility. The court, during Victoria's widowhood, operated like a governmental department whose chief executive had chosen to work from home. While royal business proceeded efficiently, the ceremonial aspects of monarchy, which served as public demonstrations of constitutional continuity, saw a significant reduction. This created opportunities for other members of the royal family, particularly the Prince of Wales, the future Edward VII, to develop alternative approaches to royal public life. Edward's court-in-waiting became a centre for the sort of social activities that Victoria's mourning had eliminated from official royal culture. The tension between Victoria's withdrawn approach and Edward's sociable style created two different models of royal behaviour that coexisted uncomfortably within the same constitutional system. The Queen's moral authority was unquestioned, but her son's understanding of royal ceremonial requirements seemed more suited to practical political needs. Victoria's Golden Jubilee in 1887 and Diamond Jubilee in 1897 demonstrated that the Queen's moral authority had created a new form of monarchical prestige. These celebrations weren't just British occasions, they were imperial festivals that demonstrated how Victorian royal culture had expanded to encompass global responsibilities. The Victorian court's final achievement was establishing the constitutional framework that would allow the British monarchy to survive the democratic transformations of the 20th century. Victoria's combination of moral authority, imperial responsibility, and constitutional propriety created a template for monarchical relevance that proved adaptable to changing political circumstances. As we reach the end of our gentle journey through these centuries of royal courts, you might find yourself reflecting on how these ancient patterns still echo in contemporary life. The challenges that medieval kings faced, balancing personal desires with public responsibilities, managing competing interest groups, adapting traditional institutions to changing circumstances, remain remarkably familiar to anyone who observes modern politics or organisational leadership. English royal courts evolved from William the Conqueror's efficient Norman administration to Victoria's moral imperial authority, illustrating humanity's continuing experiment with the relationship between individual authority and collective governance. Each generation discovered that successful leadership required adapting inherited traditions to contemporary realities while maintaining enough continuity to preserve institutional legitimacy. Perhaps the most striking pattern is how consistently English royal courts served as laboratories for political innovation. The Magna Carta emerged from King John's administrative failures. Parliament developed from Edward I's financial needs. The Reformation grew from Henry VIII's personal circumstances, and constitutional monarchy evolved from the Glorious Revolution's political necessities. These weren't planned developments guided by theoretical political philosophy. They were practical solutions to immediate problems, created by people who were trying to make inherited governmental systems work under changing circumstances. The genius of English political development was its capacity to transform temporary expedients into permanent constitutional principles. The human stories behind these institutional changes, Eleanor of Aquitaine's political sophistication, Richard II's aesthetic innovations, Elizabeth I's theatrical statecraft, and Charles II's continental sophistication, remind us that political systems are ultimately expressions of individual personality interacting with historical circumstance. As you settle deeper into your comfortable spot tonight, you might consider how these royal courts created the governmental traditions that still influence democratic societies today. The idea that political authority requires popular consent, that governmental power should be limited by law, and that cultural achievement enhances political legitimacy. These concepts developed through centuries of experimentation in royal households that were trying to solve practical problems of leadership and governance. The English royal court's evolution from medieval warrior kings to constitutional monarchs reflects humanity's broader journey toward more sophisticated forms of social organisation. Each generation built upon previous achievements while adapting to new challenges, creating institutional continuity that allowed gradual transformation rather than revolutionary upheaval. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, you carry with you the stories of nearly 1,000 years of human creativity, adaptation, and the endless fascinating complexity of people learn to live together in organised societies. Sweet dreams, and may your rest be as peaceful as a medieval monastery garden on a quiet summer evening. Have you ever noticed that sometimes a person you get along with begins to make small demands that appear reasonable? This was Britain's relationship with the American colonies after 1763. Britain had just finished the French and Indian War, which sounded like a war between two groups but was more like a neighbourhood brawl that involved most of the world. The British won, which was great for English speakers but disastrous for the French. However, winning wars is costly. Britain reviewed its bank account as if it were a credit card statement, following an extravagant holiday shopping spree. Britain knew who should pay for all those muskets and fancy uniforms. Meanwhile, the colonists saw their lives as reasonable. Everyone would mind their own business as they sent tobacco and other goods across the ocean. Britain sent back tea and manufactured goods. It was akin to a prosperous long-distance partnership. Britain then became involved in the daily details of trade. The Sugar Act of 1764 taxed molasses and sugar. You may wonder, what's the big deal about sugar taxes? However, molasses was not only used in cookies. Molasses played a crucial role in the production of rum, which was considered the most valuable commodity in the colonial economy. Taxing molasses was like taxing happiness. The colonists grumbled about the tax but believed it would be temporary. The Stamp Act of 1765 required tax stamps on almost all colonial paper. Buy a newspaper? Stamp duty. Need a will? Stamp duty. Are you enjoying a game of cards? It's stamp tax. Britain seemed to believe that the abundance of trees was excessive and required regulation. The colonists had a philosophical disagreement with the arrangement, which made things fascinating. They'd been managing themselves well, but now someone 3,000 miles away was telling them how to spend their money. It would be like your distant cousin rearranging your furniture because they helped you move. Britain's response to no taxation without representation was, but we're representing you. We're British, you're British, it's all very British and representational. This logic didn't convince colonists. When two people argue about one thing but are upset about another, things escalate. The Townshend Acts of 1767 taxed tea, paint, paper and glass. By now, Britain was taxing so much that colonists wondered if breathing was next. The colonial response of boycotting British goods worked better than expected. British merchants suddenly found their warehouses filled with unwanted items, such as 40 pounds of potato salad left over from a party that had no guests. Tensions were so high in 1770 that a knife could cut them. British soldiers kept order in colonial cities, but armed soldiers made people nervous. Hiring a bouncer for your book club may be technically beneficial, but it can significantly alter the atmosphere. The Boston Massacre occurred in March 1770, but calling it a massacre is like calling a small accident a major transportation disaster. British soldiers shooting into a crowd killed 5 colonists, which was tragic and unnecessary but not a systematic slaughter. However, it gave the colonists something to be upset about, and anger is a powerful organising force. You're probably seeing how the story will end, but we're just beginning. After the Boston Massacre, Britain considered retreating. To maintain dignity in this relationship, they repealed most of the Townshend Acts, keeping only the tea tax. It was akin to expressing regret over a disagreement, yet asserting triumph over a minor issue. A couple of years were quiet. Britain resumed pretending the empire was running smoothly while the colonists returned to their daily lives. The situation resembled a state of artificial tranquility, as everyone chose to overlook the pressing issue of taxation, which was disguised by a powdered wig and held strong opinions. In 1773, Britain committed a strategic error, but it was more akin to making a blind decision. The British East India Company monopolised colonial tea sales under the Tea Act, making tea cheaper for consumers. One might assume that cheaper tea would be popular, but that was not the case. Principle, not price, was the issue. Local merchants' complete removal from the tea business presented colonists with a promising future. What prevented Britain from monopolising everything else if they could monopolise tea? It was like watching someone rearrange your furniture while claiming to help. The colonial response was swift and either brilliantly theatrical or completely insane. On December the 16th, 1773, colonists dressed as Native Americans boarded British ships in Boston Harbour and dumped 342 chests of tea into the water. Their action was culturally insensitive and unconvincing. The Boston Tea Party was likely the most expensive tantrum ever. Boston Harbour briefly held the world's largest cup of weak tea, worth $1.7 million today. Britain's response to this aquatic protest was typical of someone who'd just seen their expensive tea turned into harbour seasoning. King George III and Parliament decided Massachusetts needed manners and were the ones to teach them. Britain's Intolerable Acts of 1774 said, "You want to act like children? Fine, we'll treat you like children." They grounded a city by closing Boston Harbour until the tea was paid for. Instead of colonial courts, British officials accused of crimes would be tried in Britain, which was like saying, from now on, when we break the rules, we'll judge ourselves. The Quebec Act, passed around the same time, extended Quebec's borders into the Ohio Valley, annoying most American colonists. Britain seemed to have thought, you know what this needs? More complications. However, Britain's plan backfired almost poetically. Instead of isolating Massachusetts and making an example of them, the Intolerable Act warned other colonies they could follow. It was akin to observing the neighbourhood bully target one child, and suddenly recognising that you could be the subsequent victim. At the First Continental Congress in Philadelphia in September 1774, delegates from 12 colonies, Georgia was undecided, discussed their options. 12 groups of people agreeing on anything is difficult, let alone 12 groups spread across 1,000 miles of 18th century transportation infrastructure. The Congress stopped importing and exporting colonial goods to Britain. They also agreed to meet again if things didn't improve, politely saying, "We're serious about this, and we'll prove it by having more meetings." Colonists were organising militias, which should have worried Britain more than it did. Farmers, shopkeepers and blacksmiths spent their weekends learning to march in straight lines and shoot muskets accurately. The militia movement was practical and psychological. It meant colonists were ready to defend themselves. It was a big mental shift to think of themselves as people who might need to defend themselves against their own government. By 1774, Britain and the American colonies were stockpiling weapons and making grievance lists. If this were a marriage, lawyers would be involved. You're familiar with the moment when someone utters something they cannot retract, and everything shifts within the argument. It happened on April 19th, 1775, in two small Massachusetts towns that most people in Britain and the American colonies had never heard of. General Thomas Gage, the British commander in Boston, was ordered to suppress the colonial rebellion by seizing weapons and arresting the leaders. He took a leisurely evening stroll with 700 of his closest friends to retrieve the colonists' military supplies from Concord, 20 miles from Boston. The plan was simple: march to Concord at night, grab the weapons, arrest Samuel Adams and John Hancock if they were there, and return for breakfast. It was the kind of plan that looks great on paper, but falls apart in practice. The colonists had a fantastic neighbourhood watch system. Paul Revere, William Dawes, and other riders patrolled the countryside to warn of the British. Revere's midnight ride is legendary, but he was captured halfway to Concord, proving that even famous historical events don't always go as planned. British troops arrived at Lexington at sunrise to discover 70 colonial militiamen on the village green. The militia was armed but outnumbered, making this a tense neighbourhood dispute rather than a military conflict. Who fired the first Lexington shot is unknown. It could have been a British soldier, a colonial militiaman, or a musket accident, which happened more often than you'd think with 18th century firearms. We know that 8 colonists died and 1 British soldier was wounded after the smoke cleared. British troops continued to Concord, where things improved initially. They managed to move most of the valuable military supplies, but they also destroyed some. Their day went awry when they returned to Boston. The colonial militia kept busy while the British searched Concord. With word of the Lexington fighting spreading, militia units converged from all directions. The British encountered the Concord militia as well as nearby farmers and shopkeepers armed with muskets who then fled. The retreat from Concord to Boston became a day-long battle. The British found it unsporting for the colonial militia to hide behind trees and stone walls, shoot at officers, and not line up in neat formations to be shot at. It was like a game where the other side changed the rules. The British limped back into Boston with 273 casualties to 95 colonial losses. More importantly, they learned that colonial militia were different from European armies. The colonists didn't understand that war should be gentlemanly. The colonies heard Lexington and Concord news faster than small-town gossip. Connecticut and New Hampshire militia marched toward Boston within days. The British were besieged in their own stronghold, which was unexpected. In May 1775, the Second Continental Congress met in Philadelphia and faced a simpler but more complicated situation than the first. Since the shooting had begun, they didn't have to debate armed resistance's legitimacy. They were running a war without realizing it, making it more complicated. Congress appointed a committee, as politicians do in confusing situations. They appointed several committees, but the most important one organized the colonial military forces into an army. After some debate, they chose George Washington, a Virginia planter with military experience and a good horse. Washington accepted the appointment with the reluctant grace politicians have perfected since. That he didn't feel qualified for the job but would do his best was either humility or political theatre. Probably both. The Battle of Bunker Hill in June 1775 showed that colonial forces could defeat professional British troops with good defence and enough ammunition. After inflicting heavy casualties on the British, the colonists retreated. A defeat that felt like a victory was exactly what colonial morale needed. The American colonies were in open rebellion against Britain by 1775, though nobody wanted to call it that. Admitting you've made a big decision can be harder than choosing it. In early 1776, the American colonies were fighting Britain, organising their own government and printing their own money, but they were still trying to reconcile. It was like someone who moved out of their parents' house, got a new apartment, and started a new job but insist they're staying with friends until things work out at home. In January 1776, Thomas Paine published Common Sense and said what everyone was thinking. In the 18th century, most political writing sounded like it was meant to put people to sleep, but Paine could explain complex political ideas in simple language. Common Sense argued that independence was necessary and desirable. Paine noted that kings were usually useless or harmful. It was absurd to think that one person should rule millions of others based on their parents. It was like entrusting your finances to someone whose great-grandfather was good with money. It sold 150,000 copies in 3 months, which was like going viral in 1776, but with radical political theory instead of funny cat videos. Taverns and town squares suddenly hosted whispered conversations. Meanwhile, the war spread beyond Massachusetts. The American invasion of Canada seemed like a good idea at the time, but it taught you why most military adventures are bad. The invasion failed spectacularly, proving that winter, distance, and hostile populations stop armies. In the South, the British were finding their optimism about loyal colonists supporting them wrong. While rallying loyalist support in North Carolina, most people preferred to stay home and avoid being shot, which was probably wise. Back in Philadelphia, the Continental Congress struggled to wage war while seeking peace. It was like planning a wedding while divorcing, possible but difficult. King George III unexpectedly pushed for independence. In December 1775, he declared the American colonies in open rebellion and no longer under his protection. He meant, fine, if you want to act like you don't need me, then you really don't. The king hired German mercenaries, Hessians, to fight the colonists, which was like bringing in armed strangers to settle a fight with your kids. This gesture made reconciliation less appealing. Even moderates in Congress thought independence might be the only option by spring 1776. You can't negotiate with someone who's declared rebellion and hired foreign soldiers to shoot you. Thomas Jefferson was chosen to write the Declaration of Independence because he was a good writer and because the other committee members had more important tasks. Jefferson, who was 33, wrote one of the most important documents in history while still paying off student loans. Jefferson's initial draft was longer and more accusatory. His inflammatory language, including blaming King George for the slave trade, was edited out by Congress for political reasons and because slaveholders were hypocritical. The final declaration, approved on July 4, 1776, was a political masterpiece that was both philosophical and practical. It stated why the colonies were declaring independence, listed their grievances against Britain, and announced their intention to form a new nation. The most famous line, "We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal," changed politics and philosophy. In a world where most people were ruled by divine kings, the idea that government should be based on consent was radical. In 1776, all men meant something different than it does today. Women, enslaved people, and Native Americans couldn't vote. Despite its promissory note status, the Declaration was a start. The Declaration signing wasn't as dramatic as paintings suggest. Many delegates signed a formal copy in August, but some waited until November. John Hancock's large signature was likely more about habit than defiance. Public reaction to independence was mixed. Patriots held bonfires, bell-ringing and readings. In a new nation that had declared their former government illegitimate, loyalists worried about their future. Many wanted to know if they'd finally stop arguing about taxes. The Declaration of Independence turned the colonial rebellion into a national liberation war. No turning back, independence or defeat, no middle ground. Declaring independence was simple. Winning independence required defeating the world's strongest military force, which was like challenging the neighbourhood bully to a fight and discovering that he was a professional wrestler with several angry friends. The UK response to the Declaration of Independence was swift and overwhelming. Their largest expeditionary force, over 30,000 troops and a massive fleet, targeted New York City. They wanted to capture the most important colonial port, split the rebellion in half, and end this nonsense before it got out of hand. While commanding the Continental Army, George Washington learned that it was like herding cats, except the cats were armed, had strong opinions about military hierarchy, and went home when their enlistments expired. The army consisted of Continental regulars, state militia, and volunteers who came and went as needed for farm work. Washington's first major battle as a commander, the Battle of Long Island in August 1776, nearly ended the Revolution before it began. British General William Howe outmaneuvered Washington's army, trapping them on Brooklyn Heights with their backs to the East River. Most military professionals call being trapped with a river behind you and a superior enemy force in front of you a problem. Washington solved it with one of the most daring retreats in history, evacuating 9,000 troops across the East River at night without the British noticing, like sneaking out of a party while the host was distracted, but with cannons. The retreat from New York became a disaster that tested independence supporters' loyalty. Washington's army disintegrated as soldiers deserted, enlistments expired, and militia units returned home. He had less than 3,000 troops left by December, and most of their enlistments expired on New Year's Eve. During this dark period, volunteer Thomas Paine wrote The Crisis, which began with the famous line, "These are the times that try men's souls." He meant that things were bad, but giving up wasn't an option. The British capture of Fort Washington in November, taking nearly 3,000 Americans, was the lowest point. Its main goal was to stop British ships from sailing up the Hudson River, but it proved that building a fort in the wrong place is worse than none. By Christmas 1776, the revolution was tenuous. The British and Hessians controlled New York and were about to defeat Washington's army. Many colonists who supported independence were beginning to doubt their decision. Washington decided desperate times required desperate measures. He led his remaining troops across the ice-choked Delaware River on Christmas night to surprise 900 Hessian soldiers in Trenton. The crossing was dangerous due to a winter storm, and many soldiers didn't have proper shoes, leaving bloody footprints in the snow. According to military historians, it was audacious, but insane. The attack on Trenton worked well because the Hessians didn't expect anyone to attack in a blizzard the day after Christmas. The Americans took nearly 1,000 prisoners and needed military supplies, but they also won battles. Washington won again at Princeton a week later, convincing many that independence wasn't hopeless. Morale rose, enlistments rose, and the revolution stumbled into 1777. The British had a new 1777 strategy that looked great on paper but ignored North American geography. To divide the rebellion and isolate New England, 3 armies were to converge on Albany, New York. About 8,000 troops under General John Burgoyne would march south from Canada. Another force would move east from Lake Ontario. General Howe marched north from New York City. Albany would be their meeting place to shake hands and watch the revolution fall. The plan had one minor flaw. It required precise coordination between armies separated by hundreds of miles of wilderness, with no reliable communication, in an era when the fastest way to send a message was to give it to a horseback rider and hope he didn't get lost or shot. Burgoyne began his march south in June 1777 with confidence and a large baggage train that included his wardrobe and tons of champagne. He was the kind of general who thought maintaining standards during a war was admirable, but too difficult to do while marching through forests. General Horatio Gates and the New England militia surrounded Burgoyne's army near Saratoga. October found Burgoyne trapped, outnumbered, and low on supplies. He gave up his army on October 17th, 1777. The victory at Saratoga changed the war, but not because it won American independence. There were still years of fighting. Instead, it convinced France that the Americans might win, making supporting them worth annoying Britain. The American victory at Saratoga had far-reaching effects. Diplomats in European capitals saw the American rebellion as a threat to British power, not a colonial tantrum. Nothing pleased European powers more than British problems. France, in particular, watched the American situation with the same interest as a neighbour fighting with their spouse. After secretly giving the Americans money and weapons since 1776, they were ready to reveal their support. The Franco-American alliance of February 1778 was one of the most unlikely diplomatic partnerships. France was an absolute monarchy with a rigid class system, while America fought for democracy and individual liberty. They teamed up like a vegetarian and a butcher who disliked the same restaurant. However, shared enemies make strange bedfellows, and both countries wanted to lower Britain. France could avenge their humiliating defeat in the 7 Years' War, while America gained a powerful ally with a navy that could challenge British control of the seas. As expected, the British declared war on France, turning the American Revolution into a global conflict. Spain joined France in 1779 and the Dutch in 1780. Britain suddenly found itself fighting colonial rebels in most of Europe, which was like fighting everyone at the bar in the 18th century. This global expansion benefited America in unexpected ways. British resources allocated to crushing the American rebellion had to be spread across theatres. To defend British Caribbean and Mediterranean possessions, ships that could have blocked American ports were needed. The American war was a frustrating stalemate. British forces abandoned the northern colonies after the Saratoga disaster and focused on the south, where Loyalist support was stronger. British strategy in the south started well. Over 5,000 Americans were captured in 1778 and 1780 in Savannah and Charleston. Their new strategy seemed promising at first. However, like many invading armies, the British assumed that controlling cities meant controlling the countryside. American militias and hit-and-run irregulars ruled the areas between British strongholds. Francis Marion, known as the Swamp Fox, was famous for attacking British supply lines from the South Carolina wetlands before retreating into terrain regular armies couldn't navigate. Before the term, it was guerrilla warfare and it plagued the British occupation of the South. The British found their Loyalist supporters fewer and less reliable than expected. After British military rule, which often involved requisitioning supplies, quartering soldiers, and treating civilians as enemies, many colonists switched sides. The Battle of Kings Mountain in October 1780, where American militia surrounded and defeated Loyalist troops, changed the Southern campaign. The victory showed that American forces could win decisive battles without Continental Army regulars, convincing many fence-sitters to join the rebellion. In late 1780, General Nathaniel Greene took command of American forces in the South and devised a counterintuitive but effective strategy. He used constant movement and carefully chosen battles to wear down British forces instead of defending territory. Greene famously said, "We fight, get beat, rise, and fight again." It wasn't a heroic military philosophy, but it worked. The British could win battles, but not Greene's attrition war. British General Cornwallis chased American forces across the Carolinas in 1781 in a futile attempt to win a decisive battle. His army was shrinking due to casualties, disease and desertion, while the Americans were multiplying with each defeat. Cornwallis realised the South couldn't be pacified while Virginia supplied and reinforced the rebellion. He marched his army north into Virginia to cut off American supplies and force a final battle. Cornwallis established a base at Yorktown, Virginia, to receive British naval support for his army. This reasonable plan relied on Britain controlling the seas, a safe assumption for most of the war. All of America's diplomatic patience paid off in 1781. The French fleet under Admiral de Grasse arrived in American waters to aid the final push for victory. Washington saw a rare opportunity when Cornwallis fortified Yorktown. Cornwallis would be trapped like Burgoyne at Saratoga if the French Navy controlled Chesapeake Bay, while American and French ground forces besieged Yorktown. Secretly transporting American and French forces from New York to Virginia was difficult, but it worked. Cornwallis was surrounded by 16,000 American and French troops in late September 1781, and French ships controlled his escape route. The American Revolution ended with the 3-week siege of Yorktown. Cornwallis surrendered his army on October 19, 1781, ending Britain's last major American force. The British band supposedly played The World Turned Upside Down during the surrender ceremony, which would have been symbolic. They probably played something more conventional, but the sentiment was right. War is often easier to win than to end. After Yorktown, everyone knew British defeat was inevitable, but turning military victory into political independence required delicate diplomatic manoeuvring that made actual fighting seem easy. British political denial after Cornwallis's surrender was masterful. The Prime Minister, Lord North, said he felt like he had been shot in the chest after losing an army. British officials maintained the war would continue. That optimism lasted about as long as expected. British public opinion, which had never supported the American war, decisively opposed a losing war. Members of Parliament asked uncomfortable questions about why they were spending so much to fight people who clearly didn't want to be Empire partners. Lord North's government fell in March 1782, replaced by a peace-minded ministry. Negotiations were easier because Lord Rockingham, the new Prime Minister, opposed the American war from the start. 18th century peace talks were complicated, making modern diplomatic negotiations seem simple. France, Spain and the Dutch also had territorial demands and agendas. France sought former war territory. Spain wanted Gibraltar back from Britain and had North American ambitions that conflicted with American interests. Dutch traders wanted their rights back. Everyone wanted to gain from the peace settlement. Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, and John Jay were smart people who agreed on the goal but disagreed on almost everything else on the American negotiating team. Franklin wanted to work with France. Adams was suspicious of everyone, and Jay believed France was trying to limit American expansion. Americans benefited from these personality differences. European diplomats never knew which American they would meet, which kept them off balance and prevented coalitions against American interests. Due to their complexity and 18th century communication, the negotiations took over a year. London-Paris messages took days to arrive, and government instructions to negotiators often arrived after circumstances had changed. American territorial boundaries were a major issue. The British were willing to recognise American independence, but they weren't sure how much territory to include. The British thought the Americans' ambition to control the Atlantic Ocean and Mississippi River was unusual for a former colony. The Americans got most of what they wanted through skillful negotiation, and Britain's decision to grant generous territorial concessions to keep America friendly after the war. It was like giving someone a nice farewell gift to remember you by. On September 3rd, 1783, the Treaty of Paris ended the American Revolution and recognized US independence. From the Atlantic to the Mississippi River and Canada to Florida, the new nation was one of the world's largest on paper. Britain agreed to withdraw all its military forces from America, but it took years. Some British posts in the Northwest Territory weren't evacuated until the 1790s, causing tensions but not threatening American independence. The peace process was complicated by other issues addressed in the treaty. Repaying American debts before the war to British merchants was reasonable but difficult to enforce. American state governments ignored the oath to treat wartime British loyalists fairly. The peace treaty's announcement was celebrated but underwhelming in America. Many people were used to war after 8 years and didn't know what peacetime was like. The Continental Army was quickly disbanded because Congress couldn't pay the soldiers and because Americans were wary of standing armies. Washington's emotional farewell to his officers at Fraunces Tavern in New York ended a shared experience that had united 13 colonies into one nation. In America and Europe, Washington's commission resignation and return to private life were notable. If Washington voluntarily gave up power, he would be the greatest man in the world according to King George III, who had spent 8 years trying to defeat him. After the American Revolution, the hard work of nation-building began. The 13 former colonies had won their independence, but they had to figure out how to govern themselves, pay their debts, and build a society from the diverse regions, cultures, and interests of the new United States. After years of roommates, the end of the war was like moving into your own apartment. Exciting and liberating, but also quiet and full of unanticipated responsibilities. The colonists were too busy fighting British rule to plan ahead. Peacetime governance was failing under the Articles of Confederation, which had ruled the nation during the war. The federal government couldn't tax, regulate, or enforce its laws. It was like managing a household where no one agreed on who paid the bills or made the rules. A story for another night. Rest and contemplate how a group of colonial subjects became citizens of an independent nation with only determination, good government ideas, and stubborn persistence from believing you're right. The revolution that began with tea tax debates ended with the creation of a new nation based on the radical idea that people could govern themselves. It was imperfect. It would take generations to guarantee equality to all Americans, but it was a start. Sometimes starting is... In the year 742 CE, the prosperous city-state of Khorasan glittered under the noonday sun. A nexus for caravan routes feeding distant empires, Khorasan thrived on the exchange of saffron, silk, star charts, and rumours whispered behind curtained alcoves. At its centre loomed a grand marketplace whose vaulted roof trapped the daily bustle in a ceaseless echo. Traders from Byzantium, Tang China, the Abbasid Caliphate, and beyond mingled among stalls stacked high with lapis lazuli, dried fruit, and perfumed sandalwood. Some hailed it as a marvel of cosmopolitan life, where fortunes might pivot in a single conversation. Among the people navigating the throng was Karia bint Yazd, a travelling scholar whose lineage traced back to the once-renowned Zoroastrian priests of Persia. Her face betrayed concentration as she studied hieroglyphic notations in a weathered scroll. Unmarried and unconcerned with the expectations placed upon a woman of her station, she had roamed from one end of the Silk Road to the other, piecing together knowledge that seldom found its way into the official annals. The swirl of Khorasan's commerce did not distract her. She focused on a lead suggesting that rare manuscripts had surfaced in a private collection near the city's eastern quarter. This rumour, if proven true, could illuminate corners of history barely glimpsed by modern scholars. Korea pressed deeper into a labyrinth of narrow lanes behind the main bazaar, guided by a coded map etched into her memory. Eager boys offered to carry her satchels for a coin, and watchful guards in brass-trimmed uniforms eyed each passer-by. She brushed off all offers of help. Too many watchers, too many ears. At last, she arrived at a courtyard hidden behind a plain wooden door. Its walls were plastered in cream white, while vines spiraled up lattices under a hazy afternoon sky. Within that secluded enclave stood an elderly bibliophile named Kazem al-Talibi, his hands trembling under the burden of a slender volume bound in jade-green leather. Their meeting was brief. Korea offered him carefully wrapped objects, fragments of ancient mathematics tablets uncovered near Samarkand, and, in exchange, Kazem relinquished the jade-bound text. He warned her that certain circles would stop at nothing to keep these pages hidden, for they revealed knowledge rumoured to disrupt any empire reliant on controlling scholarship. She nodded gravely, accustomed to the shadows that dogged rare manuscripts. Across the years, she had learned that truth took many forms, each requiring a subtle approach to keep it from vanishing under official censure. Emerging once again into the main bazaar, Korea carefully hid the new acquisition beneath her travelling cloak. She knew better than to linger. Khorasan's seeming tolerance of foreign ideas could transform abruptly if power shifted. Memories of burned scrolls and harassed scribes in other dominions haunted her, fueling her determination to preserve the text at any cost. She arranged with a local caravan heading eastward, its leader a woman named Afsoon, who had a reputation for outmaneuvering desert bandits. Without illusions, Carrier recognized that partnering with such a skilled merchant would cost her, yet safety for the jade-bound book was paramount. Before the caravan departed, Korea paid her respects at a small shrine dedicated to wise men of antiquity. A single candle flickered by the altar, illuminating offerings left by travellers praying for clear roads and fair weather. She exhaled a silent oath that she would not let ignorance devour the precious knowledge in her care. Beyond the city's gates lay an expanse of desert and studded with dunes and hammered by fierce winds. But her route led even farther, along mountain trails rumoured to house hidden monasteries and ephemeral oasis towns. The unstoppable pulse of curiosity drove her to press forward, regardless of perils that might lurk in the next bend of the road. Dawn arrived. painting the sky with ochre and salmon hues. Carrier joined Afsoon and the other travellers at the designated meeting point, where camels brayed and donkey drivers prepared loads of barley and dried fruit. The caravan's synergy was immediately evident. Each person had a distinct task, ensuring that by the time the sun fully breached the horizon, they were on the move. Carrier walked near Afsoon, who shared glimpses of the terrain ahead and introduced Carrier to the caravan's unspoken rules: trust the signals, ration water meticulously, and never question the necessity of midnight halts. In these borderless regions, vigilance was currency. With the sun mounting, the caravan snaked through a parched plain dotted by twisted shrubs. A hush fell over them, broken only by the soft shuffling of hooves and the gentle clink of metal fastenings. Carria's thoughts drifted to the codex inside her bag. She had only glimpsed a few pages thus far. Intricate diagrams of planetary movement, cryptic references to an ancient empire that preceded the Achaemenids, and footnotes scrawled in an unfamiliar script. If accurate, these writings expanded the known timeline of advanced astronomy by centuries. She resolved to study every page once the caravan reached a safe haven. Afsoon signalled a halt near a cluster of sun-scorched boulders, granting the group respite from the crushing midday heat. While some dozed in makeshift shade, Carrier took cautious sips from her water skin, feeling the dryness cling to her throat. A restlessness stirred within her, equal parts excitement and anxiety. She replayed Kazem al-Talabi's warning. Powerful figures had an interest in ensuring no one deciphered the text. For them, knowledge was a finite resource, best kept under strict watch. As a swirl of wind kicked sand across her path, Carrier gripped her satchel, silently vowing she would not be silenced. By twilight, the caravan approached a modest oasis, lined with date palms that cast long shadows across still water. Afsoon guided her camels into a semicircle, forming a protective barrier against stray wanderers. Several travellers set about erecting tents, while others gathered wood for small fires that would ward off the chill of desert night. Carrier found herself drawn to the water's edge, where subdued conversation rose among weary merchants. Some speculated about the political tensions brewing in distant courts, others lamented the rising cost of salt. As darkness settled, the oasis took on an otherworldly hush. A crescent moon glimmered overhead, illuminating faint outlines of crumbling stone pillars, suggesting an abandoned settlement from a forgotten era. Under that quiet vault of stars, Carrier couldn't resist scanning a few more pages of the jade-bound manuscript. Its text merged empirical observations with philosophical notes referencing the grand wheel of time. She recognized oblique references to astronomical systems older than the widely recognized Ptolemaic model. If deciphered fully, such knowledge might challenge many assumptions cherished by esteemed academies. Meanwhile, Afsoon stepped away from the main group, beckoning Carrier to join her near a withered acacia. "You stand out among our company," the merchant remarked in a measured tone. "Your eyes never rest, and you guard that bag as if it carries the soul of a king." Carrier, wary of revealing too much, offered that she was merely a scholar entrusted with a rare item. Afsoon nodded, but warned Carrier that roving spies seeking advantage for rival factions often infiltrated caravans. She suggested Carrier remain vigilant, especially given the extraordinary bustle in Khorasan, where rumour travelled like wildfire. Unable to sleep, Carrier lingered by the embers of the fire after most travellers had dozed off. She studied the swirling patterns of the night sky, mindful of the coded star charts in the manuscript. Passing caravans sometimes recounted legends of a hidden library in the mountain city of Varash, where lines of knowledge stretched back to centuries unknown. Carrier wondered if that library could fill the gaps in her text. She believed the jade-bound manuscript might be only a fragment of a larger puzzle, scattered across the Silk Road's shifting tapestry. Morning unveiled a horizon brushed with amber, and the caravan proceeded along a rocky escarpment overlooking a vast dune field. Rolling slopes of sand rippled beneath the wind like the surface of a living sea. At midday they paused for water, rationed by Afsoon with practiced efficiency. Carrier noticed that one of the other travellers, a soft-spoken man named Malik, carried a small chest meticulously locked. He travelled with perpetual worry etched into his features, eyes darting whenever talk turned to rumours of desert raiders. Secrets seemed to coil around each member of this assemblage, as though no one ventured these roads without hidden motives. Late in the afternoon, the caravan encountered a party of horsemen flying the banner of a minor warlord rumoured to be in league with the region's most feared bandit clans. Tension crackled through the group as Afsoon halted the caravan, waiting for the riders to approach. After a terse greeting, the horsemen rode on, apparently uninterested in conflict, but the encounter rattled everyone. Korea noticed Afsoon's posture remained rigid with caution long after the riders vanished in a plume of dust. The merchant murmured about changing their route, seeking narrower trails less patrolled by predatory chieftains. That evening brought them to a narrow gorge, its walls towering on either side in jagged ridges. Afsoon insisted they make camp in a sheltered alcove half hidden behind weathered boulders. By the flicker of firelight, Korea finally delved into the central chapter of the manuscript. Strange symbols, part cuneiform, part unknown script, decorated the margins, each sign accompanied by cryptic commentary. The text recounted a civilization that mapped constellations in ways contrasting with every known chart. Diagrammatic lines implied an advanced geometry, far exceeding the standard calculations of her time. Just as Korea's pulse quickened at the revelation, a cry rang out near the edge of camp. She rushed toward the commotion, heart pounding. Malik stood trembling by his small chest, which now lay open, its contents missing. Anguish coloured his voice as he pleaded for help, insisting that something vital had been stolen, a crucial letter from the governor of Basra, hidden within that chest. Afsoon assembled the caravan members, demanding an explanation. Tempers flared, suspicions circled, and whispered accusations rippled through the group. Searching for footprints beneath lantern light, they discovered evidence of at least 2 intruders who had come and gone without a trace. No sign indicated who among them might be an accomplice. The theft underscored Afsoon's earlier warning. In these transitory worlds, secrets attract cunning opportunists. Korea gripped her manuscript more tightly, wishing to vanish inside the labyrinth of lines and symbols that promised an era unbounded by petty intrigue. Yet she remained anchored in the caravan's tense reality. The road ahead felt increasingly perilous, and the cost of preserving knowledge seemed set to rise. The following sunrise found the caravan subdued, each member wary of neighbours who might conceal hidden agendas. Afsoon led them out of the gorge at a brisk pace, aiming to put distance between their group and whoever had orchestrated the nighttime theft. A pale wind carried the scent of flint and dust, stinging eyes and chapping lips. Their route descended along a dry riverbed flanked by stunted tamarisk shrubs, offering scant protection from the intensifying sun. Korea trudged in Stolzen silence, mindful that trust could be a luxury. As midday drew near, they spotted the remnants of a caravanserai built against the side of a bluff. Its once sturdy walls had caved in and battered archways led into courtyards strewn with fallen timber. Afsoon signalled a cautious approach, uncertain whether travellers or outlaws might be occupying the ruins. The group explored in pairs, stepping over cracked tiles littered with scorpion husks. No living presence emerged, though evidence of a hasty departure. Scattered coals, torn blankets, suggested someone had sheltered there not long before. Since water was available from a half-collapsed cistern, Afsoon decided they would rest under what remained of the caravanserai's roof. Malik hovered by his broken chest, sifting through remnants of cloth as though searching for any clue. Korea drifted away from the group, drawn to an overgrown courtyard where a dried fountain stood. Vines draped its cracked basin, trailing over carved motifs of intertwined serpents. Time and neglect had worn away the finer details, yet a mysterious energy lingered, as though the place once echoed with conversation about cosmic truths beyond mortal comprehension. She pulled out the jade-bound book to scrutinize a passage describing the 4 points beyond the boundary of earthly measure. The text postulated that certain alignment patterns, stars in specific conjunctions, allowed glimpses into knowledge unattainable through ordinary means. This notion was not entirely foreign, given that many mystical traditions in Persia and India spoke of cosmic gates. Still, the clarity of these instructions startled her. The manuscript seemed less a mere curiosity, and more a carefully constructed key. She wondered if others who sought it might comprehend its significance. Meanwhile, Afsoon prepared spiced lentils and shared them among the group, her gestures calm yet determined to maintain unity. Tension still hovered like a low cloud, with suspicions that the thieves might be part of a larger plot. Over a sparse meal, Korea gleaned fragments of each traveller's story. A textile merchant returning from Cairo, a widower heading to Samarkand to meet his estranged son, an amateur scribe hoping to gain employment in the libraries of Nishapur. Layer by layer, she sensed each person guarded secrets born of loss, ambition, or desperation. As dusk fell, moonlight filtered through the caravanserai's gaps, accentuating outlines of shattered pillars. The group huddled around small fires. Soft conversation revolved around the abrupt shift in weather, the possibility of encountering warlord patrols, and whether rumours of a plague in the western provinces were exaggerated. Though the chatter seemed ordinary, Korea felt a current of urgency running beneath it. Everyone understood the precariousness of travelling these routes. At any moment, violent storms or human treachery could obliterate the careful calculations of even the most disciplined merchant. Restless, Korea ventured into the courtyard once more. She ran her fingertips over the carved serpents, musing that knowledge itself often took the shape of something fearsome and winding, capable of enlightenment but also of destruction, depending on who wielded it. Before she could lose herself in speculation, a subtle motion in the archway drew her attention. She turned to see Malik shadowed in moonlight. His face still wore traces of anguish. He approached and, in hushed tones, apologized if his panic had disrupted the caravan's stability. Then he posed a startling question. "Is your book truly worth risking your life?" Korea hesitated, contemplating her answer. She confessed that its pages might safeguard insights from an older civilization, knowledge that could enrich the world if studied openly. Yet she recognized the hazards. No single text was worth a life, unless it also contained the means to prevent greater harm. Malik nodded, revealing that his lost letter held the potential to end a trade blockade strangling his hometown. Without it, he feared entire families would starve. They shared a poignant silence, realizing each bore a heavy burden for reasons that extended beyond self-interest. Their exchange was interrupted by a faint shout from Afsoon, who was patrolling the perimeter. A silhouette darted across the ruins, then vanished behind a crumbling wall. Alarmed, Carrier and Malik hurried back to the main courtyard, only to find the rest of the travellers on their feet. The intrusion lasted mere seconds, but it confirmed the presence of watchers trailing them. The memory of the stolen letter flared in every mind. Gathering her satchel close, Carrier recognised that pursuit was inevitable. She could only hope that what she carried would outlast the desert's shifting alliances and the relentless greed of unknown adversaries. Early the next day, Afsoon insisted they abandon the ruin before sunrise. Lanterns swinging from camel saddles cast flickering halos in the pre-dawn gloom. Korea walked at the caravan's rear, scanning the horizon for silhouettes. She felt more exposed than ever, especially with the manuscript drawing unseen eyes. A swirl of wind rustled the sparse vegetation, carrying the forlorn call of a distant jackal. Although no further intruder appeared, the caravan's collective nerves remained raw. Their route now wound through a series of rocky badlands. Eroded hills, tinted red and ochre, rose around them in jagged formations reminiscent of a broken amphitheatre. At times the path was scarcely wide enough for 2 camels to pass. Dust coated every surface, clinging to clothes and creeping into waterskins. The travellers advanced in single file, each footstep measured. Malik, no longer shy, kept pace with Korea, forging an unspoken alliance based on empathy rather than shared purpose. By noon they reached an outcropping that afforded a sweeping view of the surrounding valleys. Afsoon pointed to a distant caravan crossing a ridge, its figures small as insects against the harsh light. "Better to let them move on without our paths intersecting," she murmured, concerned they might be bandits or rival merchants. She had planned a side route that skirted known bandit strongholds, though it meant trudging through more challenging terrain. No one objected. Safety trumped speed in these uncertain wilds. As the day wore on, the punishing sun pressed down. Some travellers began to show signs of heat exhaustion. Afsoon allotted extra water rations, mindful that supplies were finite. Korea's thoughts swirled with calculations. How many days until they reached an established town? Would the manuscript's possible revelations be worth the perils? She reminded herself that knowledge had never come cheap, especially not the kind that might undermine established systems of power. Still, she felt an undercurrent of apprehension. Unseen forces seemed determined to intercept their path. Twilight offered a brief respite. They pitched camp at a plateau peppered with hearty desert shrubs. Wind wove through the stony hollows, producing a low moan that set everyone on edge. This time, Afsoon posted watches in rotating pairs. Korea volunteered for the midnight shift, hoping to glean some solitude for reading. When her turn arrived, she positioned herself near a small fire, scanning the starlit horizon, while carefully turning pages of the jade-bound codex. A diagram, carefully inked, depicted a swirling cosmos dotted with unfamiliar constellations. The accompanying text mentioned a geometry bridging mind and universe, though the specifics remained cloaked in archaic jargon. She sensed movement at the edge of the firelight and gripped the book protectively, but it was only an elderly trader from their group, awakened by coughing. He approached, nodding politely. "I see that you carry more than curiosity," he said, glancing at the manuscript's glowing pages. He spoke of his younger days when he'd travelled to a mountaintop sanctuary, rumoured to house writings older than any empire. The priests there, he claimed, hinted that scattered relics across the Silk Road formed pieces of a grand puzzle. He stopped short of elaborating, perhaps wary of scaring her with improbable myths, or simply reluctant to resurrect memories best left buried. Caria nodded, intrigued yet cautious. She had heard variations of the mountaintop library tale in her journeys. One version placed it in Tibet, another in the highlands of Persia, and yet another in the Himalayas near the Indus. Regardless of location, the consistent theme was that a hidden repository of ancient texts might hold radical knowledge of mathematics, medicine, and astronomy. Could her manuscript be part of that lost legacy? She recalled hearing rumours that certain references connected the library's existence to the taboo notion of cyclical time, where civilizations rose and fell repeatedly, each leaving faint echoes for the next. The elderly trader coughed again and excused himself to rest. Alone, Caria gazed at the codex, a swirl of questions filling her mind. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the night air. She sprang to her feet. Hafsun came running, sword in hand. A scout on the perimeter shouted news of footsteps on the far side of the plateau. Everyone scrambled for weapons. Adrenaline surged. Within moments, the intruders fled, vanishing as swiftly as they'd arrived, leaving only footprints. Hafsun suspected they were testing the caravan's defences. Tension soared. Though no battle ensued, the message was clear: someone to track them with precision. As the group attempted to settle back into a semblance of rest, Caria's mind refused to quiet. She wondered if the vanished intruders belonged to a clandestine order or were simply bandits with a knack for intimidation. Either way, the manuscript's significance seemed amplified. In that uneasy darkness, she cradled her precious book, feeling the weight of unspoken centuries pressed between its covers. The next day would bring new confrontations, but for now she could only watch the flickering embers and await the uncertain dawn. Dawn arrived with a brittle clarity that rendered every stone, shrub and wary expression in sharp focus. Hafsun wasted no time ordering a quick departure. The caravan assembled under a sky streaked with lavender and rose, a fleeting beauty overshadowed by a need for vigilance. Camels loaded, watch rotations decided, they moved out, following a narrow winding track that descended toward lower elevations. The arid air tasted metallic, as if charged with pent-up tension. By mid-morning, the landscape began transitioning to hill country. Small streams, fed by recent rains, cut through the tough terrain, offering a chance to refill water skins. The travellers approached a shallow creek where reeds rustled in the wind. Caria noticed footprints in the soggy earth. A separate group had passed here recently, heading in the same direction. Hafsun scowled, muttering about the possibility that in Mao they might be trailing those who had invaded their camps. Concern rippled through the caravan. Eager to stay ahead, Hafsun pushed the group onward at a grueling pace. Caria's calves ached as the trail zigzagged between rocky slopes and patches of thorny vegetation. In the distance, the outlines of a fortified town occasionally emerged, only to disappear behind ridgelines. She guessed it to be Garesh, a mid-sized trading post rumoured to host pilgrims from the Indus region. If they could reach Garesh by nightfall, the caravan would have a solid perimeter wall to shield them, at least temporarily. Eventually they spotted walls of pale stone crowned by watchtowers. Hafsun signalled for calm, reminding everyone that unknown dangers could lurk within a walled town as readily as outside. Approaching the gates, they encountered a row of guards wearing mismatched armour. After examining Hafsun's travel permits, the guards allowed them entry in exchange for a modest toll. Inside, the streets were cramped with stalls selling earthenware, dyed cloth and hammered bronze jewellery. The aromas of grilled meat and fresh bread teased weary travellers, but an undercurrent of wariness ran through the crowd. Hafsun found a secure compound where the caravan could rest. Stone walls enclosed a courtyard that provided storage for the camels and a small stable for donkeys. Caria, anxious to glean any insight into who might be pursuing them, ventured into the town's winding lanes. She discovered a public square where men played strategy games on carved wooden boards. Nearby, a cluster of pilgrims chanted verses in a language unfamiliar to her. Amid these scenes, rumours floated. A band of masked riders had passed through a day earlier, asking about a certain travelling scholar. The mention chilled her. She hurried back to the compound, only to find Malik pacing by the gate, fidgeting with a leather pouch. He had overheard similar chatter, strangers seeking news of a woman carrying forbidden documents. Korea realised the net was tightening. They still had a window to slip away, but not much of one. She conferred with Afsoon, who suggested leaving Koresh under cover of darkness, continuing east along seldom-used back roads. Although it entailed more risk, waiting might let their pursuers converge. After sunset, the caravan packed up stealthily. Torches were kept minimal, camels silenced with calm handling. A hush enveloped them as they slipped through Goresh's secondary gate, bribing a night watchman who scarcely looked at their faces. Outside the walls, moonlight glimmered on the grassland. Korea clutched the manuscript, absorbing the night's chill. She couldn't escape the conviction that her mission had become a race, one in which the cost of failure was irreparable loss, not just for her, but for an entire lineage of knowledge that might vanish again. Guided by Afsoon's careful planning, they pressed into a region of rolling hills shaped by centuries of flood and drought. Occasional clusters of cypress trees broke the monotony. Crickets chirped in the darkness. The group maintained strict silence, halting often to listen for sounds of pursuit. Each time the night breeze whispered through the brush, Korea braced for a distant hoofbeat or a flash of torchlight. Yet hours passed with no sign of the ambush. As the moon descended, they reached a shallow ravine dotted with smooth, ancient boulders. Afsoon called for a halt to rest the animals. Korea found a flat rock and sank onto it, physically spent but mentally alert. She glanced at Malik, whose eyes reflected the same exhaustion mixed with defiance. The sky above them showed the faint glow of approaching dawn. Tomorrow, or perhaps the next day, they would come upon the mountain routes leading to Varash, the rumoured city of hidden monasteries. If the caravan made it that far, the Jade manuscript might finally find a place where its arcane revelations could be deciphered without fear. But that hope remained fragile, like a candle flame in a gusty corridor. The first rays of morning lit the ravine, revealing dusty grass and scrub that offered little camouflage. Wearily the caravan assembled and continued, mindful that speed was their best defence. Over the next hours they traversed rolling slopes that ascended gradually into stony highlands. The trail grew hazardous, lined with loose gravel and sharp descents. Several times a misstep nearly sent a donkey tumbling into a gorge. The group's morale, though frayed, held steady under Afsoon's firm direction. Korea noticed the air thinning as they climbed, accompanied by a crisp coolness that sharpened her senses. Tiny alpine flowers clung to crevices, their vivid petals a welcome contrast to weeks of unrelenting dust. From a vantage point overlooking a sprawling valley, she glimpsed distant peaks wrapped in mysterious haze. Locals called these the 1,000-year mountains, rumoured to shelter monastic retreats older than recorded dynasties. The prospect of reaching them bolstered her spirit, even as her body complained of fatigue. Near midday, the caravan stopped by a rivulet trickling through a rocky defile. While watering the animals, Afsoon and Korea consulted a hand-sketched map that indicated Varash lay 2 more days beyond the far ridges. The path ahead would be even more treacherous, cutting across unpredictable passes sometimes blocked by landslides. Korea felt her heartbeat quicken, recalling rumours that entire caravans had been buried by sudden rockfalls in these mountains, yet the urgency to evade pursuers overshadowed every other fear. They pressed on, the route turning into a steep climb dotted with ancient stone markers. At each switchback, Korea saw inscriptions worn by centuries of weather. She paused to trace her fingers over a faint symbol, a stylized sun encompassed by the intersecting circles. Something about it resonated with the diagrams in her jade-bound codex. She made a mental note to compare them later, suspecting these markers might be vestiges of the same civilization described in the manuscript's cryptic pages. Whenever she glimpsed fresh inscriptions, her curiosity ignited anew. Late in the afternoon, the skies darkened ominously. Thunder rumbled among the peaks, and a biting wind heralded an approaching storm. Soon urged everyone to hurry. They located a natural overhang near a rocky ledge, providing partial shelter from the elements. Rain unleashed its fury soon after they took cover, slamming the landscape in waves. Lightning tore the sky, illuminating ragged silhouettes of mountains. The downpour threatened to wash away the path. Huddled together, the travellers watched rivulets form across the rocky ground, carrying pebbles and debris downhill. The storm raged for hours, pinning them under the overhang. Korea used the enforced pause to unwrap the codex, sheltering it beneath a canvas. She examined the sections she had not yet deciphered. Focusing on references to a temple of horizons, the text included mathematical guidelines for charting star positions from an elevated vantage. With each flash of lightning, she glimpsed the manuscript's swirling lines and felt a peculiar kinship with those unknown scholars from centuries past. They had once braved the wilderness of ideas. Now, in a literal wilderness, she carried their legacy. Eventually, the worst of the storm passed, leaving dripping rocks and a deep chill in its wake. The group decided to remain under the overhang for the night, wary of slick trails and potential landslides. By flickering lamplight, Afsoon distributed dried figs and salted lamb. Conversation drifted from the challenges of the climb to more philosophical musings, the futility of borders in a land shaped by millennia, the intangible line between faith and science. Malik spoke quietly of his father, who had died under a tyrant's regime while trying to protect valuable manuscripts. Listening to him, Korea sensed that each traveller had been guided here by a longing for redemption or renewal. Sometime after midnight, Korea woke to the faint crackle of footsteps. She inched toward the edge of their makeshift shelter, heart pounding. Two figures, hunched low, hovered near the pack animals. She recognized them as strangers, not members of the caravan. Before she could raise an alarm, Afsoon emerged from the darkness like a phantom, sword drawn. A terse standoff ensued, broken by frantic whispers. The intruders fled once they saw they were outnumbered. The caravan's travellers, now fully awakened, spent the rest of the night in guarded watch, cold and uneasy. With dawn, they surveyed the sodden landscape. Landslides had ripped through parts of the trail, but it appeared passable with caution. Though the intruders had not returned, the sense of pursuit remained acute. Korea conferred with Afsoon, both concluding that time was running short. If Farash was within reach, they needed to seize the chance before more enemies closed in. Hoisting packs onto weary camels, the group set forth again. The distant peaks beckoned like silent witnesses, and Korea whispered a fervent hope that the city's rumoured monasteries could offer refuge, and perhaps reveal how to unlock the manuscript's deeper secrets. The final stretch to Varash proved gruelling. Narrow trails clung to mountain ridges overlooking mist-shrouded abysses. Each step required vigilance. At times, they paused to listen for rockfalls in the distance, markers of an unstable terrain. The air grew thinner, and breath came in short gasps. Yet beyond every precarious turn, a new vista opened. Crisp lakes reflecting the sky, hidden valleys studded with wildflowers, the occasional stone ruin perched on a ledge like an ancient sentinel. The extremes of this landscape both awed and unsettled the travellers. By late afternoon, the slopes relaxed into a wide plateau. Rising from the plateau's edge stood Varash, enclosed by a high stone rampart. At first glance, the city appeared carved from the mountain itself, its walls blending with the surrounding cliffs. Mist swirled around parapets, creating a dreamlike vision. According to legend, Varash was older than any recorded dynasty, built upon a site revered for its celestial alignments. A hush fell over the caravan as they approached the massive gates. Inside, the city's winding streets ascended in tiers. Houses with slate roofs leaned against sturdy ramparts, while cobblestone lanes converged on a central square. Steam rose from communal baths that tapped into natural hot springs. Monks in dark robes shuffled along the corridors, carrying scrolls tucked beneath their arms. Carrier's senses ignited at the first glimpse of this environment. She could feel an undercurrent of scholarship humming through the city like a subterranean river, a potent contrast to the chaotic markets of Khorasan. Afsoon guided the caravan to a spacious courtyard inn used by trade emissaries. Soon after settling, Korea excused herself and ventured into the city's upper levels, following directions gleaned from a scribe at the inn. She was searching for a specific monastery library, rumoured to house ancient manuscripts paralleling her jade-bound text. Crossing a series of stone bridges that arched over narrow gulches, she noticed the architecture displayed recurring motifs, spiral carvings, geometric borders reminiscent of the codex's marginal designs. At last, she arrived at a massive carved door flanked by statues of robed figures. A discreet sign identified it as the Library of High Windows. Inside, the atmosphere was reverential. Golden light filtered through stained glass windows, illuminating shelves stacked from floor to ceiling with scrolls, codices, and tablets. Monks, novices, and a few learned travellers from distant lands moved quietly between reading alcoves. Carrier approached a tall, bearded monk who introduced himself as Brother Callan. With measured politeness, he asked her purpose. Carrier revealed her codex, explaining in hushed tones that she believed it referenced an advanced astronomy predating recognised schools of thought. Intrigued, Brother Callan led her to a private study chamber lit by oil lamps. There he produced a set of meticulously preserved star charts inscribed on leather. To Korea's amazement, certain passages aligned closely with the diagrams in her manuscript. Upon closer inspection, they found near-identical glyphs representing cardinal points beyond normal mapping. Brother Callan's eyes glimmered with excitement. These references appear in only our oldest records, believed to have been copied from texts salvaged millennia ago. As the evening deepened, they pieced together parallel lines of text, cross-referencing them with genealogies, straw altars, and cryptic commentaries. The synergy suggested that the jade-bound book might indeed be part of a nearly lost tradition. However, a vital section remained missing. It was rumoured that a sister manuscript lay in a monastery farther east, high in a remote range where few ventured. Carrier's heart sank, knowing the road ahead might hold even greater dangers. Yet she also felt invigorated. The puzzle had grown more intricate, weaving her fate with ancient legacies that demanded guardianship. Upon returning to the inn, she found Afsoon and Malik in heated discussion with the rest of the caravan. News had arrived that unidentified riders were poking around Varash's gates, questioning travellers about a woman scholar and her prized artefact. Their arrival here was no secret. For the moment, the city's laws prevented open aggression, but no one believed that protection would last indefinitely. Afsoon proposed they break the caravan into smaller groups for anonymity. Malik pledged to stand by Korea, recognising that her success might ripple far beyond personal gain. Under the inn's lantern glow, Korea shared what she and Brother Callan had uncovered. The group listened in solemn silence, understanding the gravity of her discovery. Perhaps it offered a new perspective on the cosmos, or perhaps it threatened structures built on carefully managed knowledge. Either way, their pursuers would not relent. Still, Korea felt a renewed determination. The tapestry of centuries had woven her path into this moment. With the city of Varish as an unlikely refuge, she now held a clearer vision of the manuscript's purpose. Dawn would bring decisions, whether to remain, to search for the sister text, or to brave unknown dangers. In that flickering moment of possibility, each traveller realised they had become part of a tale larger than themselves, a saga carried along by caravans, forged in hidden libraries, and destined to echo across the shifting dunes and precarious peaks of time.